So this industry should also be withdrawn when it should be withdrawn. So Lu Xiao wrote down the records of the layoffs of coal-related companies on the computer. Lu Xiao's idea is very simple, that is, first let the company not lose money, lay off these bloated and cumbersome companies, and reduce the burden. In this way, as long as the income and expenditure are balanced, new projects can be developed slowly later. In the evening, she worked until after 8 o'clock, when Lu Xiao got off work and the company staff took her to the hotel. Lu Xiao called her boyfriend on the way, but it said it was turned off. She knew that her boyfriend Zhou Yang must be carrying out another secret mission. She didn't bother and focused on her business. The next day, Lu Xiao flew to Hunted headquarters. This time the treatment was even more grand, with many directors and major shareholders coming to the company to greet them, with an unprecedented pomp and circumstance. However, her father Lu Huntu is still in a deep state of calm due to health reasons, but Lu Huntu will hold a video conference to attend this meeting for his daughter. Lu Xiao had already told her plan and her father this morning. Lu Huntu fully supports it, not only by laying off some loss-making companies, but also because he believes in his daughter's ability and that the laying off is for better development. At the board meeting, there was applause, all welcoming the new acting chairman. Lu Xiao nodded and then sat down in the main seat. She didn't chat about family matters, but just put her stuff on the table. She explained her decision, starting with laying off related loss-making enterprises in the north. But as soon as they said they wanted to lay off the company, elderly shareholders immediately rose up to oppose it. These industries were all built by the old chairman and us, and have made great contributions to our group. They cannot be abolished, even if it is just a thought. Yes, don't close down. These companies were profitable in the first place. At most, they can change their business strategies and there's no need to close down. Several longtime shareholders maintained a unified opposition, believing that the previously meritorious company could not be lost. Lu Xiao said, if we want to reward people based on their merits, we can build them a memorial hall specifically to display the company's history and achievements, but the business field is cruel. These companies have seriously dragged down the operation of the group, caused a large amount of debt, and become a cancer on the group. We must be decisive and not indecisive. Moreover, abandoning these eliminated companies is to establish more profitable companies in the future. The goal of a company is to make a profit. If it cannot make a profit, even if it is a great contribution, there is no need to keep it. Lu Xiao also uses disarmament as an example. During the major disarmament in the 1980s, many troops were meritorious forces, so what? In order to win battles and defend the country, all honors can be lost. All we need to do is not forget history and the achievements of these teams. It can be the same. I think those companies can be saved. Those old shareholders still don't listen. The term old stubborn has always existed in our country, indicating that the older a person gets, the more stubborn they become. They have lived their whole lives, and their personality has long become a stereotyped behavior, always following the patterns of the past. This is not a problem in feudal society in the past, because in feudal society, nothing changes much except for the change of emperor over several decades, and the experience of the elderly can be used. However, in today's rapidly developing modern society, the experience of many elderly people is no longer applicable. Decades ago, my country was in the early days of reform and opening up. At that time, domestic industry had only just begun to develop. High-end electrical appliances and machinery were all foreign products. Now, my country has become a cutting-edge country in global science and technology, with many technologies leading the world. Moreover, driven by Zhu Yang's Beatty company, many technologies have changed generations in a few years, and previous experience is no longer useful. Therefore, Hunter Group is not doing well, and there are also reasons why these elderly people do not like to change their business strategy. Lu Xiao is using new thinking to solve the stubborn problems of Hunter Group. However, there are serious differences between these old conservative shareholders and Lu Xiao, the new leader born in the 2000s, and a confrontation is inevitable. I think we should just follow Xiao's advice. During the disagreement, he kept silent and spoke to Lu Huntu, who was on video. Although he retired to the second line, Yue was still there. Since Lu Hong wanted to support his daughter, some old shareholders stopped talking, which was considered tacit acceptance. No, it just doesn't work. If you want to lay off those companies, just lay them off with me. This old shareholder was very stubborn and even threatened. The others immediately went hand in hand, all waiting to see how Lu Xiao would handle it. The old shareholder is also very prestigious within the group. Many people support him behind his back. Now many directors and executives are waiting to see who will compromise first, and they will listen to whom. Please don't act rashly. I just issued a notice, not a request for comments. The companies on the list must be eliminated. If you have any comments, please contact me after the meeting, but I don't guarantee that I will change my mind. Lu Xiao was quite courageous and made a direct and domineering declaration, saying that she had the final say in the group. Indeed, Lu Xiao is not a wealthy second-generation person who comes directly to take over. She needs to listen to the opinions of some major shareholders. She is a business elite who owns her own business and whose assets are no less than those of Hunter Group. Those old shareholders cannot threaten her. Even if she sells her shares and exits, Lu Saiyao herself has money and can directly acquire the shares. In addition, she has the support of her father and has a boyfriend who is one of the best young entrepreneurs in the country. This strength is indeed stronger than everyone present. Therefore, the old shareholder's prestige was misplaced. This angered the old shareholder, who turned red and slammed the table and left. Then 3 people followed out and protested Lu Saiyao's policies. Any more going out? If not, I'll announce the work plan for the next phase. Lu Saiyao has no intention of coaxing these elderly people. One of the major drawbacks of Hunter Group is that the management is too old and cannot keep up with the development of the times. Therefore, it is better for these old fogies to leave. She can find a group of young and strong management talents to come in, so that the company can be revitalized. Lu Saiyao actually restrained the others, and then no one went out, so Lu Saiyao began to exercise her power as chairman. She laid off several companies in a row, including some in the south and those that lost competitiveness. For example, the real estate business needs to be scaled back. Now that the real estate market is declining, we can no longer continue to invest. There are also some traditional industries that are particularly involuted, so maintaining the status quo is sufficient and it is not appropriate to continue to increase investment. After the layoffs, Lu Saiyao expects that Hunter Group will be able to break even in about 2 months. Then she can sort out the management structure, reorganize the management team, and start to form a new company to achieve profitability. Lu Saiyao has many plans to make money. No matter how bad they have become some downstream companies that specialize in supplying Zhou Yang and her company, and they can make a lot of money. After all, the demand for some basic components from Mensin Company and Beatty Company is very scary now. In the future, they will let their own companies supply them, and this order volume will be increased. Moreover, the profits will be made by their own companies and will not go to outsiders. This time, someone in the management team actually withdrew, so Lu Saiyao used her own small treasury to recover this part of the equity. Seeing that the new chairman was so new and had such strong funds, others stopped thinking and followed Lu Saiyao's instructions. Lu Saiyao won over the hearts of the people of Hunter Group in just over a week, which was a good start. At this time, Zhou Yang reappeared and came to the headquarters of Hunter Group to find her. "How come you disappeared for so many days? I have to call the police to find someone." The two had just parted ways and were newlyweds. They hugged each other like octopuses in the room and were very affectionate. At this time, Lu Saiyao said to Zhou Yang in a spoiled manner, "She is a fierce and powerful female chairman outside, quite like Sister Gridong. However, in front of Zhou Yang, she becomes a cute and honest girlfriend, and her gentleness is only given to Zhou Yang." Zhou Yang smiled mysteriously and said, "I have a project over there that I'm looking forward to. When the opportunity matures, I'll take you to a fun place, a place you'll never think of." "Okay, then I'll wait," Lu Saiyao said in a delicate and honest manner. She didn't ask where she was going because she knew her boyfriend had many secrets. She didn't ask those she shouldn't have asked, and Zhou Yang, who could speak, would naturally tell her. This is absolute trust in your boyfriend, and it's also an important factor between couples. People who check their subjects' phones and records every day are afraid that their subjects have done something to apologize to them. This kind of relationship will not last long and will not be stable. If a couple doesn't even have the most basic trust, it will be difficult to maintain it for a long time, and cracks will appear sooner or later. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao both trust each other and understand each other, which is why their relationship is so good. When the two of them finished the exercise and both of them were flushed, Lu Saiyao told Zhou Yang about the Hunter Group. Now she has laid off some bloated branches, which has attracted many questions, and some people say that she is a loser. So Lu Saiyao needs to prove herself through practical actions, which requires making money, so she wants. Let several home appliance companies transform into parts suppliers to supply Beatty and her Hunter Electronics, and open some supporting enterprises such as chemical and mechanical processing to supply Beatty and Mensin Automobile Company. In this way, with order volume, you can make money as quickly as possible, and then Lu Saiyao's position will be stable. "No problem, it's a small matter," Zhou Yang agreed directly. He could just explain such a small matter to General Manager Tang Lan, and Mensin Company was founded by him and Lu Saiyao in partnership. He just let Lu Saiyao arrange it himself and he didn't care. Zhou Yang's energy is focused on new product research and development, and he wants all his companies to be at the forefront of technology in the world. Lu Saiyao made up for Zhou Yang's shortcomings very well, provided excellent internal support, took on all other details of the company, and also took on art design work, so that both of their company's products had a good appearance, which was also praised by the outside world. The drawings Zhou Yang produced were all high-tech, and with the appearance designed by Lu Saiyao, they can be called a combination of two swords in the business world, with infinite power. Subsequently, Lu Saiyao transformed some companies and directly became suppliers to Beatty and Mensin companies. The originally few orders were now running at full capacity, and they directly announced that they had turned losses into profits. This became Liu Xiao's achievement. As soon as he saw the new chairman making random moves, which made Hunter Group prosperous, he was convinced and willingly supported the new chairman. Liu Xiao's business became smooth sailing, while Zhou Yang's business flourished. There was also a big news, the reason why he had been missing for more than a week, saying it would shock the world. This is a major event concerning all of humanity, and it will soon be announced to the outside world. Zhou Yang actually spent more than a week missing at the Nuclear Energy Research Institute. Last time he handed over the nuclear fusion rocket blueprints, it led to the Nuclear Energy Research Institute. Just kidding, this is a nuclear fusion device, the highest-end energy technology that the world is conquering. With nuclear fusion, humans will have the ability to soar in the solar system. This is absolutely an epic scientific research achievement. This alarmed the entire domestic expert group. Dozens of top domestic nuclear energy experts gathered together to study whether this nuclear fusion rocket was really nuclear fusion. After research, the results were mixed. The good news is that this drawing is a genuine nuclear fusion device. But the bad news is that this nuclear fusion device is a very special version. It can only be used on small thrusters such as rockets. It cannot be used to make large nuclear fusion nuclear power plants. It cannot be used for civilian power generation at present. However, this is, after all, the Earth's first commercially available nuclear fusion device, which is of great scientific research significance. Now that we have a reference, we believe that after several years of hard work, nuclear energy experts will be able to break through the relevant technologies and achieve nuclear fusion power generation. As for why Zhou Yang didn't directly exchange the drawings for a civilian nuclear fusion power station, it was because the drawings were too expensive and he couldn't afford to exchange them, so he could only exchange them for a nuclear-powered rocket to play with first. Even so, Zhou Yang became a guest of honor for nuclear energy experts, who all came to ask some professional questions. Next week Yang had to be more humble because he didn't understand those high-end nuclear energy technologies either. After all, he was a graduate student, but the course hadn't lasted long, so he couldn't answer questions from these experts. Fortunately, he used the learning card redeemed from the system, and his learning speed increased several times. In the first few days, he was still a problem baby, and he needed to ask any questions. After a few days, at least he could understand those complex formulas and understand the discussions of those experts. This is not simple. You should know that the people present are all top nuclear energy experts in the country. They can understand what they are saying, and at least they are at the level of a nuclear energy doctoral student. Zhou Yang's actual knowledge level certainly did not reach that of a nuclear energy doctor, but he was close to Zhu Zheqi and came into contact with top nuclear energy leaders. Zhou Yang's level that year was naturally much better than a group of students sitting in a classroom studying, so he made rapid progress during this period. This almost super-fast learning ability attracted the curiosity of a group of nuclear energy bosses. They thought Zhou Yang was really a talent and were tempted to accept students. They asked Zhou Yang if he wanted to study for a graduate degree with them. Although many of these big guys no longer teach, their titles are so high that they can be paired with apprentices. As long as they graduate from their studies, they can enter a nuclear energy research institute and become chief researchers. The fact that so many bigwigs are vying for a talent is so enviable. Zhou Yang humbly said that his current ability is not enough. He will wait until he studies in school and reaches the doctoral level before he can study with these big guys. If you can teach something in school, follow us. You can study in school for 2 years in a few months. You can just follow me. After one of the experts finished speaking, the other experts immediately became unhappy. What follows you? You always run around everywhere, you don't see you all day long, but it's better to follow me. I study in the laboratory every day. Why isn't studying every day 996? Do you use Xiao Zhou as an animal? Just follow me, don't delay your work, and give you plenty of freedom. Before Zhou Yang could even make a choice, several nuclear energy tycoons began to fight for Zhou Yang's right to accept apprentices. Experts, please don't argue yet. My company is a bit busy and I can't study with you every day. I'll come back to you for advice when I have some free time. Zhou Yang quickly appeased the group of experts to prevent them from hurting the peace. However, this also shows how popular Zhou Yang is. Anyway, he can get real biographies from these big guys. Zhou Yang is a high-level nuclear energy expert in my country. Zhou Yang really likes nuclear energy. This is the core energy technology for more than 100 years to come, and he will definitely have to learn it. But not now. At least until he brings the domestic science and technology industry to the top in the world, he will have time to learn and recharge his mind. Zhou Yang was studying crazy with nuclear power bosses here, so he forgot about time and spent a week there. In the next 2 days, he returned to Director She's Aerospace Institute, where the production line had begun to be prepared to work with the Nuclear Energy Research Institute to develop my country's first nuclear-powered rocket and lunar landing module. As the provider of the drawings, Zhou Yang also participated in the discussion. After the general content was finalized, it was the turn to discuss what reward to give Zhou Yang. Logically speaking, Zhou Yang provided such important drawings, which promoted the technological leap of my country's aviation industry for at least 15 years. No reward can be overstated for this achievement. Trophies and reputations are certainly indispensable, and the 5 million Scientific and Technological Progress Award is also a sure thing. However, these are very good rewards for other scientific researchers, but they are still too shabby for business elites like Zhou Yang and domestic rich people. So Director Xia promised that, on the basis of other rewards, they would all contract out all of Beatty's satellite launches in the future, and all would be launched free of charge. This promise is unacceptable. In the future, Beatty's satellite department is probably the best in the country. There is no cost to launch it, and no one in the world can compare with Beatty. However, Zhou Yang had a dream of space travel, so he asked Director Xia for a wish, which was that he would participate in the manned lunar landing program and also wanted to take his girlfriend with him. Imagine that most people on Earth can only see the moon at night, but he can see the Earth from the moon. What a romantic thing. Director Xia readily agreed. It was a small matter. If it had been a few years ago, he wouldn't have dared to agree casually, because to become an astronaut, one must go through a series of assessments, be physically strong, and if she is a lesbian, she must have given birth to children to avoid radiation in the sky that would affect fertility. However, after Zhou Yang participated in the space construction, the technology of these rockets and lunar modules provided has been ahead of the international community for more than 10 years. Now landing on the moon is relatively easy. Moreover, the lunar module provided by Zhou Yang is very comfortable and can even open up civilian lunar tourism. The institute is already discussing this matter. This tourist route will be promoted by Zhou Yang's young couple in person, and the effect will definitely be excellent. So that's how it was settled. So after Zhou Yang came back, he told Liu Xiao that he wanted to take her to a fun place, which was actually to the moon. This will take 2 years. Once the nuclear-powered rocket is built and the nuclear-powered lunar module appears, the two of them can be the first to experience the moon. The two of them have been to many places on Earth, but going to the moon was definitely a romantic trip. Not long after Zhou Yang returned, his superiors decided to disclose the research results of nuclear-powered rockets to the public in order to boost morale. Then, a shocking broadcast was made to the world through CCTV International Channel. My country's Institute of Space Research and Institute of Nuclear Energy have overcome the challenges of nuclear fusion and developed the world's first nuclear fusion rocket and lunar module. It is expected that in 2 years, the nuclear-powered rocket will be successfully developed, and a manned lunar landing will be achieved. The world was shocked when the news came out. What? Has China developed a nuclear fusion rocket? Fake news, I guess. Oh you mega, how did they do it? Is there nuclear fusion in China? They are truly unstoppable. Baga, our country is lagging behind again. When can we land on the moon? This nuclear fusion technology is the SMITA that we, South Korea, first developed. Rabbits can do it, and so can we. We need to use Ganges water as raw material, and we will also achieve a manned moon landing in 2 years. International netizens reacted differently, some praised, some envied, some ate lemons, some slandered, and of course some did not believe. But foreigners familiar with China know that China is not comparable to other countries that are prone to lying. They never lie and can do it by saying it. Although it is hard to believe that nuclear fusion actually occurs in reality, after all, the theory is feasible and it is most likely true. The foreign scientific community went crazy, and a group of scientists immediately came to China to visit nuclear fusion factories. It used to be that domestic researchers went abroad to visit and study, but now it's the other way around. However, they are not allowed to enter the actual factory area in China, so they are allowed to take a look outside. The foreign experts who are looking are extremely itchy and even look inside with their feet crossed. This cannot be blamed on domestic negligence, because that's how foreign countries treated us in the first place. Those technologies that were once leading abroad are not open to the domestic market. The technologies they provide are outdated and extremely expensive, just in an attempt to win the blame. At that time, Chinese scientists suffered so much and came through a difficult journey. Now that my country has the world's first nuclear fusion technology, it must of course reward its foreign counterparts and take a look outside the factory. This is what they did in the first place. These foreign experts, feeling guilty and unable to make any accusations, had no choice but to leave in disgrace. For a time, a wave of discussion about controlled nuclear fusion swept the world, and nuclear energy-related stocks all went crazy. In order to protect Zhou Yang, his superiors did not say that he designed the drawings, so the outside world did not know that Zhou Yang was the provider of nuclear fusion drawings. The global nuclear fusion craze is focused on China, and the companies of magnesium, once the world's #1 power, are unwilling to be ignored, so they are all trying to defraud funds. The famous Tesla company was completely defeated by Mensin Automobile in the flying car project. Their Fission automobile was originally scheduled to be launched in 2 years, but they were pessimistic and found that the technology they had not yet launched and the technology that Mensin Automobile had already sold was not strong, and it was too late to conduct further research. It can only be said that Fission Automobile died before it was launched. Fission Automobile, which had once been highly anticipated, wanted to lead Tesla to victory and regain the lost new energy vehicle market, but under the resistance of Mensin Company, it undoubtedly failed. Their horse boss couldn't afford to eat, so after studying with his staff, he quickly decided on a plan. They want to cut off the Fission car project and catch up with the current hottest nuclear fusion craze. They want to advocate the launch of nuclear fusion cars and use nuclear fusion rockets to send everyone to Mars to play. Painting cakes is a common trick used by Boss Ma, and he wants to use this trick to make money this time. Soon, Tesla held a press conference, where he announced the big news. Tesla will launch nuclear-powered cars and a Mars tourism plan, which will be realized in the near future. We are now launching crowdfunding and hope that everyone will actively invest money. This is fishing from a straight hook. The willing person takes the bait, and it is obvious that there is a big picture. Many people are waiting and watching. Seeing that no one was taking the bait, Boss Ma used the old-fashioned method and began to belittle his competitors, which made it easier for his ideas to be implemented. As a result, derogatory remarks about the White Emperor flying car began to appear on the internet, saying that flying cars were useless. This is the water army arranged by Tesla, which mainly devalues the existence of flying cars. This way, everyone starts to hate flying cars, so the cars of Mensin Company cannot be sold, and no one cares about the cow that Tesla once boasted about. Mensin Company's official account responded directly to such remarks. Flying cars are not useless, they provide everyone with a new option. Airplanes are much faster than cars, and more people pull them, so why haven't cars been phased out yet? The reason is that cars have their unique advantages, they save money on a single trip and are convenient for travel and parking. Even if the plane is fast, the whole family has to go to the airport to check in and board the plane. Even if the wealthy have private jets, they still need to build an airport first. And cars can park anywhere, which is where cars are better than airplanes. The same is true for flying cars, they are just a new mode of transportation. If you have to go through places with no roads or traffic congestion and there is no airport, then the best mode of transportation is flying cars. Flying cars are not useless, but they are not used by ordinary people. However, for those who can use them, this is the best car product at this stage. You can take a look at our company's user feedback. On Mensin's official website, many flying car users have left messages, and most of them are satisfied with the flying cars. These people generally have a characteristic, that is, they have multiple cars at home, and ordinary cars are sufficient for travel. However, if it is an emergency and they need to get to another destination quickly, then flying cars are much better than ordinary cars. Flying cars are not cheap after all, so if you want a mobility scooter, then just buy a Nirvana 01 or 02. It is only recommended to buy a flying car if you have rich money and a hobby. In the flying car forum, someone proposed of flying. The reason why cars cannot replace them is taking shortcuts and driving in no man's land where there are no roads. For example, the two cities are separated by mountains. If you want to go there, you can only take a winding mountain road. If you have a cute flying car, you can just drive directly over the forest. In no man's land, where there are no accessible roads, flying cars are not affected. Moreover, flying cars are faster and safer than normal cars, since there is very little in the air to block them. The only thing to watch out for is the impact of the flying birds and the drones. But this is also difficult to defeat flying cars, which have ultrasonic waves to drive away birds and can also detect drones in advance to evade them. Anyway, everyone is looking forward to the day when flying cars are allowed in China. At this time, it is the turn of domestic netizens to retort to foreigners, why don't you drive flying cars? Is it impossible to make it? Is it not allowed by the state? It is still under ban abroad, and flying cars are not allowed, otherwise you will go to jail. Flying cars cannot be managed as effectively abroad as they are at home, so they are banned. Now, foreign countries are like those that have closed themselves off and followed the old path of the Qing dynasty. My country is becoming more and more open, and will open up pilot programs for flying cars in the second half of the year, allowing all Chinese people to travel by flying car. Anyway, TE's slander tactics did not work, and Zhou Yang did not pay attention to them. His men helped him solve the public opinion crisis. And he started busy again. He came to Jiankang Pharmaceutical because a new product had been launched here. Last year, Zhou Yang took on the task of developing nanorobots. He exchanged the drawings from the system and handed them over to Jiankang Pharmaceutical and Beatty Company for research together. Finally, after more than half a year of development, the product on the drawings was mass-produced. This nanorobot requires extremely high specification manufacturing processes, which my country's manufacturing processes were simply not up to par before. In fact, more than half a year has been spent developing production equipment. The National Health Commission has provided very high support for this medical research project and sent experts from multiple disciplines to help. Finally, after the joint efforts of experts from all walks of life, qualified production equipment was finally manufactured. Just a few days ago, the production line successfully produced the first batch of nanomedical robots. The robot looks like a capsule design, like an ordinary capsule medicine, but inside it is a complex of nanorobots. The nanorobots produced this time are definitely the world's first. They can allow nano-level robots to enter the human body and use scanning tunneling microscopy to obtain structural information of cell membranes and cell surfaces, and perform cell-level treatment and repair. This nanorobot can be used in conjunction with other medical devices to deliver precise strikes against cancerous and tumor cells. Jiankong Pharmaceutical has already announced that it has conquered malignant tumors. Now, with the addition of nanorobots, treating malignant tumors is no longer difficult. Another relatively easy application is nanoadhesive robots. If it is a condition such as a fracture, the nanorobot only needs to enter the target area to repair bone cracks or muscle tissue fractures with the medicine it carries. This is suitable for athletes and is very beneficial for restoring sports injuries. Nanorobots can also be used in cardiovascular fields. Previous cardiovascular surgeries were high-risk surgeries that could quickly endanger the patient's life if the blood vessels fail to rupture. Some people are in poor health and are not suitable for surgery. In the past, doctors recommended conservative treatment for this condition, but in many cases they were just waiting to die. Now we have nanorobots. As long as the robot reaches the blocked capillaries, it will help clear the embolism in the heart and brain blood vessels. In this way, patients can even cure the disease without surgery, and the damage to the body is minimal. If there is acute internal bleeding, it can also be repaired with nanorobots without surgery. The dedicated nanorobots will locate the damaged blood vessels and instantly form a strong adhesive complex to plug the vascular loopholes, buying time for the patient and facilitating subsequent treatment. These are all specific applications of nanorobots, and these need to be applied to different types of nanorobots and need to be manufactured separately. Currently, the nanorobots jointly manufactured by Beatty and Jiankong Pharmaceutical are used for clearing emboli from cardiovascular and cerebrovascular systems. Cerebral infarction and myocardial infarction are more common in the elderly, and the elderly are not as healthy as young people. Surgery is much more dangerous to them. So if nanorobots are used at this time, patients can be treated without surgery. Because there is no precedent for nanorobots before, although robots have been manufactured, there is no data on their specific effects yet, and experiments need to be conducted. After receiving a call from his own technician, Zhou Yang rushed back to Beatty Company and saw the world's first nanorobot product on the production line. Zhou Yang looked at the capsule-like packaging in his hand, which contained a huge amount of nanorobots. This one was for oral administration. Later, an injectable version will be produced, which mixes nanorobots and glucose and injects them into the human body through an intravenous injection. The specific type of drug used depends on the actual treatment effect. Although it has been made here, everyone is unsure whether this nanorobot can treat diseases from a microscopic perspective, just like the effect shown on the drawings. It's a mule or a horse, about to be pulled out and slipped away. Zhou Yang then called the Health Commission and asked them to arrange an experiment. Director Luo of the Health Commission rushed over as soon as possible. When he saw the nanorobot capsule, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The surface was invisible, and he had to use an electron microscope to see the morphology of these nanorobots clearly. These nanorobots resemble a long, strip-shaped structure, like a long cell, but with distinct edges and corners, unlike the morphology of traditional cells. The nanorobots have tiny motors at the rear that can propel the robot to swim. Moreover, the nanorobots also have guidance and positioning devices that can quickly guide them to the affected area based on external device signals. The ability to create artificial robots at the nanometer level is a very novel setting in science fiction novels. As a result, nanorobots appeared in the 2020s, and it felt that the world had an unreal feeling. That's amazing. Director Luo was amazed. He felt that he was no longer capable. Although he had a master's degree, he had no understanding of nanorobots. He felt that the world's technology was progressing too fast. He had to go for further studies, otherwise he would be eliminated. However, Director Luo looked at Zhou Yang nearby. The frequent outbreak of high-tech in China during this period was mostly related to the young man in front of him. Ultimately, Zhou Yang is still amazing. One person and one company have elevated my country's technological level to a level that is admired by the world. Director Luo had no time to express his feelings. He immediately reported to the above authorities and tested the nanorobots at the fastest possible speed. He went back and worked through the night to complete the nanorobots test schedule. The first step, of course, was to conduct animal experiments, using mice. If the mice were successful, then the monkeys were used for experiments. After the monkeys have also been tested correctly, the human experiment will be conducted last. We need to find some volunteers, have them take nanorobot capsules, treat them, and see if there are any toxic side effects. Although no experiments have been conducted yet, superiors remain optimistic about nanorobots. This is not an ordinary drug test. It does not contain substances that are obviously toxic to the human body and will most likely pass the test. Next, Shangta dispatched a professional testing team to assist Jiankong Pharmaceutical and Beatty Company in conducting the tests. This test will take at least several months and involve multiple sets of controlled tests. If successful, my country's medical industry will enter a new chapter. As for its place in the world medical community, it can be said that it has already stood at the top of the world's medical field. Having previously announced the victory over malignant tumors, the Chinese medical community has become an object of admiration abroad. But if nanorobots appear now, then there is no doubt that the motherland will be the boss of world medicine. By then, foreign medical workers will be proud to continue their studies in China. At the same time, the textbooks of medical schools in China need to be comprehensively revised because the textbooks used by many disciplines for more than 10 or 20 years have changed in content. It is because of the existence of Jiankong Pharmaceutical, a magical company, that the current situation of my country's medical industry has been changed. Next, these testing teams will work overtime to test the nanorobots. Zhou Yang is not a medical expert. After explaining this, he went to work on other things. Shortly afterward, he received a large gift, which delighted him greatly. Zhou Yang, the gift for you has already left. Please arrange a pickup. The person who called Zhou Yang was the deputy president of the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, and this time they gave Zhou Yang another plane. This time, the plane is a luxury business plane. Zhou Yang wanted to build a business plane himself, but was stopped by General Qi. It was too extravagant to arrange a production line just to get an airplane. Zhou Yang's contribution to the Aviation Industry Corporation could no longer be measured in words, so General Manager Qi applied to the above and gave Zhou Yang a business plane. Coincidentally, their company had just been building a business jet, which was originally intended to be a royal aircraft for a foreign head of state. However, the other party did not rush to ask for it. With a wave of his hand, the leader directly modified it and gave it to Zhou Yangkai, which was a way of repaying his favor. So after the aircraft was lightly modified, it took off from Shenzhen and landed at the airport within the Beatty Company in Shenzhen. Of course, Zhou Yang had to come and welcome the grand gift given to him in person. His eyes widened as the plane landed, and he had no idea that his gift was so valuable and so beautiful. General Manager Qi, who had come to deliver gifts, got off the plane, shook hands warmly with Zhou Yang, and then gave Zhou Yang some information about the plane. This is a business model ideal for small and medium-sized companies or private use, and can carry up to 18 passengers. The aircraft is equipped with two engines developed by Beatty, with a total thrust of 196 kN. The cabin design is flexible and practical, and the seats and facilities can be adjusted as needed. The aircraft is 35 meters long, has a wingspan of 35 meters, is 12 meters high, weighs 47 tons, has a maximum speed of 1,250 km per hour, a maximum flight altitude of 12,500 meters, and a range of 13,200 kilometers. The aircraft has a beautiful appearance, and the wings have upward curving parts, making it look upscale. Zhou Yang got a new gift, so of course he had to go up and take a look. When I came up, I was shocked again. There are many functional areas in this aircraft. It has normal business seating and a bedroom with a bed, so it's fine for 3 people to sleep in it. In addition to the toilet, there is even a small bathtub on the plane. If you have a long flight, you can take a bath in it without any problem. There is also a small entertainment room on the plane where you can watch TV, play video games, sing karaoke, etc. The space here is even large enough to fit a pool table or a mahjong machine. Being able to play mahjong on an airplane is probably a dream for many people, but as long as you own this airplane, you can realize your dream. Seeing this exaggerated configuration, Zhou Yang had already estimated in his mind that the aircraft cost at least several hundred million. How much does this plane cost? Zhou Yang asked. Don't worry about how much money you have, do you like it or not? If you don't like it, I'll give you another one later. General Manager Qi was really bold in his words. He didn't even say he would take it back, but just sent another one to Zhou Yang. This private jet, worth hundreds of millions of yuan, can be delivered at will, which is enough to witness Zhou Yang's position in their company's eyes. Like it? Of course I like it. Zhou Yang smiled and thanked him again. He took the favor. Zhou Yang entered the cab, sat down, fiddled with it, and quickly figured out how to operate it. Zhou Yang has obtained a flight license and can fly planes. Many people have taken their driver's licenses and haven't touched the steering wheel in years. Zhou Yang was similar. He obtained a flight license and had not been in the cockpit of an airplane for almost a year. Now that he finally has his own plane, he can live out his airplane addiction. But now was not the time. He got off the plane and planned to entertain General Qi. General Engineer Qi came to Beatty to provide guidance. As the country's top aircraft manufacturing expert, it would be very beneficial for the company to provide guidance. When he was picking up the air and dust for General Manager Qi at night, General Manager Qi asked Zhou Yang to name his plane, which was also a common practice, or call it the 9 days. Zhou Yang said, His name always has a meaning, and General Manager Chi praised it. Soaring in the 9 heavens is a good name. I hope you can ride on this 9 heavens in the future and continue to create more amazing technology for our country. Must. Zhou Yang then took up his wine glass to honor Qigong. A few days later, after Qigong left, Zhou Yang couldn't wait to find Lu Xiao and take her on a plane to experience his family. This time she was going on a business trip, so Zhou Yang personally flew her there. He said he was traveling thousands of miles to see off his girlfriend, but Zhou Yang also wanted to overcome his addiction to flying. To be on the safe side, Zhou Yang was accompanied by an experienced co-pilot. They then applied for the waterway. After completing the formalities, Zhou Yang took the driver's seat, checked the various instrument accessories, and prepared to take off. Because of aviation industry regulations, family members are not allowed to enter the cab, so Lu Xiao is temporarily waiting outside. During the takeoff phase, the co-pilot provided guidance, then watched Zhou Yang skillfully operate and smoothly control the aircraft to take off and leave the ground. Whew! Zhou Yang looked at the smaller and smaller ground objects and took a deep breath. This felt great. Driving a plane by yourself is definitely different from the experience of flying. Just like riding in a car and driving, there is also an inexplicable feeling of feeling good about flying. Perhaps men are born to like to control new and exciting things. Riding a bicycle as a child and driving cars and airplanes as adults are probably the dreams of many men. Zhou Yang has driven cars, even flying cars and helicopters, and now he has finally completed the achievement of driving passenger planes. After experiencing it for a while, Zhou Yang set it to autonomous driving state, and then let the co-pilot watch, and then he went to the cabin to accompany his girlfriend. How about it? Zhou Yang came over and asked with a smile. Very good, we won't have to squeeze into planes anymore. Lu Xiao said happily that she liked the plane very much. This time, Lu Xiao also took 4 of her subordinates on a business trip, but they were all very knowledgeable and interesting. They sat in their seats and wore headphones. Some closed their eyes and fell asleep, not listening or looking, which was definitely not the same as the light bulbs of the 2 bosses. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao no longer showed their affection in front of their subordinates, but went directly to the entertainment room, where they hugged each other and watched a movie. They've been so busy lately that they haven't had much time together, so they cherish the time in front of them. Zhou Yang is busy with her own business. Almost every company is developing new products, while Lu Xiao is busy with the affairs of Hunta Group. At present, the group's business is gradually getting on the right track, which is not in vain. She often works overtime during this period. After watching an extended movie, they arrived at their destination. Zhou Yang confessed his guilt, returned to the cockpit, and controlled the plane to land. Once the plane landed successfully, it followed the airport instructions and docked at the designated location. Zhou Yang took off his headphones and went to the cabin to take his girlfriend off the plane. Lu Xiao and her subordinates had packed their bags, got off the plane through the steps, and then entered the airport exit. Here, Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao bid farewell. Lu Xiao will be working locally for a while, and Zhou Yang will be flying back, so I bid her farewell. After a kiss, Lu Xiao whispered, "You must be good. When I go back, you are not allowed to get involved in any trouble." Am I that kind of person? Zhou Yang said. I know you're not, just kidding, don't be so busy working overtime every day, pay attention to your health, after all, you're not an 18-year-old boy anymore. Lu Xiao looked at Zhou Yang's handsome face and said with care, "Well, you too, watch your body." The two said goodbye reluctantly, and finally Zhou Yang watched Lu Xiao drag her suitcase out of the airport. This brief separation was for a future reunion. When Zhou Yang flew home, he silently thought to himself that he must speed up the progress of his career. Once his career is on the right track as soon as possible, he can solemnly marry his beloved. After this day, Zhou Yang once again accelerated the research and development process, and various high-tech technologies emerged one after another, allowing the Chinese people to witness the speed of the White Emperor once again. After Zhou Yang had a great time flying his own plane, he went to the University of Science and Technology to continue his studies. During his further studies, he began the Big Bang model of science and technology. He took out various advanced drawings without any money, gave part of them to his own company for research and development and production, and gave the other part to various official departments, allowing the national science and technology industry to iterate rapidly. Zhou Yang's achievements in high technology can no longer be measured in words. He has long been the most important scientific and technological pioneer in my country. Zhou Yang also knew that his usual excuse, that friend from the Overseas Research Institute, was actually to cover his ears and steal the bell. Even netizens don't quite believe it, let alone the official one with more comprehensive information. The authorities have conducted private investigations more than once, and there is no such so-called research institute abroad. If there is, with the contributions of this institute in various disciplines, it has long been the world's #1 scientific research institution. It will definitely not be unknown, and it will not selflessly give away the world's only scientific research results to Zhou Yang without them publishing them themselves. Therefore, people in the domestic academic community all know that the friend Zhou Yang is talking about is actually himself. As for why Zhou Yang is still taking master's degree courses, the drawings he produced are world-class. It can only be said that he is extremely talented. Some people even suspect that my country's national transport has arrived, and aliens or a certain traveler have passed on various high-tech technologies to the country through Zhou Yang. Whether it's aliens or time travelers, people in the circle know that protecting Zhou Yang is enough, and the country will have a continuous supply of high-tech in the future. Zhou Yang is so important to our country that his superiors will not ignore him. After being instructed by a certain leader, the highest level of personal security measures were arranged for Zhou Yang. One day at Hust, Zhou Yang was still in class. After class, the classroom was surrounded by people. Some people outside the school heard that Zhou Yang was here, so they came here to surround him. Some of them wanted to ask Zhou Yang for some money, some wanted to become famous and took photos with their mobile phones, but they could become famous if they made any mistakes with Zhou Yang. There were also many people who just came to watch the fun, about 20 people. This kind of battle is also common in Hust, because Zhou Yang's fame is here, and he is often surrounded and blocked when he goes out on the street. Zhou Yang, could you please interview me? Zhou Yang, look here. Boss Zhou, borrow some money to spend. Zhou Yang didn't want to go out because of the 7-tongue shouting of these people. To be honest, these people were quite rude and almost broke through the door. Zhou Yang's classmates naturally protected this idol. They spontaneously formed a human wall at the door to prevent outsiders from entering. However, when people outside couldn't get in, they started to use violence and abuse. They squeezed in hard and saw screams echoing in an explosion, saying something was about to happen. Suddenly, more than 30 people came from the back, one pressing one, and brought these troublemakers outside the school under control. These mysterious people were all very strong, with knotted muscles under their shirts. Those outside the school couldn't even struggle and were taken away. The scene quickly quieted down, and only then did the school security guard arrive late. These people were not arranged by Zhou Yang, but Zhou Yang felt a familiar aura from these mysterious people, and it seemed that they were sent by his superiors to protect him. After school in Zhou Yang at noon, an acquaintance suddenly came to see him. "Hello Zhou Yang, I'm John Kong." This person reported himself to the family right after he came up, so he didn't actually need to report that Zhou Yang knew him. This John Kong was the bodyguard who had protected him in the emirate. Clearing away the idle people at the classroom door is his and his colleagues' masterpiece. "Hello, John Kong." Zhou Yang shook hands with him happily. John Kong told him about something and needed a quiet place. Zhou Yang then took John Kong to his own one-room dormitory. Arriving in the dormitory, John Kong and his colleagues conducted a routine inspection of the dormitory and found no eavesdropping or surveillance devices. However, John Kong looked out the window and quickly noticed something suspicious, so he asked his colleagues outside to pay attention. Soon, colleagues outside used special equipment to shoot down an unregistered drone. The drone was wandering outside Zhou Yang's dormitory. Moreover, this was a high-end foreign product and could not be bought through normal channels. It was definitely not released casually. When it was shot down, it was found that the internal chip of the drone had been burned, making it impossible for them to investigate. No need to ask, this drone must be used by someone with ulterior motives to monitor Zhou Yang. Therefore, it is clear that sending John Kong to protect him was the right decision. After clearing the danger, John Kong drew the curtains and released the electronic interference, then said to Zhou Yang, "Hello, Comrade Zhou Yang, I came to protect you on the orders of my superiors. In the future, my security team will provide you with close protection 24 hours a day. Please cooperate. All future travel plans must be informed to our security team in advance. We need our consent before we can travel. Forgive me if I've restricted your freedom, but if you feel we're uncomfortable, you'll need to go to your superiors and request that we be removed. We don't have the authority to leave your area without permission." This time, John Kong actually had to provide close protection all day long, and his security team always had 30 people on hand. If more people were needed, they could call for support. Their security team is divided into a technical team and a service team, and operates a 3-shift schedule. Zhou Yang can rest, but the security team must ensure that someone is always by Zhou Yang's side to protect him. For one of the most important figures in my country's high-tech industry, Zhou Yang's security is top-notch, even more exaggerated than the security level of many leaders. When Professor Qian returned to China, General Maiguo once said that Professor Qian was responsible for 5 divisions on his own, and Zhou Yang is now close to that level. He is worth more than tens of millions of scientific researchers on his own, so having such protection specifications is definitely sufficient. Okay, I get it. Zhou Yang also discovered that there were always some people watching around him, and his home was often trampled on. If it weren't for De Wang watching the house, it is estimated that the family would have been pushed through the threshold by spies long ago. Not only is there surveillance and theft of secrets, but there are even people who are against him and want to assassinate him, so someone needs to protect him, which is definitely a good thing. They say that technology knows no borders, but politicians do. When Zhou Yang affected their interests, this group of people regarded Zhou Yang as a thorn in their side and wanted to harm him. The earth is by no means flat now, especially in the process of China and magnesium competing for the top spot on Blue Star. The invisible conflict is particularly intense. Zhou Yang has no intention of doing anything. With someone to protect him, he can devote more energy to his work. Zhou Yang did not reject Zhang Kang's arrangement. He even thanked his leaders for valuing him so much. After all, it is estimated that few people in the country enjoy this level of protection. However, Zhou Yang still had a question. He asked how the people who had caused trouble outside the classroom had handled it. Zhou Yang couldn't help but think that his level of protection was so high, so those people wouldn't be sentenced to 10 or 8 years because of him, right? That would be too unfair. Zhou Yang was clearly overthinking it. Zhang Kang explained, those people have been handed over to the police station, mainly for criticism and education. If some of them make too much of a fuss, they will be detained for a few days. Okay, but if I go to my girlfriend's house, will you guys follow me? Zhou Yang is more concerned about this issue. After all, he always needs some privacy. Zhang Kang explained, as long as it is in a safe environment, we will not set foot in your room, although we are at ease. When necessary, we will release noise prevention measures to block out sound and will not disclose your privacy. That's good. Zhou Yang has lowered his mind. When he and Lu Xiao roll the sheets, they will no longer feel embarrassed. He then asked Zhang Kang about the food and accommodation of their team. Zhang Kang replied that their team was responsible for their own food and drink, and if they stayed in the dormitory, the general environment would not be closely protected face to face. For example, in the school dormitory, they would arrange people to be on duty outside the door, or outside the window or next door. Unless necessary, they would not show up to make Zhou Yang feel uncomfortable. As for Zhou Yang's own diet, they were responsible for checking it starting from noon. They needed to test the poison of what Zhou Yang ate in advance. So when ordering takeout in the future, Zhou Yang will not be able to take it and eat it. Zhang Kang's colleagues will need to conduct a poison test first. However, security technology is not backward now. These food inspections do not require going to the laboratory. You only need to take some ingredients and drop the test reagent to know whether they are toxic, which does not delay meals. So the meals had to be checked at noon today. To avoid trouble, Zhou Yang didn't go out and ask Zhang Kang and the others to provide him with a working meal as well. Zhou Yang is not picky about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. A big boss like him who is on the rich list can solve a meal with instant noodles and sausages when he is busy, and he will not feel ashamed. After all, although Zhou Yang became rich, his own cultivation was still shaped during his diligent and studious university years. He never felt that being rich made him superior. So this noon, Zhou Yang had dinner with Zhang Kang. Their meals are all self-heating military food, similar to pre-prepared meals, but there is absolutely no technology or hard work involved, and the flavors are diverse, no less than those made in some small shops. So Zhou Yang felt that eating it was better than eating in the school cafeteria, and he would take advantage of Zhang Kang's work meals in the future. Another point is that Zhang Kang's squad is responsible for their own salary, food, clothing, and expenses, and Zhou Yang does not have to pay for it. His superiors specially assigned him a security platoon, and no one else has this honor. So from that day on, Zhang Kang and his colleagues began to follow Zhou Yang in an inseparable manner. He was attending class at school, and security personnel were also listening in the corner of the classroom. Outside the classroom at this time, there were also security personnel on the roof and other locations, using the naked eye and radar to detect problems. If problems were found, they would clear them immediately, and even use firearms when necessary. They wanted to ensure Zhou Yang's absolute safety, because this was the task assigned by the chief. After a few days of adjustment, Zhou Yang got used to Zhang Kang and the others being by his side and did not interfere too much with his life. After a period of intensive study, Zhou Yang temporarily left the University of Science and Technology and returned to Shenzhen with the security team for the first time. When he brought Zhang Kang to Beatty Company, the company staff were very curious about when the boss would ask for such a stern personal assistant, only to later discover that it was actually a bodyguard. They thought this was normal. After all, the position of their own boss was so important that they had to be on guard. Zhou Yang then devoted himself to the intense work, and Zhang Kang's impression of him gradually changed. It turned out that he thought Zhou Yang was the kind of rich young man. After all, he was rich. Zhang Kang had a lot of contact with him, and there was always some arrogance in rich men, but they couldn't feel arrogant in Zhou Yang. Instead, Zhou Yang was very humble. He was consistent with their team members in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. He never made any special arrangements, didn't smoke, and rarely drank. This was definitely a role model for businessmen. Moreover, Zhou Yang is not as fatigued when studying and working. He rarely goes to bed before 11 o'clock and does not go for entertainment. At school, it is just classrooms, dormitories, and canteens. In the company, he constantly switches between working in the lower workshop and the office, and he maintains abundant energy even after working a day, which makes John Kong and his team members admire him. Only then did they realize that Joe Yang's success was no accident. He was already a wealthy man in the wealthy side, and he was working so hard, but his food and clothing were very ordinary. These young businessmen, these team members had only met Joe Yang once. These team members were arranged by their superiors to protect Joe Yang at the beginning, but after more contact, they found that Joe Yang treated them as friends, did not call or drink, and did not show any disgust. Some necessary security checks delayed Joe Yang's travel, and Joe Yang never complained. This respect won the favor of all the security team members. Later, they were all conquered by Joe Yang's personality charm and consciously protected him. If a critical incident really occurs, they are willing to use their bodies to block bullets from the target as bodyguards sent by the organization. If it was before, they would block bullets out of professional ethics, but now, the team members will help Joe Yang block the damage from the bottom of their hearts. Joe Yang is not only a good person, but also plays an important role in my country's scientific and technological development. These team members all feel the importance of their tasks, so they are now working meticulously and will never be careless at all. Within 2 weeks, they handled more than 30 incidents of various sizes related to Joe Yang, ensuring Joe Yang's safety. More than 20 days have passed since John Kong arrived at Joe Yang's side. During these days, Joe Yang usually lives in seclusion and goes out on business trips. He tries to choose to travel by private plane, which can better ensure his safety. After all, there are no outsiders to guard against on private planes. When having a tryst with his girlfriend Lu Xiao, these people were waiting outside the room or building, and they were also very tight-lipped, did not squint, and tried to protect themselves in secret so that Lu Xiao would not feel uncomfortable. John Kong and others also tried their best to give Joe Yang a certain degree of freedom while ensuring safety. More than 20 days later, news came from the nanorobots. After a cycle of guinea pig experiments, the nanorobots have passed the guinea pig experiments. The mice lie very well, so it is concluded that the harm of nanorobots to organisms is negligible. This basically proves that nanorobots have become robots at the nanometer level alone can win all the world's famous awards. Even if they fail the final test and cannot be made into medical robots, they can still be applied to the military or industry. This is absolutely black technology and a new direction for the future development of microelectronics and robots. Joe Yang accidentally became the founder of a new industry again. Strange, why say again? Later, Joe Yang was invited by the National Health Commission to give a speech on nanorobots at a conference. Joe Yang was on a business trip to the capital for a meeting, and John Kong and the others accompanied him. When it came to the conference, Joe Yang discovered that it was a small-scale academic conference with only about 200 participants. Don't look at the small number of attendees, but most of the people sitting below are old medical experts with gray hair, and some are medical experts familiar to the public. It turns out that this medical conference brought together experts and scholars from major hospitals and well-known medical schools across the country to listen to Joe Yang talk about the most cutting-edge nanorobotics technology in the domestic medical community. This technology is expected to begin to be rolled out domestically after passing testing this year. These medical experts are the latest batch students. Once they learn how to use nanorobots, they can go back to treat patients, or open special nanorobot courses in schools to cultivate more medical talents in nanorobots. These medical experts all know the medical changes brought about by nanorobots and respect Joe Yang with awe. So after Joe Yang took the stage, these respected old scholars stood up and applauded. Together they welcomed Joe Yang, a young entrepreneur who has made outstanding contributions to the medical field. Hello experts. Joe Yang himself was very humble and returned the favor to many old medical experts at the conference. He was the absolute protagonist of this conference, the leader who presided over the meeting. After saying a few opening remarks, he handed the scene over to Joe Yang and asked him to talk about the applications and prospects of nanorobots in medicine. After all, nanorobots will become another powerful tool in the medical community in the future, better able to help doctors treat patients. The previous Western medical methods were still very primitive. They cut off any pain that was treated and any that was not treated well, or replaced them. They were simple and rough, which brought considerable pain and suffering to the patients. This barbaric era of Western medicine is coming to an end. With nanorobot technology, patients can be treated at the microscopic level. Many diseases that were previously incurable have new hope. Next, Joe Yang explained to everyone the uses and prospects of medical nanorobots. Nanorobots are today's most cutting-edge technology and the most tempting project in biology. Currently, Jiankang Pharmaceutical and Beatty Electric Company jointly produce medical nanorobots of various types. There are nanorobots that promote bone healing, nanorobots that assist in the treatment of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, and targeted positioning robots that guide the treatment of malignant tumors. Jiankang Pharmaceutical has now developed as many as 7 types of nanorobots, which will be put into the market after passing the test. For each type of nanorobot, there are corresponding usage procedures and specifications. When purchasing nanorobots, instructions will be randomly provided, and there will be technicians to assist the National Health Commission in running professional training courses to train medical workers across the country. Medical universities also need to arrange for teachers to study and learn about this latest cutting-edge medical technology. Zhou Yang introduced several nanorobots that are now available, as well as their microscopic animations when treating diseases. Experts can see these small nanorobots inside human tissue cells, helping the body heal and promoting treatment. Nanorobots are not a miracle drug, but medicine will be inseparable from them in the future. Even nanorobots will develop into a huge emerging discipline. According to Zhou Yang's conception and classification, they produced the first generation of nanorobots. The first generation of nanorobots is an organic combination of biology and mechanics. These nanorobots can be injected into human blood vessels or taken orally through the digestive system into the bloodstream for physical examinations and treatments. It can also repair human organs, perform cosmetic surgery, and remove small areas of harmful cells from designated locations. It is even possible to modify DNA, install normal DNA in genes, and combine it with other medical means. In the future, humans can treat some genetic diseases at the genetic level. This is definitely an epic improvement for human medicine. For example, patients with epilepsy, color blindness, etc. inherited from their families will not be helpless, and nanorobots will have the chance to cure them. And this is only the first generation of nanorobot products. By the second generation of nanorobots, Zhou Yang estimates that they can be directly assembled from the atomic or molecular level into nanoscale molecular robots with specific functions. Such nanorobots are smaller in size and can perform more delicate operations on their own, such as going deep into the interior of cells and repairing cells or neural tissue without destroying other tissues. Once this level is reached, there is hope for a cure for some previously incurable brain and neurological diseases. For example, patients with mental illness who previously couldn't even understand the pathogenesis of mental illness can now have second-generation nanorobots that can penetrate deep into brain cells and, by comparing them with normal cells, identify the causes of mental illness. They also hope to be able to treat special symptoms such as depression and autism. This is far from the end of nanorobots' capabilities. When the third generation of nanorobots appears, they will subvert previous medical concepts. It will contain nanocomputers inside. Each nanobot is an intelligent robot that can not only autonomously treat diseases through AI, but also realize human-robot dialogue. Through some special programs, this nanobot can even understand the body what it says. Wherever there is a problem, the nanobot will rush to treat it. At this stage, it is even possible to research nanorobots specifically for traditional Chinese medicine, which can treat the human body through the angles of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Nanorobots will also lead traditional Chinese medicine to new heights. Hiss! When Zhou Yang finished speaking, all the experts in the audience had already gasped. This sounded like science fiction. Can nanorobots really reach this level? That way, medicine cannot be said to be an advancement, it can be said to be a subversion of cognition. When nanorobots are fully developed, the current level of medicine is simply unbearable to watch. Kidney amputation and arm amputation will become a thing of the past. Nanorobots can replace damaged kidney cells at the cellular and molecular levels. Even the fourth generation of nanorobots will urgently replace the functions of some organs, temporarily allow the patient to maintain physiological functions. At that time, relying on cloning technology, patients could easily clone a healthy organ of their own. At that time, a kidney could be replaced, and there was even hope that a liquid nanorobot could be directly injected into the body. The nanorobot would directly form a new organ in the body to replace the original broken or defective organ, and the patient would not need to be cut or amputated. Thinking about how doctors in the future can have such powerful treatment methods, the medical experts in the audience feel their hearts surging. However, they also feel old. They have been doctors all their lives and their medical methods have not changed much. However, the next 10 years will be a period of renewal in the medical field. Many of the original medical methods will be eliminated and replaced by more advanced nanorobotics technology. After Zhou Yang finished his report, the audience was filled with discussion. Seeing that everyone was eager to try, the leader asked Zhou Yang what he meant. After being recognized, he announced that the following was a question and answer session. If there were any related questions about nanorobots, you could ask them. Mr. Zhou Yang, when will the generations of nanorobots you mentioned be realized? At this moment, an expert stood up and asked. Zhou Yang replied, the first generation of nanorobots is currently being tested. If it goes well, they will pass the test in 6 months and then start training. It is expected that in 1 to 2 years, they can be promoted from pilot hospitals to large and medium-sized hospitals across the country. As for the second generation of nanorobots, it will take some time for our science and technology to develop, and it is expected to be realized in 3 to 5 years, while the third generation of nanorobots is expected to be realized in 6 to 9 years, and the fourth generation of nanorobots will probably be realized in 10 to 15 years. The expert nodded solemnly, and suddenly it felt like their medical industry was about to change. The expert sat down, and then another female doctor stood up and asked, "Excuse me, Zhou Yang, will nanorobots develop into higher forms in the future?" Zhou Yang nodded slightly, then made remarks that shocked the four people, and later generations even hailed it as a divine prophecy. Zhou Yang then answered the expert's questions. At present, my country's science and technology has entered a period of explosive growth, and the fourth industrial revolution has already taken shape. By then, science and technology will develop too fast in the future. Maybe in 1 or 2 decades, more advanced technologies will replace nanorobots. Without more advanced technologies and the smooth development of nanorobots, I personally believe that it will not be limited to the 4th generation of products, and may even have the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th generations. Once it reaches its peak, the human body can even retain consciousness and, after aging, regenerate a new body, at which point the human lifespan will exceed 200 years. This body is not necessarily in a flesh and blood state, it can be in any form. There is a saying in the gaming world called, "Flesh and blood are weak," and mechanical ascension means that the body is too weak and needs to be transformed into a mechanical body to be redeemed. In the future, humans will be physically restricted, needing to breathe oxygen, water and food, and not be hot or cold. The living environment will be quite harsh, which will affect humans' exploration of the mysteries of the universe. So later astronauts, or volunteers, would modify themselves, retaining only consciousness, while the body became steel or even other irregular forms. The bodies composed of these new materials are not afraid of acid and alkali corrosion, cosmic rays, or high and low temperatures. This body is composed of tens of billions of nanorobots, which means that every human cell has independent consciousness and can be directed by the brain at any time. Not to mention its infinite power. Even if it can breathe fire with its mouth, it can shake its hands and discharge electricity, which is similar to the state of a superhero. This is also the application of nanorobots. In short, it will have an impact not only in medical fields, but also on various technologies. Zhou Yang's words immediately silenced the audience. This is no longer just a medical outlook, but even includes new forms that humanity as a whole is showing under the influence of nanorobots and other technologies. Human technology is far from reaching this level. Even some science fiction novels dare not write like this for fear of being sprayed to death by readers. But Zhou Yang believes that this is a possible situation. In the next 200 to 500 years, humans may reach this level, and birth, old age, illness, and death will become rare in the future. Humans may even completely eliminate most diseases thousands of years later. There are hundreds of millions of nanobots scouting and moving around in the body at any time. If a problem occurs somewhere in the body, it will automatically repair it and remind the owner to treat it. Even in the event of an accident, it will immediately help stop bleeding. Even after the lungs or heart stop beating, it will send out bioelectricity to stimulate the heart and stimulate the lungs to continue working, achieving instantaneous cardiopulmonary resuscitation and protecting the brain from hypoxia. With such intelligent nanorobots, the human mortality rate will be greatly reduced, sudden death will become a historical term, and even excessive blood loss will only exist in textbooks, because in the future, people will always have AI intelligent nanorobots in their bodies to take charge. If they bleed heavily, they will automatically repair the bleeding wound and people will not bleed more. In the decades to come, a situation may arise where a person is accidentally injured, has a knife inserted into their body, or is shot, but very little blood flows from their body, and everyone will be in Super Saiyan form in the future. Zhou Yang finally finished speaking. Looking ahead, these middle-aged and elderly experts felt that they could not keep up with Zhou Yang's pace, and their expressions were very surprised. They have studied medicine all their lives and are used to using scalpels and looking, hearing, asking and cutting. Now Zhou Yang told them about nanorobots, which will change medicine to something they don't know. This has overturned their outlook on life, so their thinking is a bit confused. When the leaders present looked at it, they quickly said in Yuan Chang that Zhou Yang was just stating some possible development directions of future medicine for everyone to discuss. This was still a fantasy and would not really come true. A word woke up the dreamers, and these medical experts realized that this was not an operation that could be achieved tomorrow. Basically, they could not see that day. In order for a few years before they retire, the medical methods they are familiar with will still be the mainstream. When they retire, there will be juniors who have learned new medical technologies to take over from them, so there is nothing to worry about. There are talented people in the Zhongshan generation, and medicine will get better and better under the leadership of powerful young people like Zhou Yang, and the entire human race will also make progress. Snap, snap, snap. There was then warm applause from the audience, and these old experts expressed their admiration. With young people like Zhou Yang, the medical level of the motherland will advance by leaps and bounds, and even the country's scientific and technological level will become the best in the world. Zhou Yang's medical conference was an unprecedented success. Subsequently, the official also announced that my country has developed a nanomedical robot, which will be promoted and applied soon and will be able to cure a variety of previously unsolved diseases. This news immediately shocked the global medical community. Foreign hospitals are still conducting tests, taking x-rays, and then either prescribing medication or performing surgery, a traditional medical model. As a result, Chinese doctors have been able to use nanorobots to treat patients at the cellular level, which is a huge gap in medical standards. Just like during the Qing dynasty, when Qing soldiers armed with broadswords and spears faced foreign invaders armed with muskets, the generational difference in technology brought a sense of fear, making foreign experts feel that they were surpassed by China in an instant. In the past, the level of medical care abroad was much stronger than that in China. Some special drugs were developed abroad, and there were even special drugs for treating cancer. However, cancer has been completely conquered by China, and there are even nanorobots. This product, which only exists in novels and movies, cannot be science fiction again. At this time, the foreign medical community is far behind China's medical level and cannot even catch up on horseback. The source of all this is because of this magical person Zhou Yang. When the content of his speech at the conference was posted online, netizens at home and abroad were shocked. Looking at the prospects of nanorobots he mentioned, it was equivalent to seeing the development status of mankind in the next few hundred years. Such a short conference is no less than a good science fiction work, and it is a very realistic science fantasy. Even a considerable number of people believe that what Zhou Yang said is completely realistic, and it also provides research directions and guidance ideas for scientific researchers. At this time, some people regard Zhou Yang as the chief engineer of human science and technology, and with his own efforts, he guided the development direction of human science. But there are also many black sheep in Zhou Yang. They are smearing Zhou Yang, saying that he has drunk too much fake wine and making outrageous statements that human technological development will not be that fast at all. However, Zhou Yang's Iron fans should let these black guys watch the current affairs news and compare how big the gap is between Zhou Yang and the current domestic technological level 6 or 7 years ago when it had not yet opened a factory. Many of these gaps were brought about by Zhou Yang, who brought many of the world's advanced science and technology. He also gradually developed from a people-friendly entrepreneur who initially produced cheap appliances for everyone into a pioneer in my country's science and technology, and became an idol for thousands of international scientific workers. Zhou Yang's grasp of the direction of science can be said to be at the mentor level. The more highly educated people are, the more they understand Zhou Yang's strength and praise him to the sky. The lower the education level, the more people think Zhou Yang is a braggart. In Who Really? The future is not like that at all. But these questions do not delay mistaken people's respect for Zhou Yang. Many people in China still question and belittle Zhou Yang, but foreigners have come to make the pilgrimage. Many foreign elites want to come to Jiankang Pharmaceutical or Beatty Company to find jobs because they have the most advanced technology in the world. There are also doctors from abroad who have applied to visit and study in China. Many wealthy people from abroad have come to inquire, wanting to buy nanobots to use for themselves, so as to better protect their physical health. Sometimes, we can't just look at what foreigners say, but what they do. Those foreigners all come to China to study and seek medicine, and we know how much contribution Zhou Yang has made to the global medical community. Zhou Yang was then invited to go to various parts of the country to explain the research on nanorobots. He had developed them casually, but he did not expect that such nanorobots would play a significant role in the advancement of human science and technology, and the future prospects were promising. Not only the medical community, but also many leaders of the Academy of Sciences came to Zhou Yang for advice. They came to Beatty for a visit and study, wanting to learn about nanorobotics technology and apply the robot to science. In short, this time Zhou Yang inadvertently came up with the latest global technological progress direction, which was sought after and valued by countless people, and he once again became a topic of discussion. Soon, Zhou Yang received the first wave of influence, and he was followed again. Because nanorobots were previously hailed as important products of the future fourth industrial revolution, they will drive the rapid development of a country's science and technology. If we fall behind in nanorobots, we will lose out in the world's technological competition. This technology, originally developed according to the current development of various countries, will be gradually manufactured and applied in about 10 years, and European and American technological powers will become the first batch of patent owners. However, because of the variable Zhou Yang, China manufactured nanorobots 10 years ahead of schedule. Although it is currently only used in medical fields and has not yet been used in more important industrial and military fields, it has already frightened some countries. Desperate to obtain nanorobotics technology and various information, they sent a large number of spies to Shenzhen to lurk and track Zhou Yang in the hope of obtaining some intelligence. There were even radical organizations that wanted to tie Zhou Yang up and then torture him to extract the information they wanted. If there was any chance that these spies could get it before, but now there is no chance. Zhou Yang has a professional bodyguard team around him, and Zhang Kong and his colleagues are all professionals. Moreover, this is still in the local area, and their intelligence networks are everywhere. So as long as those spies have any signs, they will be quickly discovered and captured. Zhou Yang's current security level is the same as that of some major leaders, but anyone who threatens Zhou Yang's security will be arrested first. There's no need to slowly gather evidence to deal with such people. Just name them terrorists and keep them in the dark. In Shenzhen, more than 20 spies who were going to harm Zhou Yang were arrested recently, so a special rectification was carried out. Patrol officers can be seen everywhere on the streets, and the police force has been increased in order to protect local peace and stability, as well as the safety of Zhou Yang and other important national defense and high-tech enterprises. Zhou Yang's life has indeed become much cleaner, and the citizens of Shenzhen have clearly felt that public security has improved, because even in the early hours of the morning, patrol police cars often pass by, which makes people feel at ease. Foreign powers failed to achieve their goals, but they remained steadfast, so they sent relevant companies to inquire about how to purchase nanobots. However, this has disappointed foreign powers, as nanorobots are not currently open to export channels due to their importance. My country's Department of Science and Technology has held many meetings and discussions, and they unanimously concluded that nanorobots are important future projects and strategic scientific and technological products, no less important than the current Baidu navigation and chips. Therefore, the current ban on the sale of the strategic commodity is consistent with the ban on the sale of aircraft carriers. But in the future, this can still be sold to the public. Once they have fully mastered the higher-tech nanorobots, these medical robots can also be sold at a higher price and can also earn some foreign exchange. Therefore, foreign countries can only be greedy for this nanorobot and cannot take shortcuts. This has also made foreign powers feel unprecedented pressure. How can China's technology be so strong? It's just that the technology is strong. In the 1970s and 1980s, the technology of the Benze kingdom was even stronger, and it wasn't just Lao Mei who made it into a little mess. Just because the Benze had no sovereignty, Lao Mei could use force against them at any time. However, China is the first army of the Blue Star Army. Lao Mei was feared in the last century and absolutely did not dare to use force. He could no longer use rogue means to interfere with China's scientific and technological progress, which made them very uncomfortable. A rogue, if his rogue tactics don't work, has no choice but to find a way on his own. As a result, the United States, Britain, France, Germany and other countries have successively announced that they will also carry out their own nanorobot projects, and what they develop will not be medical, but will be directly used in industry and the military. Basically, these countries have tacitly agreed that they cannot do more than China in the medical field, so they will have to compete in other fields. At this time, Intel, which had been suppressed very badly by White Emperor, suddenly found hope. They took the order from Congress and began to enter the field of nanorobots, intending to turn the tables on this. Driven by Zhou Yang, a wave of nanorobot research has swept the world, but almost all of them started from scratch. It is estimated that by the time a usable version is developed in a few years, China has already transitioned to the second generation of nanorobots. Technology is like this. There are rarely scenes like China where people overtake others and come from behind. More often, they are left behind. Zhou Yang has been called to meetings by the authorities all these days because he is now one of the few nanorobotics experts in the country and the only company that has manufactured finished products. Therefore, any meetings and scientific research projects related to nanorobotics must be attended by Zhou Yang. But after Zhou Yang finally finished the meeting and returned to Shenzhen, he received mixed news. The good news is that the medical nanorobots have passed animal experiments and met the standards. Human experiments will be conducted below, and a group of experimenters need to be found to experiment with the efficacy of the nanorobots. This was originally not something Zhou Yang had to worry about, and the Health Commission had full authority to handle it. However, in the future, his father-in-law Lu Hunta suddenly called Zhou Yang home and said something to him. "Xiao Zhou, I want to be an experimental volunteer for your nanorobot project." Lu Hunta said something amazing, while Lu Xiao, who was standing by, had a complicated expression and did not stop her. It was obvious that she had stopped her, but it was ineffective. Don't think the elderly are in poor health, but their attitude is still so tough and they rarely listen to advice. Zhou Yang looked at Lu Xiao and saw that she was silent. He could only persuade her, "Uncle, I'd better leave. This experiment has certain dangers. Your body needs nanorobots, but once the experiment passes, it won't be too late. It's expected to be fine for a few more months." Lu Hunta waved his hand and said, "Do you think I am in a hurry to treat my illness? Of course not. I believe in your strength. This nanorobot is definitely fine, and I am a volunteer. One of the reasons is that I want to cure the disease and return to normal life as soon as possible. The other two, and most importantly, I want to make a contribution to society. We need people anyway, so as a sample, why not? Let's not go anymore, right?" After all, it was his future father-in-law who explicitly rejected him, which was risky. Perhaps once the old man got angry, he would be in trouble if he disagreed with his marriage to Lu Xiao. So when he was delaying, he made Lu Xiao look at him, which meant, "I can't say this, but I still want you to be my daughter and persuade me." Lu Xiao had no choice but to persuade her. But the old man didn't listen. He said he had to go to the experiment. He is now a person with independent ability. Even if their young people disagree, he will find someone to take them to sign up tomorrow. Dad, what if there are any side effects? After all, it's a new technology. Lu Xiao advised. Do you not believe in Zhou Yang so much? I really believe him, haha. Lu Lao laughed, then stopped the two young people from persuading him, and pushed his wheelchair back to his room. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao looked at each other, and Lu Xiao sighed. It seemed that the advice was ineffective. Her father was very stubborn and could not be forcibly locked in the house. She was not so unfilial. After thinking about it all night, Lu Xiao also came to her senses. Since her father is so dedicated to science, she, as a daughter, must support his decision. So, Zhou Yang signed Lu Hengtu up, and his father-in-law became one of the experimental volunteers in the future. He will contribute his share to the country's scientific and technological progress. The first human experiments on nanorobots began, and Lu Hengtu also became one of the first volunteers. Inside the hospital, Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao were both present, waiting to pick up the elderly. This hospital is the only institution in the country that has undergone rigorous training to use nanorobots for treatment. Their doctor also received instructions from Zhou Yang, knowing that this was his future father-in-law, so he did not dare to neglect and use the highest level of treatment plan. It took about 4 hours for Mr. Lu to come out of the treatment room. In fact, the actual treatment time is relatively short, and the rest is to observe whether there is any rejection reaction. However, this is clearly redundant. Nanorobots are not composed of proteins, so they rarely undergo rejection reactions. After the elderly take the nanorobot capsules, they can see that the nanorobots are already in effect, repairing the elderly's damaged muscles. The nanorobots did not take effect that quickly, after which the elderly were transferred to a special care ward where they were observed and monitored 24 hours a day. The hospital will closely monitor the various changes in nanorobots in the human body and leave valuable information for future treatment. After the first nanorobotic treatment, Lu Lao seemed to be in good mental condition and had no abnormal reactions. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao felt relieved when they saw that he was fine. Lu Xiao was accompanying him. Zhou Yang was relatively busy, but he also tried to take time every day to visit the old man, hoping that he could complete the treatment smoothly and become the first person to be cured by the nanobot. At the same time, in addition to Lu Hengtu, many people are receiving nanorobot treatment for various purposes, which takes about several months to detect various reactions to the human body to confirm the efficacy and adverse reactions of nanorobots. Overall, the incidence of adverse reactions is extremely low, and based on current results, it should be able to pass the test. In about a year and a half, nanorobots will be gradually popularized in major hospitals, benefiting the public. In the next few months, many products from Zhou Yang rolled off the production line one after another. For example, nuclear-powered icebreakers have passed acceptance, have excellent performance, and are ready for use. This provides another powerful piece of equipment for my country's polar scientific expedition team. Beatty's newly established energy department has released a new generation of solar power generation technology. Beatty's solar panels are not only inexpensive, but also have a high conversion rate and stable quality. As long as they are used normally, they can be used for at least 10 years, and even if important accessories are replaced, they can be used for even longer. After the solar panel is put into use, solar energy equipment can be installed in places with vast land areas and sparse populations, such as the northwest, remote provinces, or rural and suburban areas. Not only can it be used by itself, but large areas can also be connected to the national power grid to achieve profitability. The original photovoltaic power generation technology was inefficient, expensive, and impractical, while Beatty's photovoltaic power generation technology and solar panels were very cheap, which made it possible for him to invest in and open a solar power station. Moreover, in rural areas, installing a batch of solar panels on the roof can solve the problem of household electricity. It saves a lot of electricity bills in winter and summer, and the investment can be made back in less than a few years, so it is very popular among rural users. However, some people question whether it is too little to say that this photovoltaic equipment is only 10 years old. However, Zhou Yang said that it didn't take long, and the thing was not expensive. He estimated that a better product would be released 10 years later. When the time comes, it will definitely be more cost-effective to replace it with a new one than to continue using old equipment. If everyone thinks correctly, they can't measure the magic of the White Emperor with old eyes. People's things are cheap, which gives benefits to the people, and they don't feel bad about changing them a few years later. Beatty has launched several more satellites and is now also carrying out many other businesses, such as starting to enter the map navigation business and combining it with the autonomous driving control center. This navigation software is expected to become one of the essential software for vehicle driving in the future. Beatty has also given the Chinese people a good experience in transportation. Zhou Yang basically doesn't even hold press conferences to release these civilian products because he is too busy. He devoted all his energy to high-tech research and development, and the civilian products, the technical team trained by Beatty, gradually became the backbone. They released updated products every year without Zhou Yang's help, and had achieved independent research and development without relying on Zhou Yang. This was not in vain for Zhou Yang to spend a lot of money to train these technicians. In the field of civilian products, Zhou Yang handed over all the business to the company CEO Tanglin. Now Beatty's business is getting bigger and bigger. She has gradually taken over most of the people's livelihood business and become a nationally renowned female executive. Zhou Yang has gradually faded from everyone's view, and has not even held a press conference or live broadcast for more than half a year. There is much speculation about this. Some speculated that he was sick, some speculated that he was being controlled by the relevant authorities for breaking the law, and some speculated that he was planning a big move that would shock everyone. In fact, Zhou Yang absorbed the low-key strategy reminded him by the Bureau during this period and began to disappear from people's sight year by year from a big internet celebrity. This is also the truth that Mu Xiu will be destroyed by the wind in the forest. Zhou Yang is too famous and too important to the country, so he cannot attract too much exposure. Even with close protection, it cannot be guaranteed to be foolproof. A few months ago, someone was spotted near Zhou Yang's residence with a sniper rifle, but thankfully, they were captured. It was also because of this incident that Zhou Yang began to disappear from the public eye. This is also an inevitable process for a scientific research giant. Important high-tech figures in the country must be protected in secret to avoid being harmed by foreign forces. In the past 6 months, Zhou Yang has gradually withdrawn from the company's management work. He spends half of his time learning knowledge in school and the other half researching and developing high technology and holding various meetings. Zhou Yang was given a role that allowed him to participate in the development of multiple key industry standards or serve as a consultant for other R&D projects. The importance attached to Zhou Yang above is not only in a small aspect, but also that Beatty has now become a semi-state-owned enterprise. The state wants people to give to people, money to give to people, the company to develop, and R&D investment. All of them are interest-free loans, and the repayment period is at least 10 years. It can be said that it has opened an unlimited money plug-in. Just because Zhou Yang is too important to my country's high-tech development, making things convenient for Zhou Yang is making things convenient for the entire country. The superiors have made a very clear calculation. After being supported by the above, Beatty entered a large number of state-owned enterprise elites and skilled technical workers. Beatty's industry, which was originally small and noisy, suddenly became a first-class industry in the country, and the speed was so fast. For example, in the aircraft manufacturing workshop, Beatty began to develop some special aircraft, independently manufactured the world's fastest aircraft, an intelligent unmanned passenger aircraft, all of which were new models that had never appeared before. Therefore, in a short period of time, Beatty became one of the world's top 10 aircraft manufacturers. There is also Manhwa Automobile Company. With the popularization of flying cars, the whole country has gradually opened up dedicated roads for flying cars. Now a car flying through the air is not an UFO incident, it is just a person driving a flying car passing by. With funding from superiors, Manhwa Automobile even participated in the production of military vehicles, producing a number of stealth missile vehicles, fast unmanned rescue flying cars, all-terrain armored personnel carriers, etc. The company has become a dominant force in both the military and civilian fields. As this year reaches the end of the year, Zhou Yang has received good news. The nanorobots have passed comprehensive testing and can be put into use. Our people will enter a new era when they see a doctor in the future. Zhou Yang also has a happy event about himself, that is, after more than half a year of nanorobot treatment, his future father-in-law's physical condition has greatly improved. He has recently gotten rid of his wheelchair and successfully regained his athletic ability. This is exciting and good news for Zhou Yang himself and even for my country's medical community. Lu Hongtu was a powerful figure in the last century. Basically, the older generation knew him. He was often on TV and was commended at that time, and became an outstanding entrepreneur in the country many times. At that time, he often did charity work, built many Hope primary schools, and funded many poor families. He was an advanced person. When he got old, he still did not forget to contribute to the motherland and the people. He was willing to take the risk and come to experiment with nanorobots himself. It was good that he succeeded. Even if he did not succeed, then Lu Lao felt that he had done justice for the country. The result was good. The experiment was an unprecedented success. The damaged organs of the old man, including some muscles and motor nerves, were repaired by the nanorobots, which allowed his health to improve rapidly within a few months. Then, he began to practice crutches instead of using a wheelchair. After using crutches, and with the support of physical therapy methods and Lu Xiao's substantial investment, using the best medicines at home and abroad, she restored her father's ability to walk independently. That grand vision has become the most powerful proof of the effectiveness of nanorobots. All his vital signs and health status indicate that this is all due to the nanorobots. Otherwise, according to traditional treatments, an elderly person who has been severely damaged by the disease would not be able to recover his health. After Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao took Mr. Lu home, the nanobot officially passed the acceptance and entered the promotion stage. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao were of course happy. Lu Huntu was in good health now and could accompany his father to walk around. Lu Huntu has been bedridden for several years, but now he can finally move around, so he cherishes the life before him. The old man had already arranged his itinerary. First, he went to visit his son who was changing his labor position, and then he was going to visit remote and impoverished mountainous areas to do something practical for the people there. He is an old man who has been doing good deeds all his life, and it is precisely because of this that he has created such a large industry as Hunta Group. If his son Lu Siyuan hadn't been so awful, Hunta Group would have continued its former glory. He is now devoted to charity, but Lu Hunta refused Lu Saiyao's request to give him the position of the group and let his father manage it again. He has no interest in power, and it is obvious that his daughter is better at management than him, so he feels more at ease handing the company over to his daughter. In addition, he doesn't want to travel. When he was young, he had been to all over the world and was no longer interested. Now he wants to do some good deeds, which is kind of fulfilling his wish. During the time he was bedridden, he worshipped Buddha a lot. He believed that his good health was due to the Buddha's manifestation, so after he recovered, he had to do good deeds and fulfill his vows. On the way to do good deeds, he also divorced his delicate wife. Because he had obtained a lot of bad evidence such as his wife cheating and transferring property, Lu Hunta could force her to divorce and prevent her from getting any property. But after all, they were married, and Lu Hunta didn't want to make things difficult for her now, so he gave her the mansion in his name, which was also considered as a reward for serving him for several years. Now that Lu Hunta's daughter is getting a living and his future son-in-law is capable, he has nothing else to ask for and will focus on fulfilling his wish after the divorce. Seeing that Dad was so happy, Lu Saiyao was also very supportive. She established a charity fund for Dad, so that Dad could do charity. Then Zhou Yang became busy. Nanorobots have now begun to provide medical services in major pilot hospitals across the country, and the number of people making appointments has reached millions. Nanorobots have certain costs, so completing the treatment may cost tens of thousands of yuan, which will also be a considerable burden. However, Zhou Yang has asked his subordinates to work hard to reduce production costs as soon as possible so that people can use nanorobots to treat diseases, so as to solve more diseases. In the past, many celebrities died young due to incurable diseases, but now with nanorobots, many lives can be saved. For example, some important scientists died in car accidents. If they have nanorobots in their bodies, it will help them stop bleeding from their wounds. As long as the car accident is not too serious, it can help them wait for the doctor to arrive. There are also some artists who, if nanobots could help them heal, might be able to dedicate more extraordinary works to people. Nanorobots are flourishing in China and are being used on ordinary patients, with very good results. Nanobots have even become mythical products. Some patients suffer from a certain genetic terminal illness, and doctors feel helpless. However, these patients ask doctors to use nanobots on them, saying that they can go to Beidou and cure all diseases. The doctor was also helpless. The current nanorobots are all produced by Beidou and Jiankon Pharmaceutical. They can correspond to several diseases, but they cannot cover all conditions, nor can they eliminate the disease with medicine. They can only be considered a relatively effective treatment. The doctor explained to the patient that this condition cannot be treated by nanorobots. Perhaps it may not be effective until the next few generations of nanorobots and genetic technology develop. Although nanorobots are not a cure-all, the people have benefited greatly. Many patients who were already beyond saving have been given new life under the treatment of nanorobots. Many wealthy people abroad were envious and asked to come to China for treatment. However, there are strict restrictions on the use of nanorobots in China. People can use them by applying, but they are not currently open to foreigners unless the foreigner has obtained Chinese citizenship. Foreign tycoons certainly don't acquire Chinese citizenship, they just want to spend money to buy nanobots through illegal channels. However, the two companies under Zhou Yang's control do not sell them to the outside world at all, and each batch of nanorobots has a corresponding number, and each number is traceable. Nanorobots are currently also a controlled drug. Once a batch of them are leaked, the hospital staff involved will be imprisoned, and even those who sell them illegally will go to jail for it. Therefore, no one wants to lose the big deal for the small. So now foreigners can't buy nanobots even if they have money, which makes wealthy foreigners lament that there are still things in this world that they can't buy. Therefore, wealthy foreign individuals can only return to their home countries to fund their own institutions that research nanorobots, hoping they can do so as soon as possible. Intel, once White Emperor's biggest competitor, has begun developing nanobots. However, their foreign executives have made the same old mistake again. At a press conference, they boasted that their company is developing new nanobots that can definitely surpass Chinese products. Those white-skinned foreigners showed arrogance in their bones, and their speeches also belittled our country and Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang is very annoyed by people like this. This kind of company only remembers food but not violence. If things get a little better, they won't know their last name. It seems that it's time to deliver a fatal blow to Intel and let them know why the flowers are so popular. Intel's chip business has shrunk significantly, but it can survive by relying on its previous market share. They still make Core Series chips by selling nostalgia. Although their performance is far behind that of Beatty's carbon-based chips, they still rely on ash powder to generate a certain amount of revenue. So if Joe Yang wants to rectify them, he only needs to take down their remaining computer business. So after more than half a year of preparation, his new PC industry has matured and can be released. So during another Chinese New Year in China, Joe Yang, who had not appeared in front of the camera for a long time, specially wore a festive red to host this chip launch conference. "Hi everyone, miss me?" At the new product launch, Joe Yang smiled and waved to the live broadcast camera, which immediately attracted cheers. This was a bigger reaction than the old comedian appearing in the Spring Festival Gala, which shows how popular Joe Yang is. Not only were the audience enthusiastic, but a huge amount of barrage was also being sent out in the barrage area, and even the picture was not clear. This is because Joe Yang's fans and others are too anxious. They haven't seen Joe Yang for about half a year, and they can't think about it. It's strange to say that Joe Yang is not a star, but he can still touch the hearts of this group of fans. I guess this is the attention he really wants to return. The title of Joe Yang's press conference this time was quite explosive. It was a new concept computer. This was not as simple as the traditional computers released before, but a major change. Joe Yang reached out and held up a black square box. This square box was only the size of an ordinary router, or set-top box, and looked ordinary. What is this? The audience was puzzled. Isn't today the launch of the new computer? Why release a set-top box first? Joe Yang then explained to everyone that the thing he had was a new generation of computer. The audience just sent Barrage's mini PC? There seem to be similar computers now, but the configuration is rubbish and can only be used for simple office work. Joe Yang smiled slightly. When had the product he released ever been so simple? Joe Yang then asked the engineer to connect it to the monitor to demonstrate its performance to everyone. As a result, they saw that the computer was not connected to any cables. When they got close to the screen showed that they were connected to the computer, and then the desktop was displayed. This system is not a traditional Windows system, but a design with the Suanu logo on it. Joe Yang introduced that this is a new domestic Suanu operating system released with a new concept computer. The Suanu system is already standard equipment for some electronic products of Beatty. Previously, the Suanu system was available on mobile products, but now the Suanu system is finally available on computers, and there is no need to use a bunch of faulty Microsoft products. What is more crucial is that this system is free and can be used casually by Chinese people. It is still the authentic version, which makes Chinese people very comfortable. Everyone said that they should download it and use it now. Many people also expressed confusion about computers not being connected to any wires. The HDMI cable that is not connected to the monitor is understood by everyone to be a screen projection technology. However, it is a bit strange that the computer is not plugged into the power cord when it is working. Could this set-top box computer still have batteries inside? Isn't that equivalent to a notebook? In fact, wireless is one of the major innovations of the new concept computer. It upgraded almost all peripherals to wireless mode. Wireless keyboards and mice, wireless monitors, wireless headphones, speakers, any device connected to a computer, anyway, has wireless connectivity. In the future, there will no longer be a bunch of cables near the computer, and it will be much fresher. As for why there isn't even a power cord, it's because this desktop has a wireless charging device that can provide power to the computer wirelessly, and even if you pick up the computer with your hands, it won't be charged. This is a new type of wireless charging technology. Wow, so magical, so sub-era. Many viewers started playing memes. As the computer engineers prepared to give everyone a run, Joe Yang explained the principle of wireless computer charging to the audience. Before, ordinary computers were connected to 220V mains power, and the computer power supply would change the 220V voltage to 12V, 3.3V, 5V, and other voltages. This is a safe voltage and will not power people. This is similar to a mobile phone charger. Wireless charging of a mobile phone will not charge a person. Wireless charging is to convert 220V into a low voltage that can be used by a computer and supply energy wirelessly, so the computer can be used wirelessly. However, this computer still retains two physical interfaces, both of which are Type-C, but they are much more advanced than Type-C, with a transfer rate more than 10 times that of Type-C. Both interfaces can be connected to power or other external devices and are intended for demanding customers. For example, if the computer is to be turned on in performance mode, the wireless power supply may not be enough, so it can be charged through a physical interface, and another port can be connected to a docking station to achieve compatibility with some old computer accessories. This is the tier of the times. Accessories that can connect wirelessly to new concept computers are the latest products, while old wired keyboards, wired mice, USB flash drives, etc. can only be used through external docking stations. However, the demonstration was only on site, so no equipment was connected. Here you can see hardware engineers using wireless mice and keyboards to operate computers. Except for the mouse and keyboard, which are more beautiful and all operate wirelessly, nothing else has changed, because the mouse and keyboard have to take into account the usage habits of modern people and be made into other styles, so it will be difficult to get started. Technological progress brings convenience to people. If no one who designs peripherals for a new computer has seen them before, and they have to learn them now if they want to use them, then the original intention of technological progress has been lost. So keyboards and mice are one of the few new computer accessories that viewers still recognize. Takeover the performance test was conducted. This chip produced by Beatty, which is equipped with new technology, has a performance of up to 10 GHz, which is something that people all over the world can thank. Viewers were stunned when they saw the staggering double digits on the large screen display. I'll go, there's really 10 GHz of CPU. This day is definitely coming. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Yes, the last Beatty carbon-based chip was only around 8 GHz. How come it broke through 10 G all at once after nearly a year? With so many improvements, if they were put on Intel, they would take 10 years. The audience was excited one by one. They were eager to experience the world's first commercial CPU that reached 10 GHz. How high was this performance? Then everyone asked, how many cores are these? How many threads of CPU? Our new CPU no longer has the concept of several cores and threads because the architecture has changed. The previous x86 architecture was one thread doing one thing, and each core also had specific functions. However, our new CPU is no longer one thread doing one thing, but is something for everyone to help with. For a large task, the entire CPU can do it together. There is a lot of strength in numbers, so that the frequency of 10 GHz can be reached. If it is a small task, the relevant modules will be automatically allocated for processing achieve the optimal solution. After Zhou Yang finished explaining, everyone thought it was very profound. However, this also means that computers, which were born in the last century, have entered a new stage, ending the era of squeezing toothpaste dominated by foreign companies. Now computers have entered the era of water pumps, and opening the valve is a great advancement. If this situation continues, it is estimated that it will not be long before human computers can operate at a frequency of 20 GHz, and at that time any computer can become a small supercomputer. After the introduction of CPU was completed, some discerning viewers asked why they didn't see the graphics card model and data. Zhou Yang revealed a fact that they found hard to believe: graphics cards had completely disappeared from new concept computers. The graphics card was no longer available on Beatty's new concept computer, and the audience felt empty for a moment. This really marked the end of an era. How many years have passed, and they have become accustomed to the raging mining tide, accustomed to using entry-level graphics cards to fight 3A games, accustomed to each generation of flagship graphics cards requiring tens of thousands of blocks, and accustomed to graphics cards getting bigger and bigger, with higher and higher wattage. However, one day, Zhou Yang said that his new computer had cancelled the graphics card, which made many hardware enthusiasts feel a little sad. However, this is not surprising, because graphics cards were not something that existed when computers were invented. They also appeared later to cope with the gradually increasing image data. Now with more advanced display processing technology, it is understandable that graphics cards have disappeared. Zhou Yang then explained to everyone why the graphics card disappeared. It's not that this new concept computer no longer needs to process images, but rather that its new chip contains all the functions of a graphics card. One chip can handle multi-threaded main tasks and display tasks simultaneously, and the performance is completely sufficient. After learning that this chip only has passive heat dissipation, without a fan, and the oven's operating temperature does not exceed 45 degrees Celsius, netizens were shocked again. Is this still a product that used to require water cooling to suppress the overclocking of top-of-the-line CPUs? Seeing that everyone had this question, Zhou Yang emphasized again: don't look at new concept computers with old eyes. The reason was that the two friendly companies produced CPU technology before. As a result, the stronger their performance, the higher their energy consumption, the more intense their heat generation, and a lot of electrical energy was actually converted into heat energy and lost. Beatty's latest superchip has broken away from that design logic and used a different architecture and a 1nm microstructure to achieve the stacking of numerous transistors. Because special technology is used, transistors can concentrate their efforts on major tasks, which is why the power consumption is so low and the performance is so strong. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, the audience suddenly realized that they were indeed too deeply influenced by Intel and AMD. They had already defaulted to the new generation of graphics cards or CPUs, which required more severe heat dissipation. Zhou Yang used his new product to tell everyone that the CPU can also burst out with extreme performance without heating up. The 10 GHz frequency is no joke. A few years ago, these computer players dared not imagine that they could reach the single-core 10G level within a few years. This is really as incredible as a science fiction movie. Now that the new concept computer has finished baking, it has entered the display of various new features. For example, holographic glasses can be connected wirelessly in seconds, multiple programs can be opened without pressure, and there is even a black technology, which is to retain the brain-computer interface. Today's brain-computer communication is still in the preliminary research and development stage, but Zhou Yang has reserved this interface. When brain-computer interconnection technology matures in a few years, the era of wearing a holographic helmet and being able to control the computer without speaking is coming soon. Oh my god, what happened? Did I sleep for 10 years before waking up? Why is it that suddenly our Earth technology exploded and this brain-computer interface came out? Yes, Beatty has been down for the past 2 years. With so many new technologies in different directions, how did they develop this? I increasingly feel that Zhou Yang traveled through time in the future, otherwise why are there so many super technologies? The friends in the barrage area talked in all directions, revealing that this new concept computer Niu Bei, Zhou Yang Niu Bei. However, there is also the Niu Niao aspect. None of the accessories in the new concept computer are the original ones. For example, the current 1 TB memory has become the size of a fingernail. If you want to upgrade the memory in the future, you can take the computer case apart, press the memory yourself, it will jump up, just take it away, and then press the new memory like a building block. There is no foolproof design here. The memory module is square and has no direction. As long as the shape is right and you press it, it can be used. It is easier to disassemble and install the memory than the original computer. This way, even girls can change the memory themselves, which is convenient for players. There is also the newly launched quantum hard drive, which uses quantum storage technology. The technology inside is incomprehensible to most people, even master's students studying quantum physics. This requires a dual PhD in quantum physics and materials science to study one or two. Research is so difficult, which shows how high the technological content of this quantum hard drive is. Even if Zhou Yang makes the drawings of the quantum hard drive public now, it is estimated that there are less than 100,000 people in the world who can understand the contents of these drawings. If Zhou Yang hadn't provided the blueprints for something so high-tech, it would have taken decades to develop at the rate of human development. Relying on the power of the Gigafactory system, this quantum hard drive technology was launched decades in advance, so its amazing storage capacity scared many friends. A new concept computer, equipped with a brand new quantum hard drive, with a standard hard drive capacity of 1 PB. Most users will never be able to store this hard drive. After Zhou Yang made the announcement, the audience and the crowd in front of the screen looked incredulous, and some people covered their hearts with their hands, feeling their hearts pounding out with excitement. 1 PB? Just kidding, we only booked a 60 TB digital hard drive for Eastern Digital. In terms of conversion relationship, 1 PB equals 1024 TB, so the digital hard drive released by Beatty 2 years ago was 20-40 TB. In front of the quantum hard drive, that is, the canal met the river, which is completely unsightly. But most people in the barrage area had never heard of what PB was, so they sent barrages to ask the gods, what exactly is PB? The gods explained to them that 1 PB is 1024 TB, and this quantum hard drive is simply amazing. One hard drive is equal to an enterprise hard drive array. That's true. For example, a photo is now several megabytes in size, which is 2 orders of magnitude different from PB and is not comparable at all. So if the hard drive in the phone is also changed to 1 PB in size, then even if a girl loves taking photos, the photos she takes in her life will not fill half of the hard drive. This is really a huge amount of running speed. Because the capacity of a 1 PB quantum hard drive is so large, there is basically no possibility for players to replace the hard drive due to lack of space. Therefore, the quantum hard drive is directly encapsulated on the motherboard and players cannot replace it themselves, which also makes the components more resistant to drops. When he heard this, the bosses of Eastern Data and Sija, 2 hard drive companies, looked like dead ashes, their entire hands shaking with fear. They took advantage of Beatty's opportunity to provide them with digital hard drive technology. They had already studied the technology thoroughly. When they were preparing to set up their own business and launch new products to retaliate against Beatty, they found that Beatty had already used a 1 PB hard drive. They originally thought that digital hard drives of dozens of terabytes in size could unify the hard drive world and let players call them dad, but in the end they became people called White Emperor Dad. The boss exclaimed that the technological updates of Beatty Company were too fast, making it impossible for them to copy and imitate. The 2 bosses were praying the cross, hoping that the 2 hard drives would be extremely defective or extremely expensive, otherwise their company would be finished. Both bosses were filled with crazy regrets. If things could happen again, they would never choose to be enemies with the White Emperor. The White Emperor is also terrifying, and their boss Zhou Yang is the person in the world who most frightens these foreign capitalists. He is a fierce man who brings high-tech to the market like cabbage. No wonder the owners of these 2 hard drive companies are afraid, because Beatty's quantum hard drive is cheap and its capacity has increased dozens of times. The new digital hard drive technology they are researching is worthless to Beatty. TB-sized hard drives cannot compete with PB-sized quantum hard drives. The technologies that the two companies invested a lot of money in research and development became obsolete products. Now both bosses are praying that if the price of this quantum hard drive is lower, then there will still be some space for their TB-level digital hard drive. Then they quickly ask the Navy to type and ask, how much does this quantum hard drive cost? According to their estimates, such a powerful hard drive would cost at least tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of yuan, to be worthy of this capacity. Even a 1 PB quantum hard drive costing tens of thousands of yuan is quite cheap compared to a digital hard drive. Zhou Yang saw that many people were asking about quantum hard drives, so he replied, currently, quantum hard drives have just started production, so we don't plan to launch a separate product. However, in at most 6 months, quantum external hard drives and other products will be launched one after another. The price is hard to say, but I assure you that the price of quantum hard drives starting from 1 PB will not exceed 300 yuan. What? No more than 300? How is this possible? At that time, countless people said they didn't believe it. Just kidding, a 1 PB quantum hard drive can be bought for 300 yuan. So what happened to the digital hard drives they spent 1 or 200 yuan on before? This capacity has increased dozens of times. How can you buy it for only 300 yuan? Even the US dollar is cheap. No, this can't be said to be cheap, it should be extremely cheap. Zhou Yang then explained to everyone that this quantum hard drive is very cost-effective. It is just an ordinary silicon wafer crystal. The material is worthless and it is just labor costs, which is why the price is so cheap. However, Zhou Yang did not calculate the R&D costs, which is the big deal. Because it is the drawings provided by the system, after removing the R&D costs, everyone can enjoy a cheap price. In fact, when a groundbreaking technology is first developed, it must be ridiculously expensive, because such products usually have monopoly power. Once a monopoly is established, the merchants who produce it want to maximize profits, so the more expensive it is to sell, the better. This is also why the price of a new product is split into 10 parts. Even if businessmen do not want to make monopoly money, if they want to recover R&D costs, they must spread the costs through prices. Only after recovering R&D costs can they gradually reduce the selling price of the new product. Throughout history, the prices of new products in the technology industry have been like this. For example, the newly launched Big Brother mobile phone, as well as electronic and digital products such as BP phones and DVDs, are all like this. When they were first launched, the prices were sky high. After a few years, other manufacturers caught up, and then the prices would fall until the general public could afford them. However, this iron rule failed here in Zhou Yang. His consideration was never how much money to make, but to try to make the people spend less money. Therefore, the price of his products would generally remain the same, and he would definitely not earn people a penny more. Quantum hard drives are just a component of the new concept computer. Zhou Yang did not intend to introduce them further, but turned to other aspects after that. For example, in new concept computers, wireless devices no longer use Bluetooth speed to connect, but a communication protocol called Lightning, which is more than 100 times faster than Bluetooth. This is not the key point, because the difference in milliseconds is not felt by ordinary people at all. What truly reflects the power of Lightning Internet mode is its transmission distance. If it is in an open space, it can transmit for more than 1,000 meters without any problems. But if it is through a wall, even if it is a villa at home, then communication can be normal through more than a dozen walls as long as the distance through the wall does not exceed 80 to 100 meters. There is no concern about significant signal attenuation. This allows people to control the computers upstairs from downstairs. Zhou Yang also described the power of the future Lightning communication protocol. Their next-generation Lightning communication technology is ready to achieve long-distance transmission of more than 5,000 meters. If it is combined with some special signal transfer devices, then even if the computer is placed at home, the user will be at the company, or on the subway or car. You can also control your home computer using a mouse and keyboard. In this way, even if you are a code farmer, you don't have to carry a laptop when you go out every day for work, put the computer at home, and wear a holographic glasses yourself, so you can work anytime and anywhere. Seeing that everyone was still shocked, Zhou Yang said, you can also research more application methods based on the characteristics of Lightning communication in the future. I believe it will change everyone's digital life. That's awesome. This group of audience members no longer knew how many times they shouted this sentence. It was as if they were listening to Huawei's President Yu's press conference and could always hear that they were far ahead. When the audience listened to Zhou Yang's press conference, they were basically shouting Niubai. The audience all had a joking meaning, why is he uneducated? A word of Niubai goes around the world. This type of computer saves everyone money again. It is even powerful enough to handle many tasks in split screen. That is, several people can use one computer at the same time to display different content through multiple display screens. For example, User A can play games, User B can watch movies, User C can listen to songs, and User D can download small movies. Relying on the powerful performance of the new concept computer, they can do things without interfering with each other, unlike previous computers that could only do one thing at a time and play for one person. In this way, the existence of the Lightning Communication Protocol will allow one university dormitory to buy a computer, and the four of them can use each other anytime and anywhere without affecting each other. Even if someone is playing on the computer in the dormitory and someone is checking data in the teaching building, this does not affect each other, which changes the way computers are used and promotes the progress of computer science. The computer's powerful memory and hard disk space, as well as the powerful computing power of a single core of 10 GHz, provide hardware guarantees for this way of sharing computers with multiple people. Using one computer by multiple people can save money, avoid waste, and, for nothing else, even benefit carbon emissions. Zhou Yang has only studied the Lightning Communication Protocol included in the new concept computer. You can study what applications it will have in the future. What other technology? Please pull it out quickly. The audience couldn't stop listening. They really didn't expect that so many explosive technologies would appear at this computer launch conference. It was simply the highest computer technology expo in mankind. There were so many new technologies that they couldn't handle it all. Zhou Yang continued, almost, the new features of this generation of computers have been roughly introduced. Oh, and one more thing, that is, this computer is divided into two versions. The ordinary version is what I just introduced, and there is also a satellite version, which adds a satellite communication module that can connect to our Beatty communication satellite to realize satellite internet access. In other words, you can take the computer to the no man's land. You can also connect to the network anytime, anywhere. Bool B+. The audience cheered again. Such a small computer console, like a set-top box, is smaller than any notebook currently available. It is more convenient than a notebook. As long as you wear the matching holographic glasses, you can travel all over the world. Zhou Yang's new concept computer has brought an end to another product category, namely laptops. With new concept computers that are so compact, powerful, and can be put in your pocket, traditional laptops can indeed be eliminated. So, Zhou Yang added another name to the list of old products that ended the new concept computer this time. After the new features of the new concept computer have been basically introduced, the most important price link has come. Netizens like this segment the most because the things Zhou Yang releases are never expensive, and most of them can afford them, and this time should be the same. Netizens' experience was certainly correct, and Zhou Yang subsequently announced the price of the new computer. The price of the standard version of the new concept computer is 1,499 yuan for a single host computer, and the satellite version of the host computer costs an additional 100 yuan, reaching 1,599 yuan. It's not cheap either. Suddenly someone shouted something from the barrage. "Get out of here, you're in the way. Don't buy it if you think it's too expensive, leave it to us." This expensive person was immediately overwhelmed by the massive barrage of comments. Anyone who knows computers knows the value of this new concept computer. For only 1,499 yuan, you can buy a new computer with cross-era technology, and its performance will not leave any scraps of old computers. This computer also supports older monitors, which can be displayed simply by connecting them with a cable. So if you have a computer at home and spend more than 1,000 yuan to buy it back, you will make a qualitative leap in both productivity and gaming. Another 1 PB quantum hard drive, such a large hard drive, is worth the price of admission if you have data party, which is equivalent to giving away more than 1,000 computers. This price is really exciting, and everyone feels that the computer industry has changed. Those old companies are afraid that they will all have to transform or go bankrupt, otherwise none of those old computer accessories will be outdated, and they will be eliminated overnight. Indeed, the new concept computer is black technology from beginning to end. It has changed the previous computer architecture and greatly improved its performance. Such a computer should have been a product 120 years later, but with Zhou Yang's efforts, it has been launched now, and the price is still so low, which is enough to shock the world. Netizens went crazy placing orders for the pre-sale link one by one. As expected, they were sold out in less than half a minute, as hot as ever. Zhou Yang told everyone not to worry, Beatty has abundant production capacity, and as long as we wait a little longer, everyone can get a new computer. At the same time, he also called for that if it is just simple operations such as typing and working, there is no need to replace their computers. After all, this new concept computer is not cheap, and everyone should consume rationally. Stop being rational. I'm going to spend recklessly on groundbreaking computers, but if I receive them one day late, I can't sleep in my haste. Computer enthusiasts couldn't sit still, and they were all calling on friends to buy it, vowing to enjoy this meaningful computer as soon as possible. Although the press conference has ended, a huge wave of public opinion has just emerged. First, after various domestic official companies came to Beatty to inspect the new computer and confirmed that its performance was qualified and safe enough, the official directly placed an order for 5 million units to replace the computers for some civil servants. This computer is not only 100 produced nationwide, but the system is also the Suinu operating system written by Beatty, which meets the needs of safe office work. This is just the first batch. After the first batch becomes popular, we will continue to place orders and will definitely replace most of my country's official computers. In addition, various media outlets came to interview and asked how this new concept computer was researched. It was only with carbon-based chips that Beatty gained a foothold in the industry. However, the new products launched this year have suddenly surpassed all foreign products. Even their technological content has reached another level, which shows how small the world is. Experts assess that even if domestic computer technology stagnates, it will take at least 5 years, or even longer, for foreign countries to catch up. So this time Zhou Yang has really made a product that the whole world will look up to. Don't look at the small square box, there are more than 100 high-tech patents in it. Play with the super home computer with a new architecture independently developed by Quan. Anyway, with this new concept computer, Beatty has become the world's #1 PC company, one of them. All his foreign counterparts were trampled under his feet, and he wouldn't even have the chance to turn over. The first to announce their career change were two hard drive companies, Eastern Data and Zidja. Faced with the terrifying quantum hard drive, they had lost the confidence to fight it. With the hope of what would happen, they contacted Zhou Yang again and wanted to continue to work for him, but were directly rejected. These two 25-member companies had previously worked for Beatty and learned digital hard drive technology, so they were ready to turn around and defraud Beatty. Such companies would definitely not cooperate with them again. The terrifying capacity of quantum hard drives, the transmission speed of 10 times that of digital hard drives, and the cheap price made the two families desperate. They could not possibly research a better and cheaper hard drive product than quantum hard drives. So these two big-name companies, which have been in the industry for decades, announced that they would no longer be involved in the civilian hard drive industry, and instead make some relatively niche and special storage products. The stocks of these two companies cannot fall any further, and they are about to choose to delist, becoming a small business entirely from an international giant. The second batch of companies that announced their changes of careers were Nvidia and AMD. They watched helplessly as they were in the PC industry, occupying half of the country. However, in just a few years, they were overtaken by White Emperor, then surpassed, and finally crushed. They tried every possible way but could not save the decline. The big boss of AMD told the media, Baidu was like a super expert. He came all the way and defeated all the companies in the industry. He was fatal in every fight. We had no means to resist, so this defeat was a pity, but we also tried our best. Such bosses all say such demoralizing words, which shows that they no longer have the confidence to be in the PC industry with Beatty. It is a wise move for them to choose to engage in other industries that Beatty has not been involved in. At least this brand can survive. However, some downstream companies that followed companies such as Intel and Nvidia did not have such a good life. In the past, those leading entrepreneurs had big businesses. Although they failed in competition, they relied on their wealth and were not hungry. However, those small businesses no longer have the capital to transform. They clearly help those international giants make products, but end up getting new products in a warehouse, only to find that Beatty has released new concept computers that are several times and dozens of times more advanced than them. The traditional computer accessories in this warehouse have all become electronic waste and can be sold to collectors. At this time, a large number of small businesses in the computer industry went bankrupt, forming a wave of bankruptcies. This is no wonder. These companies had previously followed several large companies such as Intel and Beatty and failed to deal with them. Now that Beatty has unified the PC circle, the companies they stood in the wrong line will naturally not be able to survive. The remaining peer companies that had a good relationship with Beatty before, such as Lenovo and Huawei, quickly obtained some technology and orders from Beatty so that they could continue to make computer products. For example, Huawei is producing holographic glasses for Beatty's new concept computers, while Lenovo is responsible for purchasing Beatty's parts and assembling some computer derivatives, or professional game consoles, etc., and can also operate normally. This is where they are wise. They know that Beatty cannot engage in confrontation because of Zhou Yang. With a powerful entrepreneur like Zhou Yang, cooperation can be win-win, but confrontation is a dead end. As for Intel, the former industry leader in the PC circle, they have not made a public statement, but they have also closed the PC accessories website. It seems that they no longer produce PC products because the x86 architecture chips they have studied for many years are completely worthless in the face of chips in new concept computers, and there is no hope of catching up. Then they can only focus on other aspects. As for their stock, it has fallen to the point that even my mother doesn't recognize it. The company's market value has plummeted and it is no longer as brave as it used to be, becoming a declining company. At this moment, Beatty changed the pattern of the world's PC industry with the help of new concept computers and took the lead. After the new concept computer was launched, sales were booming, so Zhou Yang gave his production acceleration halo to computer-related workshops to accelerate production. The entire new computer production technology has ready-made drawings and no difficult parts, so the industrial assembly line has been opened and the output is very high. It is expected that after 1 month, the demand for the pre-ordered orders will be basically met. 3 months later, you can buy a spot computer at any time. After a year, various upgraded and specialized versions of computers will be launched to supply the corresponding population. And those software companies are all crazy, developing the software version used in the domestic Suanu system. However, what surprised them was that the Suanu system was compatible with their old version, which made them very happy. They just want to bring out the new functions in the new concept computer, and they also have to write brand new programs. However, software companies such as Kingsoft, Tencent, and Microsoft not only do not find this a headache, but they find it much simpler. Because the previous computer industry had too many accessories and manufacturers of various models, the programs they wrote needed to take into account all aspects, but this could not take care of all the equipment. Now that new concept computers are popular around the world, it would be great if they focused on developing this computer-specific program without having to worry about messy situations. Anyway, after Beatty unified the computer market, the industry did not wither, but instead flourished. That is because Zhou Yang is not a black-hearted capitalist. He chose to let all his peers make money together, opening up some functional codes and hardware internal parameters so that his peers can all benefit from them. As long as his peers can make money, then it is natural for him to support Beatty, and Beatty will naturally become the world's #1 PC manufacturer. The White Emperor did not make much money. Such a high-tech computer was only sold for 1,499 yuan, which was basically the cost price, and all the benefits were given to the people. Other companies that followed Beatty also drank soup. Although they did not make as much money as those giants abroad before, they were more likely to follow Beatty and would not be stabbed in the back by Beatty. Zhou Yang is a person who talks about human nature. He will not do anything that harms others or himself. He can make money together. When formulating business strategies, he will also consider small businesses that follow him. This sense of responsibility makes his peers support him very much. Especially their domestic counterparts, they basically don't choose to compete with Beatty in person, because the top 500 international companies that compete in person have all collapsed, and Beatty has the corpses of many international giants under his feet. They don't have to lie down and make money with Beatty. Although they don't make much, they feel at ease and can also gain the reputation of the people. It's definitely much better than the previous business model. After that, another spring festival arrived. This spring festival, Zhou Yang's father Zhou Yu finally returned to his long-lost hometown, and he also brought his foreign girlfriend Angela. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao went to the airport to greet him. They usually communicated and chatted, so there was no need to meet him. The meeting was quite lively. When Zhou Yang came back this time, he took his father to Lu Saiyao's villa because the conditions here were good and he lived there. Anyway, the old house left by Zhou Yu's father to Zhou Yang is a bit crowded for the family to live in, so it's better to have a villa. So they came to Lu Saiyao's house to celebrate the new year. Lu Saiyao's father, Lu Hengtu, met his expectant parents for the first time. Out of his love for his son-in-law Zhou Yang, he warmly welcomed Zhou Yu and Angela. Lu Hengtu has recovered physically and is now a normal man in his 60s. He made an exception and had a drink with Zhou Yu's in-laws. The family dinner was a success and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Lu Saiyao also warmly entertained Angela, because when she was in Australia, this foreign aunt also gave them meticulous care. Lu Saiyao and Zhou Yang also liked her very much. Even when she and Zhou Yu's father got the certificate, Zhou Yang was happy to accept her as a stepmother. The spring festival was spent at Lu Saiyao's villa, and some relatives and friends came to visit Zhou Yang and the two of them. After learning that Zhou Yang's father was here, they all came with gifts. Zhou Yu and Angela received a huge number of gifts, which surprised them many times. Angela didn't expect the Chinese to be so enthusiastic and didn't treat her as an outsider at all. This also made her let go of her hanging heart and felt that falling in love with Zhou Yu was an extremely correct decision. After New Year's Eve, Zhou Yu felt that living in Lu Saiyao's house was not the same as staying there, so he wanted to leave and move back to his old house. Zhou Yang felt that the old house was too dilapidated and the security there was not tight, making it easy for people from abroad to target it, so it was better to live in their new home. Zhou Yang's new home is naturally in Beatty Town, which is one of the few properties Zhou Yang owns. Lu Saiyao went to Beatty Town with Zhou Yang and his family, just to go back to her mother-in-law's house with her. When Angela first arrived in the town of White Emperor, she was stunned. She felt like she had arrived on an alien planet. Because the technology here is so advanced, there are even cars flying in the air, drones, AI robots, and driverless taxis everywhere. These are like plots from a science fiction film, now appearing before our eyes. Oh my god, did you do all this, Zhou Yang? Angela asked in surprise. I led the construction, and our town will become more and more beautiful in the future. Zhou Yang replied. Great, China is incredible to me. Angela was already at her home in the small town when she sighed. This house is a large flat floor, which makes it quite large. The whole family lives here and it doesn't feel crowded at all. Then the mayor of the town, Yang Zhezheng, heard that Zhou Yang's father had arrived and was the first to visit. Angela and the others later learned that this was the biggest official in the town, but they were very polite to the two of them. They understood that it was for Zhou Yang's sake, and they were also pleased with this future stepson. Zhou Yang was really amazing. This is, of course, Zhou Yang's prestige is not limited to this. When Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao accompanied the two elders to the town for shopping during the day, the residents along the way were greeting Zhou Yang and the two elders. This situation of being loved by the residents was the first time Angela met them, and she couldn't help but sigh. She never saw this kind of thing in Australia. China is truly an amazing country. After a few days of visiting, the elderly couple both fell in love with this place. Because there are various facilities here that make them comfortable, there are also many children and the elderly in the park who share a common language, and the people in the town are particularly civilized. There is no car exhaust, no various noises, and the residents are very friendly. This experience cannot be enjoyed elsewhere. Therefore, even the very playful Mr. Zhou Yu likes Beatty Town. He told Zhou Yang that he would not leave in the future and would settle down in the small town of Beatty, and that he would only take Angela on occasional trips abroad. Zhou Yang was naturally welcome. Dad stayed in Beatty Town, safe and at ease. After settling in with their father and the new year is over, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao will start busy with their careers again. Zhou Yang's first design task in the new year also came with him, which was his long-cherished wish and the origin of the name of Beatty Company. That is, he was finally going to start developing the Beatty airspace fighter. When General Manager Chi from the aviation industry came to Beatty, he brought him a group of new technicians and supported an aircraft production line they had just improved. The aviation industry attaches great importance to scientific research experts of Zhou Yang's level. They only have one new piece of equipment, and the other one was sent to Zhou Yang. Now, the Aviation Industry Corporation of China has produced many advanced aircraft thanks to the various drawings and accessories provided by Zhou Yang. As for ordinary state-owned aircraft companies, they already have them, so there is no need for Zhou Yang to produce them repeatedly to create competition. According to the Deputy Director General of the aviation industry, Zhou Yang is developing some types of aircraft that they do not have. If the Aviation Industry Corporation of China has become the world's leading aircraft manufacturer, there are really not many aircraft that do not exist there. If you want to be different, you have to study new aircraft. At present, Beatty's aircraft manufacturing plant has trained in manufacturing drones and fixed-wing aircraft and has the ability to manufacture large aircraft. If we were to say which model Zhou Yang most wants to develop, it would be our company's mascot representative, the White Emperor Aerospace Fighter. This 1:1 model of an aerospace fighter is still standing in the compound of the company park. It is a bit not good to leave it alone over there, so Zhou Yang wanted to challenge this difficult task. The first step is to exchange the blueprints. The blueprints for this White Emperor Aerospace Fighter are available at the top of the system's supermarket, but the exchange demand was extremely high before, requiring 30,000 points. Previously, Zhou Yang could not afford to redeem it, but now all his products have been widely praised by the public as soon as they were launched, and points have accumulated rapidly. Now he has already exceeded the 30,000 points mark. For his dream, Zhou Yang chose to redeem it without hesitation. Ding! Successfully redeemed, redeeming drawings with more than 30,000 points for the first time, and rewarding product acceleration cards *10. This time the system actually had a redemption promotion, so Zhou Yang accepted these 10 small gifts. After he exchanged it, he immediately looked at the drawings of the aerospace fighter. If Zhou Yang had looked at this drawing a year ago, it would have been like looking at a heavenly book, and there was basically nothing that graduates with his bachelor's degree could understand. Now, Zhou Yang continues to communicate with many top academic leaders in the country, and in addition, he goes to the University of Science and Technology for further studies. He is very studious, and the learning experience cards given to him by the system make him learn more with less effort. He can study for 1 year and study for several years on top of others. Therefore, although Zhou Yang has not yet obtained a master's degree certificate, his actual knowledge level has long exceeded that of most graduate students, and even some doctoral students do not know as much as Zhou Yang in some aspects. After all, even a PhD doesn't have the opportunity to communicate face-to-face with the bigwigs at the Academy of Sciences. After further study, Zhou Yang now seems to understand the general principle of this drawing. First of all, this White Emperor Aerospace Fighter no longer belongs to the category of generations of fighter jets, because its combat radius has been directly expanded beyond the atmosphere, becoming a true aerospace fighter. If we were to force the classification of fighter jets according to existing standards, then the 6th generation or 7th generation fighter jets would be more appropriate. Because to break through the atmosphere in combat, there must be a major breakthrough in energy. Ordinary oil-burning aircraft cannot break through the atmosphere. This White Emperor spacefighter is powered by a small nuclear fusion propulsion system, which is different from the kind used in nuclear-powered rockets. In terms of technology, it is even more advanced. After all, the nuclear power unit of a rocket only needs to consider the propulsion force, and the rocket is also large in size. On aerospace fighter jets, the size of the nuclear fusion device needs to be reduced so that the belly can fit it. This requires the nuclear fusion power unit of the aerospace fighter to be smaller in size and safe and pollution-free. After all, this is a fighter jet, and it will face combat when it is manufactured. Once a nuclear power unit is hit, it will explode and be a disaster. The harm of Chernobyl can affect a region for hundreds of years. However, with the development of technology now, the nuclear fusion propulsion device on this aerospace fighter can be safe and pollution-free. Even if it is hit, the positioning device inside will send a positioning signal to remind people to recover it. Even if the recovery is not timely, it will not cause too much nuclear pollution, because this is the only power unit on Earth that will automatically stop a nuclear reaction after being leaked, and it is so small that it can be stuffed into a fighter jet. You can imagine how slender its size is. Only with the propulsion of nuclear fusion power can fighter jets be guaranteed to travel 9 days. Now that we've covered the powertrain, there are other black technologies on the aerospace fighter jets. For example, it can send coordinates to guide satellite guns to attack enemy satellites or ground targets, or it can use dedicated space missiles to attack satellites and space stations in the air. Previous air battles were conducted in Earth's airspace, but this White Emperor airspace fighter not only fights in the atmosphere, but also has near-space attack capabilities. If other countries mess with us in the future, their satellites will have to be careful. As long as the White Emperor's spacefighter is given a little time, they can knock down all the satellites of other countries and make them deaf and blind. This should be the world's first flying weapon capable of freely attacking space targets, and it is of great strategic significance. This spacefighter is extremely fast, with a top speed of Mach 36, which would allow it to break through the second cosmic speed and thus escape Earth's gravity into outer space. At this speed, people cannot stand it unless anti-governing suits are used, but the performance of anti-governing suits is still insufficient. If aerospace fighter jets need a pilot, every flight is no less challenging to life. In such a small place as the cockpit, it is much more dangerous than a manned rocket. Therefore, this aerospace fighter is divided into 2 versions. The first version is the unmanned version, which integrates an automated driving plan and is connected to the network in the background throughout the entire process, allowing drivers in the Earth base to remotely fly the aerospace fighter through 5G or 6G signals. No artificial intelligence can completely replace humans, so the White Emperor aerospace fighter also needs human pilots. At present, it is also necessary to design professional anti-Dutch suits, which need to be exchanged for other drawings for manufacturing, so it will be more troublesome. Therefore, Zhou Yang's first aerospace fighter chose the unmanned version, and later the manned version of the aircraft. We will wait until the anti-Dutch suits and other equipment are successfully developed. One advantage of the unmanned fighter jet is that it can fly to its heart's content. As long as the metal structural material can withstand the tensile stress brought about by high-speed flight, it can change direction and accelerate and decelerate rapidly without considering whether the driver can withstand it. This makes the fighter's performance even more explosive, allowing it to dodge most weapons. Unfortunately, there are currently no weapons on Earth capable of shooting down aerospace fighters, as the ultra-high speed of Mach 36 has already exceeded the speed of the fastest missiles currently available. Perhaps there will be laser weapons in the future, which can be fired instantly and pose a threat to aerospace fighter jets, but aerospace fighter jets have been equipped with countermeasures that can interfere with the locking of laser weapons in advance. Therefore, if the enemy country wants to study weapons to deal with aerospace fighter jets, it is afraid that it will not be able to do so for 10 or 8 years. Once they have researched it, Zhou Yang will definitely design more powerful fighter jets to keep the enemy country one step behind, thereby crushing the opponent in technology. This is exactly what happened. As soon as the White Emperor's air and space fighter jets were launched, no other country would compete. The only drawback is that there are no matching weapons in the drawings of the White Emperor aerospace fighter. The weapons need to be involved in the military industry zone, and what is needed there is merit value. Zhou Yang does not have much and cannot be exchanged. But it doesn't matter. Zhou Yang only needs to design the White Emperor air-to-air fighter. As for weapons, he can let experts develop them, and he won't worry about it. After all, Beatty is just a private enterprise and does not yet have the qualifications to produce advanced weapons. There are still many applications and functions of the White Emperor aerospace fighter. Zhou Yang thought it was very good after seeing it. The exchange of this blueprint was really worthwhile. In this way, my country's military strength has suddenly been reduced from 3 types, sea, land and air, and a space army has been added at once. I am afraid that my country's soldiers will have to add a new branch of the military. However, in order to build an aerospace fighter, in addition to the trouble of nuclear fusion devices, there are also shell materials and stealth coatings, which are also very troublesome. These drawings all indicate the manufacturing methods, but they need to be manufactured specifically because there are no materials on Earth that can meet the requirements of aerospace fighter jets. Existing aircraft alloys will disintegrate and tear at high speeds, causing aircraft to fall apart. Therefore, a lightweight and strong metal alloy material is necessary. Therefore, before manufacturing aerospace fighter jets, we must first develop a new synthetic material production line and a supporting nuclear fusion production process, otherwise it will become a poor cook. There is also a nuclear fusion device. Zhou does not have the technical personnel to produce such an advanced nuclear power device, so this needs to be solved by the Nuclear Energy Research Institute. The research on this aerospace fighter jet has already reflected the characteristics of the modern military industry, that is, it covers a particularly wide range of technologies, and basically no single company can be fully responsible for it. Even Zhou Yang, who has systematic help, needs to find other departments to cooperate, which shows how high the technological content of this aerospace fighter jet is. Even if they gave the complete set of drawings to some small countries, they could not build an aerospace fighter with the whole country's efforts. The cost of this aerospace fighter really broke through the sky, which can be regarded as a reflection of national strength. After Zhou Yang got the blueprints, he didn't add to them and made modifications. Modifications to this high-tech aircraft can affect the whole body. What Zhou Yang can change is his optimization ability. Zhou Yang thought about it and realized that this aerospace aircraft has too many components that need to be developed from scratch, which is quite difficult, so he put the opportunity for optimization on manufacturing needs. The system optimization was successful, reducing the manufacturing difficulty of the White Emperor aerospace fighter. The system sent a reminder that the development demand has been greatly reduced and the development time will be accelerated. The creation of this strategic aerospace fighter has undoubtedly had a huge impact on our country. Now strategic bombers and aircraft carriers can deter Xiao Xiao from my country's surrounding areas, and as soon as aerospace fighter jets that can shoot satellites and freely enter and exit the atmosphere come out, they can definitely scare all countries in the world. They will definitely not be prepared for this aerospace fighter jet and will use existing weapons to deal with it. It is like primitive people fighting a combined brigade, which is crushing in nature. Even if they immediately begin developing special countermeasures, it will take several years. Within these years, the country will take the initiative, and those countries will not be angered by our country, lest Chinese aerospace fighter jets bully their satellites in space. So Zhou Yang's optimization to reduce demand is really right. As long as it can speed up the time of emergence, it will surpass all fancy things. The principle that soldiers are valuable and swift is exactly what it means. So after Zhou Yang got the final optimization drawings, he decided to report to his superiors. This aerospace fighter cannot be produced by his own factory. It must be developed jointly with his superiors. Zhou Yang knew that this matter was of great importance, so he immediately picked up the red phone on his office desk and called someone. "Leader, I have a strategic-level aircraft here." Zhou Yang didn't need to say anything more. The leader immediately arranged a special plane for Zhou Yang to come over. At the same time, Security Captain John Kong also received orders from his superiors to immediately and safely escort Zhou Yang onto the plane. Soon, the plane sent by the superiors landed on the runway inside the White Emperor Company. This is a top-of-the-line business jet, even more luxurious than Zhou Yang's own, and the crew was waiting for Zhou Yang to board. Zhou Yang boarded the plane with documents and drawings, and John Kong and others followed with weapons. Because their superiors said that this mission was top secret and must be treated with caution, even if all of them, the security team, were killed, Zhou Yang's safe arrival must be ensured. John Kong and others all showed a spirit of 12 points this time and carried out the escort mission. When their plane took off, Zhou Yang found through the window that there were actually 2 fighter jets escorting them next to him. The escort specifications this time were quite high. After a flight of more than 2 hours, the plane landed at a military airport, and Zhou Yang was then escorted by military vehicles to a secret base. Zhou Yang met the leaders and technical chief workers here and found that they all knew each other and had cooperated before. After Zhou Yang met with them, he took out the drawings of the aerospace fighter jets. When these experts saw the drawings of the aerospace fighter, they all gasped for air. They are indeed researching aerospace fighter jets, but they exist in PPT. After all, the difficulty of manufacturing this fighter jet is too high and current technology cannot reach it. But unexpectedly, Zhou Yang suddenly took out the drawings, which means that aerospace fighter jets can begin to be manufactured. Experts predict that it will take at least 10 to 15 years to produce a prototype of the aerospace fighter jet based on current technology. However, Zhou Yang brought the blueprints today, which immediately put the technical level of my national military aircraft ahead of the rest of the decade. The new generation fighter J-40, which is about to be successfully developed, is no longer worth watching if the result is compared with this aerospace fighter. Because as an upgraded version of J-20, J-40 it is my country's new generation of fighter jets. However, this fighter jet still has to move in the atmosphere, while the White Emperor's aerospace fighter jets can already fly in space, which is at least 1 to 2 generations ahead. What is this concept? It's like when foreign countries were still riding horses and shooting arrows, we already had guns and cannons, and the difference was that big. With the White Emperor air-to-air fighter, my country will no longer face military pressure in the next decade or so. Once a country and China have a tooth, in addition to facing the Dongfang Express delivery from all over the world, there are also aerospace fighter jets on standby in space. As long as they fire, they can shoot down all the enemy's satellites, causing the enemy to lose satellite communication capabilities and navigation, and suddenly fall from a military power to a primitive society. Cell phones cannot be used, so ships and aircraft must be grounded because without navigation, you'll get lost on Earth. Therefore, this White Emperor air-to-air fighter is definitely an opportunity for my country to become the world's leading military power. The experts were excited to look at the drawings because, based on their initial inspection, they knew that the drawings could definitely produce a physical model. The experts then told the leaders about the review results, and the leaders were moved. Is the development of this aerospace fighter feasible? In the meeting room, the leader once again questioned the military industry experts. The experts said, yes, it is feasible, at least in theory. Whether it can be realized depends on manufacturing, but we have always felt that this drawing is replicable. Don't be careless in your work, verify the feasibility in detail immediately. The leader immediately ordered it to go down. Next, the institute will establish a special R&D team to cooperate with Beatty in research and development and verification. This plan is listed as top secret and will be implemented according to the highest standards. This involves the development of my country's military, industrial and aerospace industries and cannot be neglected. Therefore, the leader personally spoke with Zhou Yang to confirm the origin of this plan. My overseas friends. Zhou Yang also wanted to move out of the overseas friends group, but the leader's eyes were bright and he obviously didn't believe it. After all, he was able to become a leader of his level and had more than 100,000 people under his command, but he was not an ordinary person. Zhou Yang's rhetoric was no longer effective. If it is other ordinary equipment, the superior leader will turn a blind eye and pass by, so there is no need to be more serious. However, this time's air and space fighter is different. This is related to the formulation of my country's aviation arms strategy in the next 10 years, and there are no trivial matters related to national defense. Then Zhou Yang's excuse is no longer acceptable. It cannot be written in the report to superiors that the drawings given by Zhou Yang's unknown friends will not pass the review at all. Zhou Yang was also embarrassed. If he didn't tell the truth, then this flying fighter would not be able to be built in the near future. If Beatty wanted to take charge of all the processes of aircraft manufacturing from beginning to end, it would probably take at least 5 or 6 years of development and preparation. As for ultra-small nuclear fusion power devices, if the superiors do not help, it will be difficult for Beatty to gather some nuclear energy talents, and it is impossible to directly recruit undergraduate, master's and doctoral students from major universities. Without the training of actual nuclear energy research work, it is difficult to control nuclear fusion devices with higher scientific and technological levels. Not to mention anything else, the current nuclear energy graduates, who are majoring in master's and doctoral degrees, mainly study and practice knowledge related to nuclear fission in school, and nuclear fusion is still a matter of speculation in their books. Controlled nuclear fusion is only confirmed by the finished drawings that Zhou Yang recently produced. How can these graduates with backward knowledge be competent in nuclear fusion technology that transcends the times? Therefore, if Zhou Yang wants to build the White Emperor air-to-space fighter as soon as possible, he must cooperate with it, unless he prefers to spend several years to improve his industrial chain and technological reserves. Moreover, in this way, the air-to-space fighter cannot be equipped with weapons, which is equivalent to losing most of its advantages. He can't just take people into space and open a special tourist line, right? Not only aerospace fighters, Zhou Yang wants to promote too many high-tech products. If one aerospace fighter gets stuck, then there is no need to think about higher-tech products later. So in order to speed up development, Zhou Yang thought about it and decided that it would be better to just show off the cards, so that future high-tech products could be developed through unimpeded collaborative research and development. Of course, this confession is not about directly and publicly saying that you have a system, but about finding a relatively reasonable reason. Zhou Yang then said to his leader, "Okay, I'll be honest, actually, the drawings I took out were all designed by myself." The leader did not believe it immediately, but pressed for detailed information. Because according to Zhou Yang's current level of knowledge and the complexity of these drawings, it is impossible for one person to design them. Even if Zhou Yang is an all-round genius, it is not possible. Then there are so many contents on the drawings that surpass existing technology, and experts ask Zhou Yang that he cannot explain them clearly. How can this be explained? Zhou Yang alone comes up with a new product that shocks the world every now and then, which seems impossible no matter how hard you think about it. If you go into detail about how it was developed, such as this aerospace fighter, the leader asked. Zhou Yang said, "Most of the products I dreamed about were added and improved after I woke up. This is very supernatural, but I can't explain it clearly. Maybe it's me in a parallel space, or maybe it was transmitted back to me through my dream." The leader frowned. This reason seemed less convincing than that of his overseas friends. Zhou Yang said, "If you don't believe me, you can check my computer, it has detailed records." The computer records he mentioned were all generated with the help of the system. They contain detailed research and development records, and basically every drawing has a related record. Moreover, Zhou Yang had thought of this day for a long time, so he usually supplemented it with handwritten drawings as proof, and everything looked very real. "Are you sure?" the leader asked cautiously. He used a question and answer style, thinking that Zhou Yang should take back what he had just said, or be honest. "I'm sure I can take someone with me now and get all that information out," Zhou Yang said. "Okay, Zhou Yang, I personally believe you, but this is a matter of national defense and cannot be lost, so I need to offend." The leaders also respect Zhou Yang, but this matter must be investigated clearly. So, Shangda set up a temporary investigation team and followed Zhou Yang back to Beatty Company by special plane. When Zhou Yang arrived at Beatty Company, he led the investigation team to the office and took out various materials from the safe in the office. There are many of his handwritten manuscripts here, as well as various printed manuscripts that the system helped print, which are enough to support what Zhou Yang said. Although there is a lot of evidence, and almost the entire safe is filled with various drawings, it does not look fake, but it is too strange that you can dream about high-tech products. The most normal people dream about is a beautiful woman, which is too mysterious. So now we need to find a real case to verify what Zhou Yang said without any basis. Zhou Yang then said to the investigators, "That's fine, just designate a scientific research project. As long as I come here, I can dream about the contents of the drawings that night." The investigators looked at each other and still didn't believe it was true, but Zhou Yang said so they might as well do an experiment. First, Zhou Yang had to go to a place they designated and could not communicate with the outside world. Then Zhou Yang had to develop a tank within the surveillance range. Of course, this proposition will only be announced after Zhou Yang enters the venue, so as not to make preparations in advance. This proposition was decided by the leadership because Zhou Yang had never developed a tank-type weapon, and it was required that this tank must exceed, or at least match, the existing tanks in my country. This requirement is very difficult. You have to know that tanks are the kings of land warfare. Every major country has its own designed tanks. How easy is it to ask tank research experts across the country to produce new tanks that surpass them? Anyway, as long as Zhou Yang can draw the tank blueprints with his bare hands while being monitored, the leaders believe that this is indeed an unknown scientific event and that dreaming about future technological products may be a special case in the world. In order to ensure smooth future research and development, Zhou Yang decided to take on this challenge. He first explained the company's work and informed his father and girlfriend that he would go out to participate in a secret mission for a few days so that they would not miss him. Zhou Yang was then picked up by relevant personnel, taken to a military camp, and moved into a guest house. This military camp is confidential and the outside world has no idea that it is heavily defended. At least don't try to transmit information through drones, telephones, telegrams, etc. If Zhou Yang can complete the tank drawings in the military camp, it will prove that what he said is true. After Zhou Yang arrived here, he was told that he wanted to study a tank, but he was not in a hurry to write. Instead, he was curious and moved around in the military camp. He felt it was very quiet here, and he felt particularly at ease listening to reveille and the soldiers' shouts every day. After 2 days, Zhou Yang became familiar with the environment here and began preparing tank blueprints. Because there was surveillance in the room, he took advantage of his sleep to lie awake. In fact, he opened the system's blueprint supermarket to choose a suitable tank. The tank is a large land combat weapon, so it is located in the military industry zone. Because this is a test, the performance of this tank does not need to be exaggerated, it only needs to be slightly better than the existing Type 99 tank. Zhou Yang searched the system for cheap tank drawings and actually found a discounted product. Unmanned Amphibious Tank is the name of this drawing. As the name suggests, this tank is first unmanned, and then it can travel on land and water. Although unmanned tanks and amphibious tanks currently have similar products, when combined, almost no tanks in service are designed this way. This is mainly because the design is unscientific. First of all, in order to be able to travel on water, amphibious tanks have given up some of the strengths of land combat tanks, such as much thinner armor, and the vehicle body and tracks have also been reduced in weight and specially equipped. Secondly, if you want to drive without a driver, you need an excellent communication system and an excellent AI to assist the back-end driver in operating. Designing amphibious tanks is difficult in the first place, and unmanned driving must also be considered, which makes it even more difficult, so no country has designed in this regard. As soon as Zhou Yang searched for this drawing, after a simple check, he immediately fell in love with it and decided that it was it. He then spent 20 merit points to redeem this discounted drawing. Of course, Zhou Yang can't take it out yet. If he takes it out within 2 days of coming, it will seem that his dream is too cheap. He might even think that he has a cheat sheet prepared in advance. For the sake of future peace, he must at least perform it. So Zhou Yang lived peacefully in the military camp. He was even there in the morning, running exercises and training with the soldiers to strengthen his body. Some of the soldiers recognized this famous man, but they were disciplined and could not disrupt Zhou Yang, so they could only take a look. Zhou Yang trained during the day. When he was tired, he read in his room. When he ordered, he went to the cafeteria to dine with the soldiers. His days were quite casual. The investigation team members did not come to urge him, but only met with Zhou Yang once a day to ask him if he had any inspiration. When Zhou Yang was on his 8th day in the military camp, he felt that time was almost up. That same day, he told the staff that his supernatural feeling had come and he was hoping to dream about it tonight. The investigation team immediately became serious. After Zhou Yang fell asleep at night, they sent people to squat and monitor him throughout the entire process to see if there were any strange changes in Zhou Yang at night. Zhou Yang sleeps normally at night, just like usual, turning over and over, that's all. But in the morning, as soon as Zhou Yang opened his eyes, put on his coat, and immediately sat down on the table, he began to write on the drawing paper he had prepared in advance. He first wrote a zoom diagram of the tank's appearance, and quickly outlined the tank's shape. Then on another sheet of paper, the specific dimensions and design parameters of each section were drawn, which stunned the investigation team. They dared not disturb Zhou Yang, for fear of disturbing his condition. If they really forgot the situation in the dream, they would be very guilty. They quickly invited tank experts, zoomed in on the images and the drawings, and asked the experts to comment. This shape is so novel, but it is indeed an amphibious tank design. When the expert sees this appearance, he knows that it is a brand new product and has some relatively novel small applications. The expert also doesn't know what the function is. He can only be sure after the entire set of drawings is drawn. After that, Zhou Yang continued to draw pictures without sleep. The middle staff went to deliver the food and went in quietly. They set the food aside and put it away lightly, fearing that a noise would disturb Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang also said to the staff thank you, then picked up a steamed bun and put it in his mouth, and began to write again. Zhou Yang also went to the toilet twice in the middle, and then spent the whole day soaking in front of the table drawing pictures. The various rough and fine drawings he made quickly filled the bedside, and eventually he painted late into the night, with a total of 21 fine drawings jumping off the paper. Okay, come on, take the drawings away. Zhou Yang stood up, rubbed his sore shoulders and arms, and called the staff. The staff quickly came to organize the drawings and then took them out respectfully. After all, they had never imagined in their lives that a person could dream about scientific and technological achievements. The drawing was quickly presented to tank experts. These experts worked overtime late at night to check the contents of the drawings. The more they looked at it, the more shocked they were. The more they looked at it, the more impressed they became. This unmanned amphibious tank is a genuine equipment that surpasses the current service. First, the unmanned part of this tank has two control modes. One is that, like drones, the driver operates the tank via remote control signals in the background. The second method is to let the tank use AI to direct the tank to attack autonomously. For example, when the driver needs to rest, he can set it to automatically fire when he finds the enemy, which will have a defensive effect. Needless to say, this communication signal, 5G plus satellite, allows for remote control of the tank with virtually no delay. Moreover, the control interface is very realistic, and the rich sensors can simultaneously sense any wind and grass movement around them, making it easy for soldiers to make judgments. Even if the communication signal is interfered with and contact with the tank is lost, the intelligent AI will still attack or garrison in place according to previous instructions. It has an enemy identification code and will not be easily captured by the enemy. Although unmanned driving is a little worse than real driving, its advantages are also obvious, that is, it is not afraid of real accidents. Anyway, it is just a pile of steel. Human lives are priceless, and steel is just a pile of materials. This allows unmanned tanks to perform some dangerous tasks without considering casualties. After reading the unmanned part, I followed it up with the amphibious part, which is also the essence of the tank. Other amphibious tanks rely on making the tank body longer to increase the tank's buoyancy in the water, as well as the related design of the tracks, all to increase buoyancy. This amphibious tank is more like a land tank. It can float on the water and move forward by deformation. Yes, it's the kind of transformation that Transformers use. When on land, this tank is a high-performance land combat tank. However, when launched into water or in swampy environments, its tracks and structure will change and be modified into a shape similar to a hovercraft, thereby greatly increasing the tank's buoyancy. In other words, this amphibious tank has two forms, land combat and ship. The transformation time of the two forms is very short, and the transformation can be completed in a few seconds. Therefore, if it is suddenly launched into the water or landed, the transformation will be very fast and will not delay combat. The advantage of this design is that it is an excellent land-based tank during land warfare, and its combat effectiveness is not compromised in design due to considerations of water travel. When on the water, it is closer to the chassis of a ship, so it is faster and more maneuverable than the amphibious tanks in service. Even in emergency situations, it can be used as a patrol boat to carry out missions at sea or in rivers. This makes it a truly combat-effective amphibious tank, and its protection, speed, horsepower, etc., are all higher or equal to those of current tanks. Its many advantages, taken together, are clearly better than those of current tanks. Therefore, after several days of research, tank experts confirmed that this drawing can be transformed into a physical object, and its performance is indeed much better than that of current tanks. This also proved that Zhou Yang did have the magical ability to dream about drawings when he was dreaming, which shocked all those in the know. This added another layer to the mysterious aura on Zhou Yang's body. What? Zhou Yang really dreamed up a blueprint for a new tank. When the leader heard the investigation team's report, he immediately stood up from his seat and walked over to the information. Tank experts have written materials to explain the advantages of this amphibious tank. In summary, this is a new tank that is very different from my country's existing tank design concept. There is no tank style from any country that can correspond to it, so it is basically concluded that it is not plagiarism. Moreover, this amphibious tank has very advanced performance, far surpassing the amphibious tanks in service, and has practical combat value. This evaluation alone is enough to show how advanced Zhou Yang's tank drawings are. This is not the key point. The key point is that it proves that what Zhou Yang said about dreaming about advanced drawings is true. That's astonishing. It breaks through existing materialist values and has absolutely no existing scientific basis to explain it. The leader was a good soldier in the war, but he didn't quite understand science, so he reported the matter to the science department. The scientific department was also shocked when they heard about it. Zhou Yang and the others were all too familiar with it, and the entire Academy of Sciences was all too familiar with it. They had talked about it privately before and always felt that Zhou Yang's overseas friend was himself, and now it has indeed been confirmed. But it was not what they imagined. They believed that Zhou Yang is hiding his true self. He is a peerless genius who is very proficient in all walks of life and can integrate the company's scientific research capabilities to develop one new product after another. But now the top secret internal news that Zhou Yang got the blueprints through dreams has burned their brains. This group of academy leaders who have studied high-end technologies all their lives, in their later years, suddenly someone tells them that a young person can dream about technologies that they cannot even study. How can they accept this? These experts feel that their outlook on life and values are about to collapse. So the Academy of Sciences immediately organized experts from psychology, physics, chemistry, materials science, medicine, and other disciplines to verify the authenticity of this matter. After these experts arrived, they chatted with psychology experts in Zhou Yang to verify the situation from a psychological perspective. At the same time, Zhou Yang also had various medical devices connected to him, and he wanted to see the various numerical fluctuations in his body. When did your ability to dream about high-tech drawings begin? Psychologists asked Zhou Yang questions according to the agreed-upon questions. It probably started when I graduated from university and took over Beatty Company. I can't remember the exact time. Zhou Yang prevaricated according to his standard answer after careful consideration. Generally speaking, when lying, people will experience certain psychological fluctuations, which can be detected by instruments. However, he had to be censored all the time and felt uncomfortable, so the system couldn't bear it anymore and decided to help Zhou Yang take action and falsify various data about his body. This way, he could talk casually and his privacy would not be exposed. After some discussion, the psychologist left, and then he spoke with the experts behind him. Because this matter is so special, not only experts from the Academy of Sciences are holding a meeting, but also criminal investigation experts are coming together to determine whether Zhou Yang is lying or there is a real scientific mystery. The criminal investigation expert watched Zhou Yang's relevant video materials and said that he was not good. Zhou Yang acted very calmly and did not seem to be making up a scam. From the conversation with Zhou Yang, the psychological expert could feel the strong sense of decency in him. People with this kind of aura are extremely open-minded and do not seem to be engaging in a scam. Moreover, all kinds of information show that Zhou Yang did indeed obtain tank blueprints through dreams. Now psychologists and criminal investigation experts are inclined to believe that Zhou Yang did not lie, so it depends on the experts in basic science. I have a guess. At this time, high-end physics experts spoke. There is a hypothesis in physics, namely the parallel universe theory. It can be simply understood that the universe has multiple parallel spacetimes, each of which has an Earth and many Zhou Yangs. These parallel spacetimes do not originally intersect, but according to the theory of multidimensional universes, these parallel universes are sometimes connected and affect each other due to certain special fluctuations. I think this is possible, that is, another Zhou Yang of the parallel universe. We have established a certain connection with Zhou Yang in our world, so that various high-tech technologies can be passed on to him through dreams, thereby helping the development of science and technology in our country. Another physics expert also agreed there is another theory, that is, the theory of time travel. According to Einstein's special theory of relativity, if the speed exceeds the speed of light, time will flow backwards. If this theory is true, then it is hoped that Zhou Yang in the future has developed a time machine. However, this kind of time travel is not like a novel that can allow people or souls to travel through time usually. One can only look at the past as if watching a movie, without affecting the past. However, Xingxiu can use some special method to imprint some future knowledge into Zhou Yang's mind, that is, convey it through dreams, which explains this phenomenon. Both physicists explain Zhou Yang's phenomenon through some hypotheses that had not been proven by the scientific community, which made other experts look at each other in disbelief. The multidimensional universe, the time machine, it's all speculation, even science fiction. Is this all true? Anyway, with their existing knowledge and ability, they could not explain everything that happened to Zhou Yang, and then there was a silence. At this time, the medical expert suddenly said, I also have a guess, that is, Zhou Yang's brain is extremely special, and he also has two personalities. The master personality is what we come into contact with, and the secondary personality is a genius personality, even surpassing Einstein in some aspects, but the deficiency has always been suppressed. Only in dreams can the secondary personality show some clues, that is, at this time, the secondary personality uses dreams to show Zhou Yang some of the techniques he has developed. What do you think? Makes sense. Experts have also heard about the issue of split personality. Sometimes a person exhibits two different mental states, as if they were one body, imprisoning the souls of both people. However, such people are usually mentally ill, and the underlying mechanism of their illness has not been proven. There is indeed a chance, as medical experts say. In such a short time, there were several hypotheses, but these were all hypotheses that no one could confirm. Zhou Yang was telling a lie. A mathematical expert proposed the proof by contradiction, assuming that Zhou Yang was lying and that his drawings were secretly passed on to him. This would not be even more terrifying. It was fine before, but someone passed it on to him and asked him to publish it without asking for anything in return. However, these valuable scientific research results, the research unit, have always been anonymous and have not used any of the same technologies. The research funding is probably tens of millions of yuan. Which country is willing to pay this money to give it to Zhou Yang in my country for free? Even with this scientific research institute that has always been committed to it, the most recent tank drawings were written by Zhou Yang in a heavily defended military camp. No one thought that someone could break through the radar and layers of defense of the military camp and pass on the contents of the drawings. In addition, Zhou Yang could not have memorized it in advance and reproduced a tank drawing without any problem. Moreover, he had to guess that this time he was going to draw a tank. All of this was too coincidental. If Zhou Yang is really lying and he is conveying other people's research results, then what is he trying to do? If he doesn't hand it over to the country, he can become the world's richest person by relying on these high-tech achievements, even if he sells them to foreign countries. However, his mentality of presenting a bunch of blueprints to the country without expecting anything in return cannot prove that he is lying. Now the experts are confused and don't know exactly what the statement is correct. It feels like the brain CPU is almost dry and burning. At this time, the big leader suddenly opened the door to visit, and everyone got up together to welcome him. The big leader had heard their arguments, and his words sealed the verdict on the incident. Regardless of whether Zhou Yang's dream drawings are true or false, whether they are parallel universes or dual personalities, I want to emphasize one point: everything Zhou Yang has done since he started the Beatty Company has not been a disservice to the country, the people, or the organization. So even if he is lying and using dream drawings to cover up some difficult secrets, why not? The big leader's words made everyone suddenly enlightened. Indeed, experts all think in science. When encountering strange things, they must use scientific methods to explain them, but they don't know that they don't need to know the cause completely. They just need to look through the phenomena to see the essence. Everything Zhou Yang did was for the people. He had no selfish motives. If such a person is still under investigation and suspected, then Comrade Zhou Yang will really be chilled. The leader then said, I think this matter ends here. Regardless of the principle, I will report it according to Zhou Yang's situation. All his scientific and technological achievements were obtained by chance through dreams. If it is later found to be wrong and has affected the military, industry and scientific and technological development of our country, I am willing to take full responsibility. The big leader has made a final decision. Indeed, there is no point in discussing whether Zhou Yang is lying. Zhou Yang has no reason to lie. Even if he is lying, then everyone believes that given his character, this is also a white lie. Therefore, the investigation team can complete the draft, and personnel must be arranged to immediately begin follow-up work. The follow-up work is to send Zhou Yang back to Shenzhen and upgrade his security force to another level. In addition to the guard platoon next to him, a dedicated security company must be arranged to conduct various monitoring within a few kilometers next to him, and Zhou Yang's close relatives must be protected. This company must maintain a mobile force of at least 100 people. In the event of an extreme incident, it will arrive at the scene as soon as possible to provide the strictest protection for Zhou Yang and his family. The leader also instructed that attention must be paid to the methods of protection, and Zhou Yang and his family must not feel uncomfortable and affect their lives. In addition, personnel were arranged to receive the amphibious tank drawings and ask Zhou Yang what he meant. Whether this drawing should be purchased or a special tank production line should be established on Zhou Yang's side. Their team could also relax their authority and purchase tanks produced by Beatty Company. There are also the drawings of the White Emperor air fighter proposed by Zhou Yang, which are handed over to relevant experts to discuss cooperation methods with Zhou Yang. We must cooperate in research and development in full accordance with Zhou Yang's wishes, and we must take good care of Comrade Zhou Yang's emotions. After all, Zhou Yang had been locked up in the military camp for more than a week, during which time various trials and inspections were carried out. Others would definitely have had considerable opinions, so these policies arranged by the big leader this time can also be regarded as a way to make up for Zhou Yang. In addition, starting today, all sources of Zhou Yang's drawings will no longer be investigated. As long as the drawings he provides are received in full, the superior recognized Zhou Yang as a person. No matter whether he dreamed up this drawing himself or it was conveyed by others, the superior no longer asked for the bottom line. At this point, the issue of the source of Zhou Yang's drawings is no longer an issue. The above has been concluded, and Zhou Yang no longer needs to use one of his friends to prevaricate. The leader then personally came to the room to meet Zhou Yang and apologized when he shook hands with him. He said that the restrictions on his personal freedom these days were really inappropriate, and told Zhou Yang what conditions he had, even if he raised them. Zhou Yang smiled. He was prepared for all of this and thought he would be locked up for a month. Unexpectedly, it had only been more than a week and he was about to be released. It seemed that the big leader was more enlightened than he expected. Zhou Yang had no other requirements, except that his research results should be accelerated and more experts and scholars should be sent to Beatty for technical support. After all, the technical level of Beatty Company was not yet top-notch. Secretary Hu, write it down and follow Zhou Yang's instructions. The big leader was also quite generous and asked the secretary to handle it directly. With the commitment of the big leader, Zhou Yang will no longer have to worry about insufficient technical strength in the future. As long as there are technical personnel in the country, he is expected to be able to invite them, and the progress of scientific research will be accelerated in the future. By the way, I have one more request. Zhou Yang suddenly remembered. Despite saying, the leader said kindly, I think this amphibious tank can be developed as soon as possible and used in the battle to liberate our overseas islands. As long as the Chinese know where the island Zhou Yang mentioned is, the leader nodded and said solemnly, okay, I promise you, this amphibious tank will definitely be used to recapture the island. Zhou Yang smiled, then he felt relieved. He didn't want this amphibious tank drawing. He had no obsession with building tanks. When he chose this amphibious tank drawing, he had the idea of recovering the island in his heart. As long as this idea is realized, he, as a Chinese child, is willing to donate this tank drawing directly consider his personal contribution to the recovery of the island. You're not just a small force, you're a huge help. The big leader smiled cheerfully, and then patted Zhou Yang's shoulder solemnly. This pat also meant recognition of Zhou Yang in praise of Zhou Yang, which is truly awesome for young people. When the big leaders left, the guards of Jiang Kong arrived. They helped Zhou Yang pack his bags and then escorted him out of the military camp. From then on, Zhou Yang's identity became more special and important. Even the officials in Shenzhen were notified that their first and second-in-command officials needed to make an appointment in advance to see Zhou Yang. The Beatty Company was upgraded to be directly under the jurisdiction of the superior. The Shenzhen town officials had no jurisdiction, which was a level relationship and could not be arbitrarily sent to inspect or investigate. Next, the Academy of Sciences sent more than 30 top experts from various industries to Beatty Company for technical support. Moreover, this group of people will be stationed here permanently. In the future, these experts will conduct research at Beatty Company and develop various high-tech technologies together. In this way, Beatty has become the country's leading high-tech enterprise in terms of technological strength and the world's leading enterprise. After all, with the power of a 5-member state, we can cooperate with an enterprise. Such an enterprise cannot be selected by the entire Blue Star. Next, Zhou Yang's various scientific research projects went smoothly. The development of the Beatty aerospace fighter was divided into 3 locations. Beatty studied the overall aerodynamic layout. The second research location was the Nuclear Energy Research Institute, where they developed the nuclear fusion energy system of the aerospace fighter, and the third research location was the official 416 Research Institute, which studied the supermaterials used in the aerospace fighter. The 3 locations will work together to accelerate the research process to an unprecedented speed. Ideally, a prototype may be seen within 2 to 3 years. That's right, even if the whole country has the help of Zhou Yang's drawings, it will take at least 2 or 3 years to research an air-to-space fighter, and this is still under extremely smooth conditions. After all, this aerospace fighter is not an ordinary aircraft, but an aircraft that is at least more than a decade ahead of its time. All its components are unprecedented and need to be developed from scratch. Fortunately, the drawings provided by Zhou Yang all contain detailed data. Researchers only need to eat through the drawings, which saves a lot of effort. Subsequently, the unmanned amphibious tank was also developed in the military factory. The technological level of this tank is not as advanced as that of the aerospace fighter. It is expected that the first prototype can be made in half a year, and another half a year for debugging. At most, it can be mass-produced in a year and assembled with coastal troops. Then a small group of green people on an island across the sea will tremble, because their end is coming. Time flew by, and after Zhou Yang solved the problem of the source of the drawings, he went all out, throwing out all kinds of high-tech drawings without losing money. Anyway, I told the insiders that I was dreaming again, and most of these drawings, except for a small number of civilian products produced through the White Emperor, were donated to the country. No one outside knows that the sudden technological explosion in China was actually caused by Zhou Yang. His drawings cover various industries, and almost all of China's industrial systems are catching up with those abroad. What was previously a blank industry has now not only filled the gap, but its product performance has also jumped to the forefront internationally. My country's previously backward industries have suddenly become one of the strongest industries in the world, which has led foreign companies that made their fortunes through monopolies to change their careers or go bankrupt. My country's previously strong industries, such as electronics manufacturing, automobile industry, energy industry, etc., have crushed foreign giants and become the only one in the world that no one can match. These industries generally account for more than half of the world's total shipments, forming a dominant position. This is only in terms of civilian products, and the military has completely surpassed magnesium to become the country with the most advanced and comprehensive military equipment in the world. In addition to its huge financial resources, the US military has really begun to lag behind our country in high-tech military equipment. Liao Mei was unwilling to give up her throne as the strongest country in the Blue Star. She began to be incompetent and furious, provoking in all aspects and frantically deploying troops and generals from military bases around the world, with a great trend of fighting a big battle. However, with the existence of nuclear weapons, they dare not act recklessly and can only come up with some dirty tricks. A year later in the winter, an epidemic suddenly appeared in the country, which was somewhat similar to the last COVID-19, both of which were respiratory infectious diseases. This disease develops extremely quickly and is highly contagious. After outbreaks in many cities, the medical systems in dozens of cities across the country were suddenly at full capacity and unable to accept new patients. Many patients go from mild to severe coma within a few days. They have used various drugs but none of them have much effect, and then die in pain. Within days, thousands of people died from this virus across the country, and countless more were infected. For a time, society fell into panic and martial law was imposed in many cities. This time, the spread of the virus was unprecedentedly powerful. Moreover, this infectious disease is a new strain, and experts are still studying how to crack the characteristics of the virus, but time waits for no one. Every day of delay, this virus will take the lives of many people. At this time, the panicked people suddenly placed their hopes on Jiankang Pharmaceutical, hoping that Zhou Yang's amazing company could create a miracle and produce a special drug that could infect the virus this time. Zhou Yang learned the news as soon as possible, and all employees of his company have worn masks and carried out regional isolation operations, which require disinfection every day. Therefore, although the output of Beatty Company has been affected, order is still there and it has not been directly closed like many companies. His travel-loving father and his stepmother Angela, who just got a certificate with his father, were both infected with an unknown virus while traveling and are currently receiving treatment at Shenzhen Hospital. So this time, Zhou Yang is researching special effects drugs without the public having to say it. System, let's see if there is a specific drug for this virus. Zhou Yang brought a tube of infected material from a patient to the system and asked eagerly. After the Gigafactory system scan, it replied, "This is a new type of rotavirus with strange characteristics and does not seem to be naturally generated. There are 3 types of drugs with special effects." The system's response made Zhou Yang frown. It seemed that the origin of the virus this time was not simple. No wonder it broke out simultaneously in many places across the country, rather than the radiation state of normal virus transmission. However, now is not the time to investigate the culprit behind the scenes. The focus is on producing special effects drugs. Zhou Yang saw the process drawings of these 3 special effects drugs. One is a capsule, one is an injection, and one is a vaccine. The special capsules are slightly less effective and take several days to heal after taking them, but their advantage is that they can be chemically synthesized in large quantities and the materials are common, so the price is low. Liquid injections are complex biological reagents that work quickly, but their disadvantage is that the production cycle is longer, which may take at least 20 days to a month before the first batch of drugs is manufactured. Vaccine production is even slower, but after vaccination, you will not be infected with this rotavirus for a few years. After a few years, due to the existence of the herd immunity mechanism, this virus will not pose any threat. So Zhou Yang redeemed all 3 medicines at once, even if it cost him all his medical points. Ding, 3 specific rotavirus drugs have been obtained, and the process drawings have been distributed. After the system distributed the drawings, Zhou Yang focused on optimizing the capabilities on manufacturing speed and then immediately delegated them to Jiankang Pharmaceutical. He also copied 3 copies of the formula, personally went to Beijing, and handed them over to experts in the health system. Zhou Yang's current identity is a guarantee of credibility. As soon as he saw the production process of the 3 special drugs he brought, these experts were very surprised and immediately arranged the production, even exempting them from experimental testing and approval procedures. Because the situation is urgent now and Zhou Yang can be completely trusted, then when the pills are manufactured, patients can be found to test them immediately without wasting a minute. Led by the medical department, many pharmaceutical factories across the country began to produce these 3 reagents at full speed. Given the long production cycles of the latter 2 drugs, pharmaceutical factories across the country are now rushing to produce the first capsule to stabilize the condition. Because this was a nationwide mobilization, the first batch of special effects capsules were already on the production line in just 3 days after Zhou Yang took out the blueprints. Then the capsule immediately entered the testing process. The normal testing process was originally for animal experiments such as mice and monkeys. Only after the experiment was successful would it enter clinical testing. Now, in the state of emergency, the 3 tests are being conducted almost simultaneously. The effect was unexpectedly good. After using the drug, the animals did not show any abnormalities, while the patients controlled their condition. The amount of virus in their bodies was greatly reduced, symptoms were alleviated, and the treatment effect was significant. After waiting for 3 days, the infectious patient had basically recovered and had no obvious side effects or complications, and basically passed the review. In this case, there is a chance that the drug will have to undergo multiple clinical tests before it can be officially approved for marketing, but this drug was provided by Zhou Yang, so the superior leader made the decision directly and put it into use quickly. The leader with the problem is willing to take full responsibility. The leader made this bold decision out of trust in Zhou Yang and to save thousands of people. So, these special effect capsules, called rehabilitation, were quickly shipped across the country. In order to stabilize the public's morale, the medical department directly moved out the manufacturer of this drug, saying that it is a special effect drug produced by Jiankang Pharmaceutical. Please feel free to take it, and the production is sufficient. Do not stockpile. This kind of pill is only useful to patients and cannot prevent it, so the hospital controlled its distribution in the early stage, and everyone can only purchase a course of medicine with their ID card. Although there are various purchase restrictions, when people hear that it is a product of Jiankang Pharmaceutical, they feel relieved instantly. After all, Zhou Yang's pharmaceutical companies always try to turn the tide, and I believe the same is true this time. After the patients took it, their symptoms were relieved that day. They all said in short videos that Jiankang Pharmaceutical, a rehabilitation brand special medicine, is really a miracle medicine. If you get sick, buy a box quickly. At this point, the whole country is rushing to buy rehabilitation capsules, and some people are even taking risks and selling them privately for 1,000 yuan a box, while the normal selling price is 10 yuan a box. Zhou Yang was very angry that someone dared to give him money for the life-saving medicine he produced, so he gave the acceleration halo to his own pharmaceutical company. The production speed was like that of popcorn. Production cans were produced one by one. Jiankang Pharmaceutical had dozens of trucks transporting goods every day, which were sold all over the country. Because this situation is urgent, there is no need to pay in advance. It is okay to let the patients take the medicine first and then give the medicine money later. With the crazy production of Jiankang Pharmaceutical and many pharmaceutical companies across the country, this special medicine will soon become popular, and people across the country can buy several boxes for their whole family, which is enough for use. For a time, infectious patients who were recuperating in hospitals and at home recovered one after another and were discharged from hospitals on a large scale. People all over the country were praising Jiankang Pharmaceutical. The title of Zhou Yang Medicine God was mentioned again, and a large number of people gave him the longevity card and offered it daily. Zhou Yang's parents and stepmother also recovered their health under the treatment of the special effects capsule. This infectious disease crisis was finally passed smoothly. The sealed cities were gradually lifted and normalcy returned to the whole country. Throughout the tense antivirus campaign, Zhou Yang played a great role, and the authorities were preparing to award him a super grand prize. However, the virus has not completely stopped circulating and new diseases are still emerging, so we must wait for vaccines and injections to be produced before we can completely control the infectious disease. So now is not the time to present the award, let's get the virus under control first. In order to study rotavirus this time, higher authorities held a rotavirus seminar in the capital, and Zhou Yang was invited to attend as an important guest. At this meeting, Zhou Yang explained what the system had told him. This rotavirus infection showed signs of artificial selection. In fact, some domestic virus experts have made similar discoveries because they found that this infectious disease only spread across Asia. In Europe, the United States and Australia, it only occurred sporadically and was limited to the Chinese community. This shows that this is a special virus targeting Asian people. According to investigations by the Criminal Investigation Department and the Infectious Disease Prevention and Control Center, it can be basically concluded that this is a rotavirus infection deliberately spread by an overseas organization. Animal. An old expert scolded him. If it weren't for the highly educated and well-cultivated experts here, they would probably have been scolding each other long ago. The last time COVID-19 was studied and spread by the United States, and this time the rotavirus is even more targeted. Therefore, the instigators basically cannot escape Blue Star's biggest villain country, and their purpose is to poison our country. Zhou Yang has no doubt about the result. Now both the system and domestic experts have reached a consensus, so this matter is a foregone conclusion. This rotavirus spread is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. The results of the discussion on this matter were reported, but Zhou Yang was indignant. Those who died of illness would have had a happy life, but they left this world regretfully because a rogue country on the other side of the world deliberately poisoned them. How Zhou Yang swallowed this breath, these are all his compatriots. He must retaliate and not let those executioners go unpunished. As for the military industry zone, all the merit points were exchanged for a state-of-the-art anti-missile weapon. This weapon can be intercepted in advance mid-missile launch, thus posing virtually no threat to our country. The most impressive thing about this anti-missile weapon is that it can counter intercontinental missiles. Even if the enemy launches a nuclear bomb, it will most likely intercept it outside the border, so there is no need to worry about an enemy nuclear strike. This is the terminator of the nuclear threat. With this anti-missile system, the nuclear threat can be blocked outside the country's borders. In the future, the nuclear weapons of old magnesium and other countries will basically not pose a threat to our country. Even if they use strategic bombers to drop bombs, the digital array radar previously provided by Zhou Yang can detect the opponent's stealth bombardment as soon as possible, thereby shooting it down in advance and preventing the nuclear bomb from being dropped on the mainland. In this way, if I am the only one who drops a nuclear bomb on the other side, and the other side cannot threaten our country, then we can impose military sanctions on it, thereby avenging our people. This anti-missile weapon uses ground radar guidance and aerial satellite positioning, so that it uses laser beams from space and interceptor missiles from the ground to carry out a large-scale comprehensive weapon to intercept enemy missiles in multiple aspects. With this anti-missile weapon, our country will no longer be afraid of old magnesium nuclear bombs. So Zhou Yang took the blueprints and found the relevant leaders, and expressed his thoughts indignantly. I donated this anti-missile weapon drawing free of charge. I have only one request, for the sake of those who have died of illness, let the enemy pay for their blood debt. Thank you for your selflessness, Comrade Zhou Yang. The leader first comforted Zhou Yang, telling him to calm down before talking to him. First of all, this anti-missile weapon is too important for our army. It can first counter the other side's nuclear deterrence. It is of great strategic significance and even as important as the aerospace fighter jets under development. Then there is no need to doubt the authenticity of the drawings provided by Zhou Yang, and the leader directly arranged for people to develop and produce them. Next, we need to deflate Zhou Yang and use another method to meet his requirements. Sun Tzu's Art of War says that the upper army attacks the plan, the lower army attacks the enemy, and the lower army attacks the city. This means that superior military action is to use strategy to thwart the enemy's strategic intentions, followed by diplomacy to defeat the enemy, and then force to defeat the enemy. The ultimate strategy is to attack the enemy's cities. So Comrade Zhou Yang, you are a smart person and should know that directly launching a war is not the best option. After being called upon by the leader, Zhou Yang also understood that seeing the leader's expression of holding the victory, he knew that the leader must have a way. Okay, I believe in the leader's strategy, but could you please reveal a little bit in advance? Zhou Yang was very curious. Although he was a prodigy in business and technological research and development, he was not good at war planning. However, he loved watching war films, especially now that he was experiencing the events firsthand. Therefore, he wanted to know the inside story, and his heart was itchy. If it were another businessman, he would definitely not be qualified to know such an important battle plan. However, Zhou Yang is his own family, the most reputable entrepreneur, and his leaders did not hide it from him. They said, cut off his wings, break off his branches and leaves, and his roots will become self-destructive. Leaders don't need to be too clear when talking to smart people, they just need to click. Zhou Yang immediately understood the general intention. Since the leaders had plans, he would not be a layman guiding the insiders. He apologized and took his leave. He was not good at formulating such advanced strategies, so Zhou Yang decided to use what he was good at to continue to develop high-tech products to fight against those powerful enemies who were not growing up. After Zhou Yang returned, he continued to produce related high-tech products. For example, the new generation of sodium-ion batteries has more than doubled the current battery performance compared to the original model. Currently, the range of sodium-ion battery packs used in cars has reached 4,100 kilometers. For such a distance, you can cross the north and south ends of the motherland with almost one charge. With this range, there is basically no range anxiety, which is a fatal blow to fuel vehicles. The advantages of fuel vehicles for trams have disappeared. The foreign fuel vehicle industry has shrunk rapidly, and the 70% share in the market is occupied by domestic trams. Fuel-powered vehicles are only used by a small group of people and in specific venues, and will never again have the glory of the last century. The automobile industry abroad has become depressed, and the full-scale outbreak of domestic industry is equivalent to the early launch of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. As a result, foreign industries and high-tech industries have suffered heavy losses. A large number of companies have closed down, forming a wave of unemployment, which has then triggered turmoil in foreign countries and frequent $0 purchases. This can be said that they brought this upon themselves. European and American countries have always been targeting our country, and now they have suffered a backlash. This industrial and technological war was led and initiated by Zhou Yang, so it can be said that he avenged the Chinese people first. At the same time, my country also began to make plans. The first major move was to recapture my country's largest island. Reclaiming the islands is the obsession of many people, but when this day comes, everyone feels very dreamy. There were some omens in advance. My country was clashing with Lau Mei in public opinion. My country warned Lau Mei not to stretch her arms too long, and not to stretch her hands, because if she stretched her hands, she would be chopped off. And this means that their warships should not cross the border. Lau Mei was also dissatisfied and directly mobilized the 7th Fleet, assembled near our border, loaded live ammunition, and had malicious intentions. At this time, my country suddenly conducted 2 weapons experiments, which shocked the world, including Lau Mei, and made their fleet dare not move without permission. So what are these 2 experiments? That was the mid-range anti-missile experiment and the testing of the new digital radar. Both domestic experiments were unprecedentedly successful, and some videos of the experimental process were made public. One of them is the mid-stage anti-missile experiment, which involves intercepting a long-range missile in the middle stage before it approaches the target. This is my country's latest anti-missile technology demonstration, which immediately knocked down the target missile. Perhaps many people don't understand what this means. It means that missiles launched by the enemy into the Chinese mainland will be intercepted before they even approach the border, so nuclear missiles will not pose such a great threat. This made foreign countries very afraid. None of them had mastered the technology of mid-stage anti-missile. Even though the interception had a success rate, they succeeded in one experiment, which means the success rate is very high. This way, China's missiles can hit their country, but they cannot threaten China. This is the equipment level gap. In the past, foreign armies were well equipped and domestic tactics were high, so that balance could be achieved. Now that China has better equipment and more powerful tactics, how can it fight? Don't ask, the foreign think tanks won't know either. In fact, the mid-stage anti-missile technology of this experiment was not provided by Zhou Yang, but was the latest scientific research result secretly developed by domestic scientific researchers. Originally, this was a top-secret technology, intended to be deployed at critical moments to deter foreign forces, but Zhou Yang provided more advanced anti-missile technology. Zhou Yang's technology is currently unsolvable, so with better technology, the self-developed anti-missile technology that was originally at the bottom of the box can be used to scare the opponent. The shock from the mid-stage anti-missile experiment has not yet dissipated, and another test of a new type of digital radar has also been successful. The new digital radar is also a type of phased array radar, but it is more effective. Currently, various countries are still in the phased array radar stage. As a result, China has developed more advanced radar technology, which can even detect current stealth fighter jets. The results of this experiment have revealed the coordinate system globally. Other countries feel inexplicably that they have nothing to do with disclosing the coordinates of a high seas area. As a result, this coordinate made Lau Mei sweat profusely because on that coordinate, their stealth bombers were passing by here. The original B-21 bomber has been quietly put into use without any publicity to the outside world. This is their latest stealth bomber, with upgraded equipment and excellent stealth capabilities. It has flown undetected over many countries because current radar makes it difficult to detect stealth fighters. However, now that the coordinates of the B-21 have been made public, it means that China has the technology to detect stealth bombers. How powerful is this digital radar? This also shows that their missiles will no longer be able to hit China, and the planes will not be able to drop bombs, so there is no way to take China at all. Lau Mei couldn't sit still now. The lights in the Wujiao building stayed on all night every day, and meetings were always going on. Those 5-star generals, on the one hand, inquired about the specific situation, and on the other hand, studied whether China was deceiving or actually doing something. During this period, they felt guilty, so they made an excuse and quietly withdrew the 7th Fleet back. If both of China's experiments were true, then they would have no threatening ability there and would have become targets instead. This was too passive, and they could only avoid the spotlight first. The 7th Fleet withdrew, which was entirely to the expectations of our superiors. Then our plan will begin. First, my country's 2 aircraft carrier battlegroups both went to the Hainan area, focusing on a month-long military exercise, and then cut off all routes in sea and land. For a time, the island inside became an isolated island, supplies were cut off, and the people were in panic. They asked for help everywhere, but it turned out that there was still Lau Mei to support them. Now Lau Mei ran away in a state of despair. No one could cover them anymore, and they couldn't turn over a wave. Under the complete blockade, not a single fly could fly out, let alone a signal, so there was no communication with the outside world on the island, and no one knew what was happening inside. They surrounded him like this without fighting, and the people around him, such as Xiao Ri and Lau Mei, acted as if they were still around, but they dared not send out even a single soldier. Because this time we are taking it seriously. Once we take it seriously, all those countries that are fierce and arrogant will be furious. His childhood was filled with worry about getting shot twice more as the little boy, and his old magnesium was worried about his fleet being made into dumplings, so in the end he just condemned them, but no one paid any attention to them. Our attitude is very simple. Our 2 aircraft carrier battle groups are here. If you want to come, then let's fight. The children of China have never been afraid of war. Our country is so vast that it was fought by our ancestors. Looking at China's 5,000-year history, my country should actually be called a fighting nation, and Dai Mao has to stand to the back. When the siege lasted 11 days, drones revealed that serious chaos had broken out on the island due to lack of water, electricity and food, and serious conflicts had broken out. Moreover, the defenders on the island also changed and began to split. They actually began to disobey orders and even become hostile. At this time, the superiors issued an order, and then in the early morning, they launched a large number of missiles, which accurately hit some important facilities and destroyed the other party's reconnaissance and counterattack capabilities. Then tens of thousands of drone teams were dispatched to carry out precision strikes on various predetermined targets. These drones are the Falcon drone combat platform developed by Zhou Yang. This is its highlight moment, killing all directions on the battlefield. The defenders also launched some drones, but under the strong electronic interference and technology, they were defeated in one blow and quickly lost their ability to resist. Then came the unmanned amphibious tank group designed by Zhou Yang, which began to drive into the water on transport ships and then quickly landed. After the drones washed the ground, the defenders no longer had the ability to resist, but anyone who dared to counterattack was dropped by drones. If they could not clean it up, they sent coordinates, and the subsequent precision-guided rockets came to cover the target with fire, blowing the target to pieces. Of course, these attacks avoided civilian areas and only targeted the stubborn defenders. By daybreak, the unmanned combat equipment alone had already leveled the defenders, and many military camps had already displayed white flags. Then our soldiers landed on the island, first taking over the defense, and then a large number of infantry entered the city and towns to impose martial law on the local area. At the same time, we will restore the island's electricity and water supply, plus an adequate food supply. After all, the island is full of our own compatriots, so we cannot let them go hungry. I didn't expect that the people here were waving red flags to welcome our soldiers. They had had enough of the local green children and couldn't wait to become part of the motherland. There were no anticipated emergencies, no worst-case street fighting, and just like that, the soldiers took over the local defense. Now, relying on the developed network and the dissemination of information by some local advanced people, the local people all know the good things about the motherland, and therefore they sincerely want to return to the motherland family. So the previously chaotic public order suddenly improved. Next, local residents will have sufficient daily necessities, and there will be various propaganda vehicles shouting to let the people not be nervous or afraid. Just register the population information of the whole family. The second-generation ID cards will be issued later. From now on, everyone will be a citizen of our country. So, all the news in our country that day was broadcasting an exciting piece of good news, that is, the islands have returned. The news was so inspiring that firecrackers were set off in the streets and alleys, and the firecrackers were sold out. Everyone has been looking forward to this day for too long. Many octogenarians are crying. They finally saw this day in their lifetime. On this day, many people went to pay homage to their ancestors and told the news to Kwanzaa Yuzi's relatives. The whole country began to set up lights and decorations to celebrate. After this incident, everyone understood that the world landscape has changed dramatically. Lau Mei is no longer the blue star and world policeman he once was. Now that China has risen, other countries must take a new side and curry favor with our country. His temperament has been elevated, and no one in the future can despise our country anymore. From this day on, all those embargoes and sales bans became ridiculous measures. My country's current high-tech level has become the #1 among blue stars under the leadership of Zhou Yang. Military equipment, thanks to Zhou Yang's selfless dedication, ranks first in the world. If other countries still cannot understand the situation, then my country's iron fist will make them understand the situation well in the future. Zhou Yang was overwhelmed by everything that happened these days when he watched it at home. He was really powerful as a superior. Not only the drones and amphibious tanks used in it were all designed by him, but he also felt very proud. Zhou Yang was then called to the head. The evening party was grand, and Zhou Yang became the guest sitting in the first row. He was captured several times during the live broadcast, and the audience watching the live broadcast were very curious. Why did Zhou Yang come to the party? He had never participated in such entertainment activities before. Little did they know that comrade Zhou Yang had made great contributions. After attending the evening party, Zhou Yang did not leave Beijing, but went to the Institute of Space Research to meet with Director Xia. The nuclear-powered rocket on his side has been completed. Now the first nuclear fusion-powered rocket has been transported to the launch center and is ready for the first test launch. This is a big event. Zhou Yang came here to understand the project progress. When Zhou Yang saw the photo of the rocket, his eyes widened in surprise because the rocket was one circle larger than he expected and had become a thick and fat cylinder. The original chemical fuel rocket was a slender cylindrical shape because it required huge thrust and consumed a lot of fuel to send satellites into space. Now that it has an inexhaustible supply of nuclear fusion energy, the rocket can increase its payload and convert all the places where chemical fuel was previously placed into carriers. So this time the nuclear-powered rocket took off, carrying more than 20 large satellites of various models. This was previously unimaginable, but under nuclear-powered rockets, it has become a reality. Afterwards, Director Xie invited Zhou Yang to visit their factory. The nuclear-powered lunar module is still under construction and is expected to be completed in the second half of the year or next year, at which time the freedom to land on the moon will be achieved. Director Xie also warmly invited Zhou Yang to watch the launch of the nuclear-powered rocket. Zhou Yang gladly accepted the invitation. This was the blueprint he provided, and he had studied an epoch-making spacecraft. Of course he had to go and watch it. A few days later, at the Satellite Launch Center in northwest China, Zhou Yang and many scientific researchers came to witness the launch of my country's first nuclear-powered rocket, which was also the world's first. Now this live broadcast signal is being broadcast live around the world, attracting hundreds of reporters from home and abroad to come and interview. Because the space industry is related to the space exploration of the entire Earth and mankind, even overseas people are very concerned about it. Far away on the other side of the world, in the NASA building, sleepless nights are being spent with them. Their leaders, big and small, and senior engineers are all watching our country's nuclear-powered rocket launch. As long as this nuclear-powered rocket launch is successful, the name of the world's #1 aerospace power will belong to China. After all, only China has this nuclear-powered rocket nowadays. If a country has nuclear-powered rockets in the future, the cost of satellite launch will be reduced exponentially. In the future, satellites will no longer be expensive products. This is a very powerful capability for a country. At 10 a.m. sharp, when the scheduled time came, the launch commander gave an ignition command, the rocket generated a slight vibration, and then began to slowly take off. This launch made everyone's eyes widen because, unlike in the past, there was no strong smoke this time, because this is no longer a chemical energy rocket. It is not driven by the combustion of chemical fuel, but by the energy generated by nuclear fusion to drive the spacecraft. The tail of the rocket is no longer a long flame, but a blue light with white, which is the light emitted by the friction between high-temperature particles produced by nuclear fusion and the air. The temperature of this light is also quite high, but it is completely different from the principles of previous rockets. Previous chemical fuel rockets required oxygen, and the flame ejected from the tail was generated by the combustion of fuel and oxygen. Nuclear fusion rockets can propel and burn without the need for air, so they can run just as fast in space. In the future, if humans want to develop and explore in the solar system, they will definitely need nuclear-powered rockets. The spectacular sight of such a rocket launch amazed reporters, who then pressed the shutter to capture the spectacle. Because this rocket is the first test launch and has experimental properties, there are no astronauts inside. Therefore, the speed can be increased very quickly, much faster than the acceleration of a chemical fuel rocket. In just a short time, it is turned into a small point in the sky and will not be visible for a while. At this point, the only way to observe the rocket status in the air is through the camera's monitoring perspective. The Pangu 1 rocket signal is normal. The Pangu 1 rocket enters its planned orbit. Good news arrived, representing the successful launch of a nuclear-powered rocket named Pangu 1. Oh, awesome! Cow beep. For a time, exclamations and I lamented that the successful launch of this nuclear-powered rocket was so significant that it immediately caused some people to be happy and some to be sad. We are delighted to see our people and aerospace workers. This represents that our aerospace industry has entered a completely new field and become a global leader. The sad people are various aerospace institutes abroad, represented by NASA. None of their leaders slept, and they were all disappointed to see the news of China's successful nuclear-powered rocket launch. Because their history of leading the global space industry has come to an end, they now have to learn from the China Space Administration. Just this nuclear-powered rocket is enough for them to study for a few years. Even with the United States' strong research and development capabilities, they have not yet mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology, which is impossible for at least a few years. Moreover, China has mastered the technology of controlled nuclear fusion and applied it to rockets. Even if the magnesium country develops nuclear fusion within a few years, it will be mainly large-scale. Nuclear fusion power stations can be built on the ground, but it will take at least several years of effort to miniaturize it. The pessimistic discoveries made by the top leaders of this group of NASA, based solely on the technology of nuclear fusion rockets, will require them to catch up with China for about 10 years. At the current pace of scientific and technological development, China will probably be developing Mars and establishing a scientific research station on Mars by the time they develop a rocket for controlled nuclear fusion in 10 years. In space, they will lag behind China across the board, and the speed at which they develop the solar system will be far behind. NASA executives then said, "I thought nuclear fusion rockets would not be used until 20 years later, but China has been possessed by God in recent years. Technology has developed too fast and far exceeded normal levels. They are definitely having some tricks up their sleeve." Another senior official said, "There is no time to study their technology now. First of all, we must ensure that we do not fall too far behind. I will go to Congress to explain the situation. Stop focusing on the little oil in the Middle East. We have nuclear fusion technology. We have hundreds or thousands of oil fields that will not be depleted. Now, we magnesium countries need to change our strategy and develop controlled nuclear fusion. This way we won't fall too far behind." His colleague echoed, "While we were still grabbing oil on Earth, China went to the moon and Mars to mine helium-3. How is that still fun?" These NASA executives all mean the same thing. Compared with the little oil resources on Earth, nuclear fusion is not worth mentioning. If they don't put their minds to research and development, then China will develop faster and faster by using their nuclear fusion technology. According to the provisions of the space law, space is a masterless resource, and whoever occupies it first will own it. At that time, China will occupy all the good places on the major types of terrestrial planets in the solar system, and the little resources on Earth will not be enough. Times have changed. Several top NASA officials are making the same argument. The era of the United States as a global hegemon is over, and they must now change their minds, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. The Magnesium Kingdom has done too much evil in recent years, and the world has been miserable for a long time. Once the Magnesium Kingdom declines, its dog-legged countries will immediately turn against it and even go underground. Because China has risen, those countries can rely on China to fight against the United States. The situation is now critical, and space development is their only means of winning, and they must seize it. So all these high-ranking officials went to lobby the big masters in Congress, but whether they could achieve it is unknown. This nuclear-powered rocket launch sent shockwaves through the world. Financial backers like the Emirate immediately sent hundreds of billions of yuan, saying they would also participate in the research and development of aerospace. This is no problem. Party B's needs are Party A's motivation. The Space Research Institute immediately agreed and promised to build a temple of God on the moon for the Emirates astronauts to visit. Moreover, the Emirates astronauts can live in China's lunar base, and they are provided with food and accommodation. Very good. The Emirate was very happy that they could become one of the first countries in the world to explore the moon for just 100 billion yuan, and they felt they had made a lot of money. The personnel of my country's space agency are also happy to spend so much money. They have recovered all their investment, which is equivalent to the financial backers investing money to let them build a lunar base. This deal is so cost-effective. The space agency continues to paint a big picture for the Emirates, and will build their Temple of Allah on Mars at a future conference. The Emirates leaders were all eyes lit up, thinking it was a good idea and absolutely God's will. So they signed a memorandum of understanding on space development with my country's space agency. Within 10 years, they will invest at least 300 billion yuan to develop space with China. This collaboration is one of the few projects where both parties feel they have earned money. This is the attitude of the financial host country towards my country's space development, while some ordinary countries lick their faces to congratulate them, hoping that when China eats meat, they can take them to drink some soup. However, the space agency's attitude towards this is no way. These countries have previously excluded my country everywhere, especially Europe, which once cheated China on the Galileo satellite navigation system. There are also those countries that previously held the weight of the magnesium country, which have often made shady remarks and followed the magnesium country to exclude my country. Now that our country is raising its eyebrows and venting its anger, they want to take advantage of the situation. There is no such good thing in the world, so they come to worship the doc without thinking of any blood. They are too ignorant. So Xiaobangzi and several other uninteresting countries hit a nail and returned in disgrace. Italy is more knowledgeable. They are willing to return some Chinese cultural relics, want China to train them in the aerospace industry, and allow them to borrow space stations and lunar bases for research. This is quite sensible, but these chips are not enough. The space agency will work with other departments to negotiate with Italy. It will have to get the right chips before it will agree to their request. Developed countries all have their own attitudes, while some developing countries have more bizarre practices. Some small countries say that if they can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour, they say that space is full of radiation. Astronauts who go up there will have mutated genes when they come back. They can't have children or live for more than a few years. Smart people don't go to space. The top leaders of this small country have deceived the people, leaving them with no idea of developing space, which is tantamount to silencing them. Another mysterious country is the world's most populous country. They are clamoring that their country can also research nuclear-powered rockets and will be launched in 2 years. They also want to develop the Moon and Mars, and even study Mercury and Venus. Their people were excited when they heard this, bragging about their country's aviation capabilities online. Even China has no plans to study Mercury and Venus, which shows that their country's space level is already the best in the world. Yes, you are number one in the world. Whenever people in this country see netizens having fun online, people in other countries always look contemptuous and say the opposite. Anyone who doesn't know that their country's aircraft carriers can catch fire, submarines can dry themselves up, and missiles can be launched without even knowing where they will land. It's hilarious that a country like this actually says it wants to fully develop the solar system. Netizens from all over the world treat them as jokes. After China launched a nuclear-powered rocket, reactions from various countries varied. Although the world has not changed significantly, the gap between countries has widened. While people around the world were enthusiastically discussing the topic of space, Zhou Yang, one of the promoters, came to my country's newly reclaimed islands for inspection. Zhou Yang came to the island with a mission. His superiors asked him to come here to inspect the project, and if he had any good ideas, he could take stock of them. After all, the island has an excellent geographical location, faces the sea on all sides, and has a developed shipping industry. It is particularly suitable to do some export business here. This is also one of the rewards given to Zhou Yang by his superiors. The current rapid development of the national economy and science and technology is inseparable from his promotion. Zhou Yang has already received a soft reward for honor alone, but direct rewards of money are not appropriate. Therefore, Zhou Yang was the first to come to the island to select industries. Those who liked him can operate on land and even receive better treatment than other state-owned enterprises. This is a unique honor in the country. Zhou Yang is really optimistic about one thing, that is, he wants to open a shipyard here, and an island facing the sea on all sides is the most suitable. To build an island, one had to acquire a pier. There were several piers available for Zhou Yang to choose from. Because the island has now been established as a special administrative region and an agricultural reclamation corps is stationed here, it has become a relatively special existence. Some Taiwanese companies were confiscated directly because they were green baby industries. Therefore, there were many places where Zhou Yang could choose, and the land was given to Zhou Yang half-sold for free. Zhou Yang quickly fell in love with a place. He took the information and actually saw a familiar name on it. The pier that came here originally belonged to Gigabyte Group, but now they have gone bankrupt and the pier is ownerless. Speaking of which, Zhou Yang has a deep connection with Jijia. Jijia was originally a large enterprise whose products sold well around the world. But because their boss was a loner, which angered Zhou Yang, Beatty directly competed with Jijia. Under the powerful offensive of White Emperor, Jijia Company's business shrank rapidly, and it successively cut down many PC industries. Later, it fell to Jijia and gave up the electronics industry and became a local shipping company. However, Jijia's transformation into a shipping company did not escape Zhou Yang's encirclement and suppression. Because the ships built by Landy Shipyard were very excellent and cheap, the shipping companies established later had very low costs and their freight rates were also low. This made Jijia's shipping company unable to make ends meet and had no business. Finally, sometime before the reunification of my country, it wanted to sell its assets. As a result, after unification, their boss was arrested and imprisoned for his many evils, and Jijia's company went bankrupt. Now their dock and company headquarters have become a no man's land. After watching it, Zhou Yang sneered slightly. It was a good company, and it made so much money with peace of mind. It insisted on performing a duet with the people of the whole country in front of de Defei. In the end, the owner of Jijia tasted the bitter wine he brewed. In the end, Zhou Yang also became the one who had the last laugh in the competition with Jijia. Zhou Yang then arrived at the dock accompanied by the staff. Looking over, he saw the blue sea and sky, the sea breeze blowing, and a pleasant natural beauty. Good, then our shipbuilding branch of Blue Emperor should choose this place. Zhou Yang directly finalized the address. Okay. The staff took note and then went to handle the relevant transfer procedures. Zhou Yang came to the original building of Jijia Shipping Company again, which was already deserted. However, after inquiry, the staff said that the company still has a few hundred employees and hoped that Zhou Yang could accept them to continue working. This is not a problem. The shipyard was already short of people, so he had to recruit more workers. Bringing in people from the original Gigabyte company was also to solve some local employment problems for the organization. However, if you look it up, it turns out that none of the senior executives at Gigabyte were hired as long as they wore a pair of pants with their imprisoned boss. Zhou Yang ordered his assistant to go and eliminate the garbage people. He didn't want those green frog people to work for him even if it was free. So, after paying a little for the land, Zhou Yang owned a large dock on the island. He then returned to Shenzhen and asked the Landy shipyard to organize a group of elite soldiers to set up a branch on the island. Today, Landy shipyard is considered half a state-owned enterprise. The organized personnel are responsible for scheduling and logistical arrangements, and the action is very fast. Zhou Yang no longer needs to worry. In about a few months, the island branch can start normal operations. There was also good news during this period, that is, the nuclear-powered submarine previously developed by the shipyard has been successfully launched, and Zhou Yang attended the launching ceremony. This nuclear-powered submarine uses nuclear fission technology, which is different from the most popular nuclear fusion technology today. However, the marine nuclear fission technology provided by Zhou Yang is not backward, it is just right for ships, and can already meet the needs of civilian and military ships. The launch of several new nuclear submarines will strengthen my country's coastal defense. We just need to continue to develop and my country will surely become the world's most powerful navy. However, about 3 aircraft carrier battle groups are still short of the first target. Nowadays, my country's aircraft carriers are all conventionally powered and have no problems in the near sea, but they have great problems in the deep sea, and endurance is a problem. Maintenance of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers like those of the United States is also a problem. They need to be returned to the factory for maintenance after a period of operation. Moreover, the total cost is only much higher than that of conventional aircraft carriers, which is not suitable for my country's strategic policy. Therefore, my country urgently needs nuclear-powered aircraft carriers that are inexpensive to build, easy to maintain, and stable and efficient. This research and development task was held secretly in the capital, but Zhou Yang was the only private person invited to participate. After all, Zhou Yang is well known. At any high-tech conference now, Zhou Yang ranks first among the guests. However, it is not authoritative to not invite Zhou Yang to any important science and technology conference. Now Zhou Yang is just like that, becoming a national science and technology leader, that's no joke. Today, this nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is related to national defense construction, so Zhou Yang will definitely come to participate. At the meeting, the leaders read out the urgent requirements for developing nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, and then asked the researchers to give a plan to see if it could be developed in a few years, and it had to be more advanced than the US aircraft carriers. The scientific researchers have an eye, but the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier they studied according to their plan is not much more advanced than that of the United States. It can only be said to be on par, which cannot meet the requirements of the leadership. After a bunch of shipbuilding engineers spoke, they couldn't get a satisfactory answer, so the big leader sitting in the middle directly pointed it out. Comrade Zhou Yang, please express your opinion. The big leaders knew Zhou Yang's abilities, so they just asked him to express his opinion and let him take on this task. Zhou Yang did not refuse. He built a new shipyard on the island not to build civilian ships. His shipyard has also built civilian nuclear-powered icebreakers and nuclear submarines, and any higher up inside the ship, it must be a large warship. Among large warships, aircraft carriers are the king of kings. When Zhou Yang came to attend the meeting, he was already considering how to build aircraft carriers. While the others were speaking, he was already reviewing the aircraft carrier's construction drawings in the system, which would have given him an idea. Since the leadership asked me to express my opinion, I'm welcome. On behalf of Lanty Shipyard, I have taken over the construction plan of these 3 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. As soon as Zhou Yang said this, the audience was shocked and then burst into warm applause. Because everyone knows that Zhou Yang never speaks for himself, then the missions of these 3 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers have been fulfilled. Everyone in the venue is now waiting for Zhou Yang to speak, wanting to see what kind of aircraft carrier he wants to design. However, this involves top-secret information, which will be discussed after the meeting. After the meeting, the leaders and experts held another trust meeting with Zhou Yang. The meeting was kept confidential to a high standard, with everyone signing a confidentiality agreement and someone taking notes. In fact, the content of the meeting was to ask what kind of nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Zhou Yang wanted to make. Now everyone has no doubt about his technology, but they don't know how advanced it is. Zhou Yang said, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier I want to produce this time has a nuclear fusion power system, an AI intelligent combat unit, 2 takeoff and landing methods, ejection and vertical takeoff and landing, and a holographic integrated command and combat system. There are also melee defense electromagnetic networks, which are pretty much the main ones. What? This shocked the military experts attending the meeting. Many of the concepts were heard for the first time. What kind of black technology is this? Zhou Yang then introduced to everyone that nuclear fusion devices need not be mentioned. They are not the same thing as nuclear-powered rockets. Ships are dedicated and can better adapt to the needs of naval warfare. The AI Intelligent Combat Unit is an advanced combat AI that can perform some instantaneous reactions on behalf of the commander. Of course, this recommendation can be set as a prompt to give operators more choices. There are 2 more takeoff and landing methods. Combined with dedicated carrier-based aircraft, electromagnetic ejection and vertical takeoff and landing are allowed. We have already mastered electromagnetic catapults, while vertical takeoff and landing is the latest technology. During takeoff, it is assisted by both electricity and fuel. This can greatly save energy consumption during takeoff and can put more fuel and electricity into the combat link. Moreover, one side of the aircraft carrier's cleat is retractable. When the upper cleat is retracted into the cabin, the vertical takeoff and landing aircraft in the hangar below can fly directly, allowing all carrier-based aircraft to take off faster, at least half the time faster than the ejection of traditional aircraft carriers one by one. This is a great change, equivalent to an encounter between 2 aircraft carrier groups. Our carrier-based aircraft have all taken off, while the other side only has half of its carrier-based aircraft in the air, which can create a situation where more can be used to fight less. As the saying goes, war is about speed. These times can sometimes influence the outcome of a battle. As for the holographic integrated command and combat system, it has a holographic screen in the aircraft carrier combat command room that can simulate 3D live nautical charts in real time. The real-time situation of both the enemy and our side is demonstrated above, and even supports AI sand table preview. That is, after the officers and soldiers make the deployment, the holographic projection shows the same arrangement of our side, and then simulates the enemy's actions and results, which also facilitates the officers and soldiers to make comprehensive judgments. This is the new way of modern warfare. The current way of warfare has changed from informatization to AI intelligence, which can adapt to more changing battlefield environments. Another new means of protection is the close combat defense electromagnetic network, which is different from the principle of close-in defense guns on warships. Close-in defense guns use massive shells to form barrages and use exhaustive means to resist enemy attacks. The defensive electromagnetic network uses the electromagnetic principle. The powerful electromagnetic will form a circle of electromagnetic networks on the outside of the aircraft carrier. When enemy shells or missiles approach, they will be interfered with and detonated or missed in advance. This is somewhat similar to the electromagnetic shield in science fiction movies, except that it is not as advanced as in science fiction movies. Moreover, this electromagnetic protection network consumes a lot of power. It is not nuclear fusion energy that is really unaffordable, so it cannot be turned on all the time. It can only be turned on when an attack is detected in the area to have the best effect. When Zhou Yang demonstrated these functions using PPT, leaders and experts were very interested. I originally thought that Zhou Yang would be satisfied if he could build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the same degree as the old magnesium. I didn't expect that there were so many high technologies, and I can clearly feel from it that this new type of nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is one generation ahead of the magnesium country and belongs to the next generation of aircraft carrier development model. Originally, my country was also studying what the next generation of aircraft carriers would look like. Currently, only a prototype has been studied, and the future development direction is still very vague. Zhou Yang has now given the answer. The future aircraft carriers will focus on AI intelligence and rapid takeoff and landing. Aircraft takeoff and landing time that can be twice as fast as traditional aircraft carriers is simply a groundbreaking advancement. In addition, AI intelligent combat, holographic combat sand table, electromagnetic protection net and other functions are the icing on the cake and are also very good. The nuclear energy expert asked Zhou Yang, "Mr. Zhou, what are the maintenance and power output values of this nuclear power unit?" Zhou Yang gave a list of data for the experts to see for themselves, and he gave some actual values. The fastest speed of the new nuclear aircraft carrier is 40 knots, the construction specifications can be between 80,000 to 120,000 tons, and the carrier-based aircraft are between 50 to 80. In addition, maintenance is almost done once a year. Of course, during wartime, maintenance can be delayed until 2 or 3 years later. Normal maintenance does not exceed half a month. As for the overhaul time, it starts at 5 years, and if you take care of it, it can be overhauled every 10 years. When Zhou Yang said this, all the experts exclaimed, "This is amazing. It saves maintenance effort and is much simpler than traditional aircraft carrier maintenance." Less maintenance time means longer service time, which in turn increases the combat effectiveness of nuclear aircraft carriers. Experts were so excited to hear about these new features that they couldn't imagine how strong our Navy would be if it had such a new type of aircraft carrier. As long as these 3 new aircraft carriers are really launched, my country will be the world's #1 Navy, and I don't think anyone will have any objections. With these 3 new nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, there will be absolutely no disputes in the South China Sea or border disputes in the future. If any of the surrounding neighbors dare to blow their hair, they will drive the aircraft carrier around their country's doorstep and they will become more honest. How much will this new aircraft carrier cost? The leaders are more concerned about this issue. Although aircraft carriers are the country's most important weapons and must be built to sell iron, if you spend more money, it also affects the number of aircraft carriers built. If it's expensive, we can only build a few fewer ships. The cost of the Ford-class aircraft carrier in the United States is $12.8 billion US, equivalent to about RMB 92 billion. At a price of nearly 100 billion, it is indeed unaffordable. About 45 to 55 billion. Zhou Yang estimated. So little? Leaders and experts were shocked. They estimated the price to be similar to that of Ford-class aircraft carriers, about 80 to 90 billion nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, but they did not expect it to be half the price they expected. Zhou Yang nodded and said, yes, that's the price, because this technology is brand new, and there is expected to be some waste or rework during manufacturing, which is why the price is so high. If the employees become skilled in the future and the material costs decrease, it is possible to get a ship worth 40 billion. So if it's this price, I think all three are underbuilt. He said that the leadership was full of spirit. After all, my country's self-developed ski jump deck conventionally powered aircraft carriers cost 30 billion yuan to build. After a comprehensive upgrade, this new nuclear-powered aircraft carrier only costs 40 to 50 billion yuan, which is simply not too cheap. If this new type of aircraft carrier is built, the previous conventional powered aircraft carriers will be just like the equipment of the last century, far behind. In the future, all conventional powered aircraft carriers will probably be reduced to training ships, and the combat capability gap between them and new nuclear-powered aircraft carriers will be too large. Seeing that the leaders were discussing whether to build 5 or 6 new aircraft carriers at a time, Zhou Yang quickly advised them. Leader, sorry to interrupt first, actually there is no need to build too many aircraft carriers at once, because the construction cycle of aircraft carriers is very long, usually 5 to 7 years. After these 3 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are built, I think there will be upgraded aircraft carriers here, so there is no need to build too many at once. 3 is the most, and we can build more powerful aircraft carriers later. Zhou Yang's words brought the leaders who had been discussing the matter passionately back to reality. The leaders were just impressed by the advanced features of the new nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, so they were a little impressed. Now they have calmed down and realized that this is indeed the case. At the rate of technology update like Zhou Yang, it is estimated that the aircraft carrier can be updated 2 or 3 generations in 5 to 7 years. After that, there will definitely be more powerful nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. There is no need to build too many of one model. Okay, then we'll hold a meeting to study the construction quantity. Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Zhou Yang. Please provide the drawings first, the leader said. Before, Zhou Yang was giving speeches according to the PPT. Now, if we want to take the real action and study the future naval arms manufacturing plan, Zhou Yang's drawings are crucial. Okay, I'll go back and refine the drawings in a few days. Zhou Yang's side needs to deal with it when he gets back. This is not an intentional delay, but he has already spent all his points before, and now he has to redeem the blueprints for this nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The points are not enough, and Zhou Yang has to go back to save points. He now has a lot of industries and a high praise rate, so his points have increased significantly. As long as he waits for a while, he can accumulate enough points. Good. The leader nodded, knowing that Zhou Yang would definitely produce drawings that satisfied them. This was trust in comrades. Zhou Yang then returned to Shenzhen, handled some company affairs, and then rushed to the island. The shipbuilding branch on this side of the island has already started expansion, and personnel are gradually arriving. It is estimated that it will be possible to build 3 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers at the same time in a few months. Now this sea area is under the jurisdiction of my country, and the surrounding area is extremely safe. Even if aircraft carriers are built on the island, foreign forces should not interfere. After more than a week of busy work on the island, Zhou Yang finally saved up tens of thousands of points by relying on the points rewards given by many well-received products, and then redeemed them for the manufacturing drawings of this new nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. After receiving the drawings, Zhou Yang observed and found that the design of the aircraft carrier was really perfect. He looked around and felt that there was nothing that could be modified except the decoration. Then he might as well not change it. After all, he is not an expert in ships, so as not to have to keep his dog's tail. However, his optimization skills can still be used, that is, in terms of construction speed, which can make it faster for aircraft carriers to be launched, allowing my country's naval strength to expand faster, and can also speed up my country's pace of advancing into the ocean. After Zhou Yang received the drawings, he rushed to the capital as soon as possible and handed them over to the design department. The design department held an overnight meeting to discuss and research, and discussed it with Zhou Yang for more than a week. They all found that the drawings of this aircraft carrier were too perfect. It was truly the pinnacle of human shipbuilding. There was no more perfect drawing than this. Experts are already impressed that Zhou Yang is Zhou Yang. They can take out a random aircraft carrier drawing and crush all aircraft carriers of this era. They then submitted the feasibility report, and the leaders held a meeting to discuss it. The leaders were also in pain and happy. They felt that this aircraft carrier was so excellent that they really wanted to build more at once. Zhou Yang made it clear that there will be better aircraft carriers in the future, so this new type of aircraft carrier should be built in 3 ships first, and good things will come later. The final construction number was determined, and 3 new nuclear-powered aircraft carriers were built at the same time. This construction task fell on the newly established Lanti shipbuilding branch. Of course, a new factory cannot undertake such a heavy construction task, so domestic shipbuilding companies with the name Kuwaze have mobilized elite soldiers to provide support. These 3 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are crucial to my country's coastal defense strategy. Therefore, this construction mission has brought together the country's most authoritative shipbuilding experts and technical workers. Zhou Yang contracted the business, but the country sent its strongest workers and technical experts to complete the largest warship order since the founding of the People's Republic of China. The Blue Emperor shipbuilding branch will no longer accept other orders from external parties. When these 3 aircraft carriers are completed, the Blue Emperor branch is expected to become the only shipyard in the world that has only built aircraft carriers. It is estimated that in the future, only warships will be manufactured here, and civilian ships will not be built. In the future, it will become the most important military shipyard in my country. Time flies, and several months later, the construction of the Lanti shipbuilding branch was finally fully completed. At the same time, the task of starting construction of the aircraft carrier was also fully launched. Zhou Yang attended the groundbreaking ceremony. Seeing the elite and strong generals in the shipbuilding industry in the audience, he was inspired to let everyone carry forward the spirit of not being afraid of hardship or fatigue, and use the fastest speed to build a qualified aircraft carrier for the motherland. I am not afraid of hardship or fatigue. I will build an aircraft carrier for my motherland. I am not afraid of hardship or fatigue. I will build an aircraft carrier for my motherland. The workers in the audience shouted loudly, each one full of energy. They come here with a personal sense of self-awareness, and their income is also very considerable. Zhou Yang was never stingy in paying his employees high wages because these people left their hometowns to work here. They could not be with their wives and children, nor could they be filial to their parents. In order to compensate them, Zhou Yang increased their wages. This group of shipbuilding employees earn 50 more than their peers. In this factory, as long as they are factory workers, there is no salary less than 10,000 yuan, and each salary is very considerable. With money and the ability to work for the country, the motivation of these workers is self-evident, which has allowed the construction of the aircraft carrier to proceed at an unprecedented pace. After the construction of the aircraft carrier began, Zhou Yang supervised it in the shipyard for many days. Once everything was on track, he rushed to the capital without stopping, because they were also looking for him. Director Xia of the Institute of Space Research is looking for him because their nuclear-powered lunar module has been built and they are secretly preparing for manned lunar landing experiments. Inviting Zhou Yang here this time is to witness this manned lunar landing. Because this experiment is part of my country's moon landing plan, it is related to appearance and important scientific research progress, and has far-reaching impact. For the sake of safety, it was not disclosed in advance. If they don't succeed, they should learn from their mistakes, improve, and continue trying. If successful, it will be able to be promoted to the outside world. In the future, my country will be the first country to realize permanent research on the moon. 2 days later, the moon landing plan finally began. At this moment, nearly 100 experts and leaders from all walks of life gathered in the Aerospace Research Institute to witness this exciting moment. Zhou Yang saw the space scene uploaded back on the screen. In the pitch-black space, our astronauts sat in the nuclear-powered lunar module and waved goodbye to the direction of the Earth. Before they set off, they all signed suicide notes. This experiment was somewhat dangerous, and no one would know whether they would be able to return safely. These heroic astronauts, aboard a lunar module built with blueprints provided by Zhou Yang, began a rapid approach to the moon, while Earth's only satellite, now growing larger and larger in the camera. For a moment, everyone in the Aerospace Research Institute felt heartbroken. Zhou Yang also silently blessed these astronauts in his heart, hoping that the moon landing would be successful and that his hard work over the past 2 years would not be in vain. The lunar module approached the moon, began to slow down, and the build released jets to counteract gravity, eventually landing smoothly on the lunar surface. By this time, everyone in the Aerospace Research Institute had become excited, clenched their fists, and was waiting for the astronauts to leave the cabin so that they could cheer. Soon, the door of the lunar module opened, and 2 astronauts wearing Chinese-specific spacesuits with red lines in white emerged from the module, and waved to the cameras and said to the rear that they were feeling well and were now ready to begin operations on the lunar surface. Oh, there was jubilation inside the Institute of Space Research. My country's manned lunar landing plan was successfully completed. This is a milestone event for my country's space industry. Since ancient times, my country has had myths and legends such as Chang'e flying to the moon and Guang'an Palace, as well as countless poems and songs describing the moon. Now, the descendants of our Chinese children have pioneered and explored on the real moon, fulfilling their long-cherished wish for their predecessors. The rear celebrated, while the astronauts in front began working on the moon. They collected lunar samples and explored the ground conditions to lay the foundation for subsequent lunar bases. The lunar surface has been explored previously by lunar remote sensing satellites, but after all, it is a long-distance observation and we don't know what is underground. Now astronauts need to drive lunar vehicles to several marked locations to conduct on-site surveys and conduct exploration of my country's underground lunar base. Once the target is determined, the construction of the lunar base will be prepared and completed within 1 year. By then, my country will have a lunar research station, and through the transportation of nuclear-powered lunar modules, the moon will be developed into a new piece of my country's territory. Compared with the crowded places on Earth, the vast universe is my country's goal. Like Lao Magnesium, who only stares at the little oil on Earth and always attacks other small countries, it is really slow to explode, and the benefits are also limited. Now that our country occupies the territory of the moon, we can mine minerals on the moon and soon recover the costs of this spaceflight. At that time, the revenue from lunar development will benefit the people of our country and the whole country. Starting next year, my country's nuclear fusion power station will also be established. At that time, the cost of power generation will be lower than that of hydropower and thermal power, and the electricity bill can be reduced by a factor. In this way, the cost and selling price of industrial products will also be reduced, giving my country's high-tech industry wings like a tiger and forming a crushing force around the world. Even Lao Mei will be trampled under our feet at that time. This is also the scene Zhou Yang hopes to see, and this scene is now infinitely close to reality. Afterwards, CCTV and other media solemnly announced the news that my country had successfully achieved a manned lunar landing. Video clips of various astronauts going out of the cabin to work on the moon were released. The eyes of other countries who watched it were very green and they were envious. Because of the existence of the space law, space is a property without a master, and whoever occupies it first belongs to him. Currently, only my country has landed on the moon, so we can explore the way first. We will occupy the places rich in mineral deposits and give them all to me. Other countries that go later can only go to some corners where we rarely need to be stationed. This is the first mover advantage of space development. It can only be said that as a leader in the global aerospace industry, every planet in my country will be able to enjoy the first wave of dividends in the future. Zhou Yang is one of the creators of this first mover advantage. He provided the drawings of nuclear-powered rockets and lunar modules, which made manned lunar landing such a simple thing. At the subsequent celebration reception, Zhou Yang was treated as a guest of honor. Comrades from the Institute of Space Research and some leaders came to Zhou Yang to clink glasses and thank him for his selfless dedication. Zhou Yang was a frequent visitor, clinking glasses with them one by one. He also used this reception to communicate with some leaders and experts about the civilian moon landing plan and fulfill one of his dreams. For my country's aerospace industry, Zhou Yang was a man of great hard work, so his leaders directly agreed to him. Zhou Yang has made such an important achievement. His request is not just reasonable, but unreasonable. The leader must also do everything he can to make it reasonable. After the reception, Zhou Yang went to the research institute the next day to urge the implementation of this matter. Director Shou was extremely grateful to Zhou Yang, so he signed the documents the next day, asking the manufacturing plant below to produce a civilian nuclear-powered lunar module. This lunar module was prepared to develop lunar tourism projects. For some wealthy people on Earth, they have visited most parts of the Earth and have no new ideas for them. The lunar tourism project developed by my country under the leadership of Zhou Yang is aimed at the world's wealthy. The cost is very expensive, about 20 million yuan per round trip, starting from 20 million yuan. Depending on the gameplay of different projects, the consumption may exceed 100 million yuan. But this money is just a waste for the wealthy who have nowhere to spend it. Therefore, the lunar tourism project, which is expected to be launched once a month, is unlikely to lack customers. A few more wealthy customers will increase my country's space industry by a lot of funds. If we talk about landing on the moon with chemical fuel in the past, it was not only highly dangerous but also extremely costly. Even if it cost tens of millions of tickets, it would be very difficult to recover the cost. Now that nuclear fusion is used as the rocket power, it saves a lot of trouble. After multiple operations, the commuting cost between Earth and the moon will be reduced to an unprecedented level, making Earth-Moon tourism a feasible project. After that, my country's aerospace industry will carry out multiple moon landings between the Earth and the moon. Once the technology matures, then you can start a romantic journey to the moon. Zhou Yang became the only private partner in this Earth-Moon tourism project. He specially became the White Emperor Earth-Moon tourism project team and will build a simple camp on the moon, where many Chinese astronauts will work and live. These wealthy clients can go there, interact with the astronauts, have dinner together, put on their spacesuits, and go on a lunar cruise. This is a feat that few people in the world have accomplished, and it is expected to attract many wealthy customers. Then this kind of tourism project must be promoted in advance. The superiors will entrust this promotion task to professional Zhou Yang. Given Zhou Yang's fame, the whole world will definitely know about it once it is promoted. So Zhou Yang started a special travel pre-warming meeting. He pre-warmed it a week in advance in his online account. He said that Beatty had recently developed a travel route and guaranteed that everyone would be interested. Many of the White Emperor's black men couldn't stand it anymore and started to retort, saying that they had never been to any of the world's tourist projects and cities. Whether it was diving in Phuket or the Louvre in Paris, they were tired of it. What other interests did they have? Baidu doesn't make appliances honestly and comes here to travel. Is this just a waste of money? Zhou Yang replied, of course not. You can all witness it together in my live broadcast room a week later. Then wait a week and I'll see what tours you have. These trolls got into a fight with Zhou Yang, so a week later, their bickering would be resolved. Zhou Yang rarely broadcasts live or sends messages online now. This time, he suddenly said that he wanted to transform into a tourism project. Of course, his fans rushed over to show their love to see what fun their favorite beans brought them this time. Zhou Yang's products are all cheap and technological, so this tourism project is probably very fun and cheap. They are all ready. After the announcement, they will travel as soon as possible. Whether it is domestic or foreign, as long as Zhou Yang develops a project, they will definitely go. Then the live broadcast began. In Beatty's auditorium, Zhou Yang did not invite many people this time, just some media comrades and individual fans. After all, this press conference was a bit special, and the customer base was extremely narrow, so it was not appropriate for everyone to come to the scene. Hello everyone, long time no see, I miss you so much. Zhou Yang smiled and said his opening remarks, and laughter rang out below. There was an unusual excitement in the barrage area. This sentence alone aroused everyone's interest, and many people posted barrages, suggesting that Zhou Yang go to the Spring Festival Gala. He was more funny than those comedians. Zhou Yang didn't talk nonsense either. He said to everyone, this is the first time that Beatty has developed a tourism project. Everyone must be curious why one of our electronics companies would get involved in the tourism industry. It is because this tourism project is hardcore enough to suit my taste. There are barrages asking, what are the most hardcore tourism projects? Are you going to install an elevator on Mount Everest that goes straight to the summit? Others say, I don't think so. Maybe it's an expedition to the Mariana Trench or polar tourism, which are all tourism projects that no one has developed. The trench is not bad, but the polar regions are not interesting. What ice and snow projects are not available in urban? And the enthusiasm of the northeastern people is no more fun than the polar regions where birds don't poop? What's so fun about diving to the bottom of the ocean in a submersible? It's better to dive in the Nansha Islands. There are more marine animals, the trenches are dark, and there are no fish. Everyone is discussing it. Anyway, although the proposed tourist routes are relatively novel, they are generally not very interesting to everyone because there is nothing to do about Mount Everest, the two polar regions or the seabed. Zhou Yang saw the behind-the-scenes footage and immediately smiled and shook his head. No, the project I developed this time is not on Earth. What? Not on Earth? Could it be? Just as the audience was shocked, Zhou Yang pressed the button, and the name of the tourism project and the promotional poster were displayed on the holographic projection. Looking up from the Earth, in the bright moon, there is a lunar module. Inside the lunar module, there are many people wearing spacesuits, including the elderly, women and children, all of whom are looking at the space scenery with curious faces. Beatty has partnered with the Institute of Space Research to develop a lunar tourism project, which will begin in 6 months. Pre-registration is currently open. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, the barrage area exploded. Holy shit, Nimas, go play on the moon? Lao Tzu has never had such a dream in his life. Niobe, Zhou Yang is Zhou Yang, and all the activities are high-end. The Earth can no longer accommodate it, so we can directly develop lunar tourism. Oh my god, does this mean I can land on the moon? I want to go, I really want to go. I'm going to check in on the moon, haha. After I go, it will definitely be a conspicuous bag in my circle of friends. The audience in the barrage area had already started to have fun, and each one felt that they were on top of the moon. Zhou Yang watched everyone's lively discussion and decided not to dampen their beautiful imaginations for now. He first introduced the lunar tourism project currently under development. Currently, the planned projects include a 10-day lunar tour, a half-moon tour, standard room accommodation at the lunar base, a lunar trampoline, lunar rover sightseeing, and Earth-Moon photo shoots. There will also be the development of novel tourism projects, all of which are unique in the world. After Zhou Yang finished introducing it, the audience in the live broadcast room was already tempted and wanted to go now. However, the half-month tour is a bit long. They are busy with work and cannot take leave. Someone is asking, is there a 3-day or 5-day moon tour? This way, they can go to the moon to play during the National Day Golden Week. Zhou Yang smiled and said, no, the distance between the Earth and the moon is quite far after all. Although nuclear-powered rockets are very fast now, it will take about 3 days to reach the moon. The round trip will take 6 to 7 days. The remaining 7 days are the time to really travel on the moon. So the lowest is also a 10-day trip. Then everyone remembered that this was not on Earth. Even if the Earth traveled to the other end, it would take more than 10 hours to fly, and to the more distant moon, it would only take 3 days, which seemed to be very short. This is, of course. Before, it took at least 10 days for the Earth to go to the moon. Now that it has been changed to a nuclear-powered rocket, the time has been shortened by 2/3, which is already very impressive. This is still mainly due to the safety of personnel. If it is a spacecraft that purely transports goods, then the flight speed will be even faster. But some have expressed concerns about the moon tourism, asking about safety and training. After all, astronauts undergo strict assessments before going into space. Can the average person's body withstand the bumps and acceleration on a rocket? Zhou Yang replied, if you want to travel to the moon, the first step is a physical examination. Those who are unwell will not be accepted. Moreover, this type of travel is more dangerous than ordinary travel. Therefore, you must sign high insurance and agreements. Only tourists who accept these terms are welcome. After this explanation, many people put their minds off going to the moon. After all, they were very anxious about their lives, were afraid of flying, and didn't want to take a rocket. I'm not sitting on something so dangerous. In the barrage area, some people started pouring cold water on them, saying they would not take any risks. But there are also those who know how to deal with these people. Wake up, there are tens of thousands of plane tickets on Earth, but you definitely can't afford rocket tickets for a trip to the moon. You can't even mortgage your house if you want to go, so most of you don't have to worry about safety issues. Those netizens who said this didn't like to hear it. They said that the tourism project released by Zhou Yang could be completed for an estimated tens of thousands of yuan. Why can't they afford it? These people also came from their past to Zhou Yang. The behavior automatically determines that traveling to the moon is not expensive. I want to go to the moon for tens of thousands of yuan. Dream on, I hope it will be possible in hundreds of years, but it is absolutely impossible now. That's it, this is a moon landing. There are only 2 countries in the world that have landed on the moon, and we civilians can go up there. Think about it, how much would it cost? Then there was a quarrel in the barrage area. On the one hand, they insisted that they could buy rocket tickets, while another group of people said that these people had no common sense and actually thought that going to the moon was cheap. When everyone was arguing, they kept letting Zhou Yang talk about how much money it would cost to travel to the moon. Zhou Yang has already introduced the lunar tourism project under development. Now that he has seen the introduction, it is time to announce the price. Round-trip tickets to the moon are expected to start at RMB 20 million. Depending on the activity, the cost will increase, and it is estimated that a full ticket may cost around RMB 100 million. Of course, once the activity is actually launched, there will be a clear price list. Please pay attention to the Beatty moon landing section at that time. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, the audience collectively petrified. Everyone looked at the orders of tens and hundreds of millions, and was a little dumbfounded. I didn't expect that the tourism projects developed by Zhou Yang would also become detached from the people, making it unaffordable for everyone to consume. Seeing that some people were questioning him in the barrage, Zhou Yang smiled and explained to everyone the difficulty of traveling to the moon. Currently, lunar landing tourism requires people aged 12 to 48, who must undergo a physical examination, training in the use of anti-Dutch clothing, and obtain a lunar landing certificate. Although nuclear-powered rockets can be reused at present, the cost is very high, and the commuting cost is not low each time. In addition, personnel need to be arranged to go to the lunar base, and tourist attractions need to be established on the moon. The construction cost is more than 10 times higher than that on Earth. In other words, a building can be built on the Earth for 10 million yuan, but on the moon, it cannot be built for 100 million yuan. Therefore, in order to recover costs, the price can only be increased. But don't worry, the cost of a new technology is always difficult to control. For those of you who yearn for the moon, you might as well wait patiently for a few years until subsequent technological innovations reduce the cost of Earth-moon travel. Going to the moon later will probably be about the same as flying abroad, and the ticket price will drop to a level that is acceptable to the public. After Zhou Yang finished introducing it, most netizens expressed their understanding that this Earth-moon travel is not an activity that ordinary people can go to. Those who can go now must be the most profitable group of people on the entire Earth. At the same time, this is also an opportunity for the White Emperor to make more money. Only when the White Emperor makes enough money will he lower the price of lunar tourism. Everyone has this confidence. Zhou Yang will not cheat civilians anyway. Everyone just waits. Sooner or later, they will also be able to go to the moon. If 5 years doesn't work, then 10 years, 20 years, there will always be a day when the price of cabbage for moon travel is high. This tourism preheating meeting was an unprecedented success. Not only were domestic netizens shocked, but it also sparked a wave of discussion abroad. Everyone is still making trouble for their own trivial matters. As a result, China's Bankrupt Company suddenly announced the development of lunar tourism, and it will be implemented soon. How can this not be surprising? People abroad have been listening to the horse bosses neighing and drawing pancakes of Martian immigrants for many years, but have not seen any results so far. China had never advertised it before, but it suddenly announced that it was going on a trip to the moon. It was incredible. I want to go to the romantic moon. Fewer than 10 people in the world have ever been to the moon. I must go. Millions of dollars, God, I can't go in my life. China is amazing. The world's most amazing technologies were all invented by China. China is amazing. Just when domestic netizens were criticizing the high price of traveling to the moon, foreign netizens went crazy for it. They all thought it was a cool thing, and only China in the world could complete a trip to the moon, so it should be more expensive. Next, moon landing tourism became a hot topic abroad. Many reporters went to interview their country's rich and famous people and asked them if they wanted to travel to the moon. Some wealthy people said they wanted to live 2 more years and were still worried about riding in such an immature vehicle. Of course, many foreigners like to take risks, and many wealthy people say that this is cool, especially some internet celebrities or actors. They need strong traffic to maintain their popularity. If they are the first to land on the moon and post a few selfies on the moon, then the world's most famous stars will become them. So immediately some people said that they were already contacting China and wanted to be the first to travel to the moon in a spacecraft. Anyway, just looking at the number of people interested in landing on the moon in the program, there are hundreds, which is enough for many groups. Of course, there must be a lot of people here who are putting on a show, deliberately saying this to attract traffic. If they really want to attract these wealthy foreign people, they must come up with something real. As the initiator of the moon landing tourism, Zhou Yang had to be in charge of this project, so he took his girlfriend with him to the space center to do moon landing training. Zhou Yang once promised his girlfriend Lu Xiao that he would take her on a trip to the moon, and now was the best opportunity, so the two of them would be the first batch of volunteers to travel to the moon. Only if he and his girlfriend successfully land on the moon and return, so that wealthy tourists from all over the world can confidently ride on their tourist spacecraft, will the moon landing trip truly gain trust. After all, prices are not a big deal for wealthy people who like to spend a fortune. After they land on the moon, even if they just put some advertisements on themselves, it will probably be worth the price of admission. The only thing the wealthy are worried about is safety. After all, they have finally made it to the richest class in the world and definitely don't want to die in space. Safety is what they care about most. During the construction of the Lunar Surface Tourism Base, Zhou Yang did not give up his rocket research and development. With Director Sha's help, he built the Chang'e lunar landing spacecraft specifically for lunar landing travel. This is the product of Zhou Yang combining nuclear-powered rockets and lunar modules using blueprint fusion technology. After it is built, tourists can take Chang'e from Earth and land directly on the moon without having to reverse from the rocket to the lunar module midway. This is the primary tool for lunar travel. Fortunately, Director Sha could provide materials and technical workers, which can be considered a collaborative development between the two companies. It took about 6 months to basically complete. After another month of experimentation and running in, revisions and modifications, the lunar landing spacecraft was finally built and passed the acceptance. After Zhou Yang and Director Sha had a celebration banquet, he received a reward from the system. Scientific research mission completed in the aerospace industry, developed a carrier rocket variant, Chang'e, reward points of 15,000. This time, the reward was not given to the drawings, but a large amount of points were directly awarded. Zhou Yang was very happy on the contrary. With this 15,000 points, he could redeem them for more advanced drawings. After the lunar base and some tourism facilities are established on the other side of the moon, the lunar tourism business will officially start to attract investment. Although there were registrations before, there are currently only 2 people willing to pay a deposit of 5 million yuan. With these 2 people, it is impossible to support a lunar trip, so Zhou Yang will have to advertise this trip himself. He is willing to become the promotional ambassador for this batch of lunar tourism and travel to the moon on the Chang'e spacecraft with his girlfriend. Their actions were strongly opposed by their father Zhou Yu. "You kid, the Earth is not waiting for you. What are you going to do on the moon, just in case the rocket falls? Besides, wouldn't it be better to just let those astronauts go up there? Do you have to come over in person?" Dad Zhou Yu was worried about his son. After all, he only had Zhou Yang as his only son, so it was human nature to think so. Lu Xiao's father, Mr. Lu, was quite enlightened. He did not encourage her, but simply said that if his daughter and son-in-law must go, then he would go to pray for them. The old man does not believe in gods or Buddhas, but he is willing to worship and pray for the 2 closest descendants. Now Zhou Yang has completed the above relationship and procedures. Although the leader does not recommend Zhou Yang to take the risk, he himself is determined to go, so the leader can only agree. However, the leadership issued a strict order that the Chang'e must be inspected and re-inspected. No piece of material must leak out, and the safety of Zhou Yang must be ensured. So now Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao are going to set off for the moon. Only Zhou Yu's father is in the way. We have to deal with him. So Zhou Yang returned to the small town of Beatty and began to persuade his father at his own home. "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely succeed. In life, you must be brave enough to take on challenges. How could my son let go of such a good opportunity? Besides, don't you believe in your son's technical ability? I supervised the construction of the spaceship myself, what else can I not be sure about? Zhou Yang tried to persuade him, but Zhou Yu's father still disagreed. He didn't want the white-haired man to send the black-haired man. He locked the door backwards to prevent his son from leaving. Zhou Yang said again, Dad, I inherited your gene of liking adventure. You left me behind and went on dangerous foreign tours for several years without me saying anything. This time I just went to the moon, and I came back in half a month. I have some worries. My name is Tiger Father Wu Dogzi. I learned from you. You're the one who's wrong. This angered Zhou Yu's father, who pulled out 7 wolves, pretending to enforce the family law. Angela, the stepmother on the side, quickly stopped her, tied the belt back to her husband, and then gently persuaded her, the child is old and always going on adventures. How can a young eagle grow into an eagle soaring in the sky without training? Yang is a good boy, we should encourage him, not restrict him, are you right, Yu? It was her husband who was talking, and Zhou Yu knew that Yarda was unreasonable, so she sighed. Okay, I won't stop you if you insist on going, but you marry by the way first, give me a grandson, and then go wherever you love to go, even if you go to play in the sun, I won't stop you. Zhou Yu wanted Zhou Yang to stay as a queen so that if anything happened, their old Zhou family would not become extinct. However, getting married and having children would take a year or 2 if it happened quickly. Zhou Yang couldn't wait any longer. As soon as his eyes turned, he said, Dad, I don't want to have children yet, otherwise you will grow stronger as you age. Forget about giving me another brother with Angela, it will be faster. He actually hit his father with the abacus, which completely pissed off Zhou Yu this time. He pulled out 7 wolves and vowed to teach the traitor in front of him a lesson. Seeing that something was wrong, Zhou Yang immediately opened the door and slipped away, shouting in the corridor, Angela's mother, please help me persuade Dad, please. Get the hell out of me, come back to me and see I don't open your ass. Father Zhou Yu showed his loving father majesty and tried to chase him out, but was stopped by Angela. Angela said, don't chase, you, don't you think what your son said makes sense? I went to the hospital for a checkup and I'm still fertile, otherwise I'll have another child of both of us. Zhou Yu's anger was turned into a twirl of fingers by the foreign lady, and she couldn't get out even when she was angry. In the end, she could only sigh and acquiesce to the fact that Zhou Yang went to the moon. Now no one can stop Zhou Yang from going to the moon, but this is a very dangerous thing after all. Before leaving, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao each signed a will. Both of them divided their property. Dad inherited half, and the rest did charity and donated to the country. Having made sufficient preparations, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao are ready to travel to the moon aboard the Chang'e spacecraft. This is definitely a feat of mankind. Although astronauts from China and Magnesium have already landed on the moon, Zhou Yang represents ordinary people, and ordinary people can also land on the moon to travel. This is an event worthy of being recorded in history books for the entire process of mankind. Therefore, this moon landing trip attracted hundreds of media outlets around the world, and hundreds of reporters came to the domestic satellite launch center to broadcast live interviews. Mr. Zhou and Ms. Lu, are you afraid? A foreign journalist asked. Don't be afraid, isn't it just about taking a self-built vehicle to the moon? What's so scary about it? Once the moon landing technology matures, our too cute new car company plans to develop a space car. This way, individuals can drive a space car themselves and take their family on a trip to the moon at any time. Omega, this is so amazing. The fact that a foreign journalist actually revealed the Sino-British integration is enough to show how excited he was. Going to the moon now is just an activity for the world's top group of people. In the future, Zhou Yang will encourage all players to go to the moon for vacation on weekends. This is the romance of all mankind and the romance of Earth technology. He answered a few more reporters' questions. As the takeoff time was approaching, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao said goodbye to everyone. Everyone, please witness the modern story of Chang'e flying to the moon. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao said some blessings in front of the camera, and then boarded the Chang'e with several astronauts. The interior of Chang'e is spacious, similar to the structure of a lunar module. The shape of this Chang'e is a lunar module on the top and a flat aircraft style on the bottom, which is somewhat similar to the early American spacecraft. Of course, they are just similar in structure, and their technical content and shape are very different. This launch was broadcast live around the world. Zhou Yang wanted everyone to watch his launch process through the live broadcast to dispel everyone's doubts about the safety of the moon landing. Soon, the launch time arrived. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao both put on special anti-Dutch suits, sat in safety seats, and were secured by safety devices, reaching the starting state. Then the countdown sounded. When the countdown reached 0, Chang'e shook slightly and then began to take off. Comfort has been taken into consideration here. The initial speed here is not fast, just the lowest speed. Therefore, with the help of anti-lotus clothing and safety seats, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao, two ordinary people, did not feel uncomfortable, that is, a little uncomfortable and unable to breathe. The anti-lotus suit was always counteracting the high load brought by acceleration, so Zhou Yang could completely withstand it. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao were still maintaining normal expressions, smiling at the live broadcast camera. This gives the outside world great confidence that Zhou Yang is so light-clouded and breezy, which shows that ordinary people can also go into space. Soon, Chang'e could no longer be seen from the ground, and the light around Chang'e became dim and broke away from the atmosphere. Chang'e is still in the acceleration phase, but it can pass through the surrounding holographic screen, come and observe the beautiful scenery of space. Below is Nio's Earth, and there is a large ball of light in the sky, which is the sun. At this moment, their spacecraft is speeding towards Earth's satellite, the moon. They were still in the live broadcast during this period, but they couldn't get out of their seats during the acceleration phase, so the two couldn't move. They could only sit and talk to everyone and answer some barrages. The acceleration is now smaller, so the discomfort is greatly reduced and you can talk freely. Through the 6G communication technology jointly developed by Beatty and Huai, the live broadcast inside Chang'e can still be clearly transmitted to the Earth, and even Zhou Yang can see the barrage sent by everyone through the screen. Some netizens asked curiously, "What should I do if I need to go to the toilet?" Zhou Yang asked the robot to show a demonstration animation. The place where they sit is connected to a special toilet, where they can urinate and defecate anywhere. After using it, the instrument will clean it, including flushing and drying, which is much more convenient than a smart toilet. Moreover, everyone else in the cabin was wearing noise-proof earplugs at this time, so they couldn't hear the embarrassing noise, and there was a light curtain to block it out, so others wouldn't feel or see you going to the toilet. Netizens thought this was too novel, and some people asked, "What should I do if I get hungry?" Zhou Yang said that if he could call a robot, liquid food would be delivered. Because it is still in the acceleration stage, solid food is prone to flying around, so it mainly consists of liquid food, and of course, there are enough drinks. After flying for several hours, the acceleration state finally ended and the aircraft began to enter a constant speed state. At this time, a radio voice announcing the acceleration state sounded in the cabin, the fixing devices on the seats were recovered, and the people in the cabin were able to move freely. Zhou Yang also began to freely explain to the majority of netizens other novelties of Chang'e. Our Chang'e can transport up to 26 people at a time. Each person is equipped with a dedicated rest cabin and a couple's room for 2 people. The interior is spacious and equipped with basic rest facilities. It is also equipped with a holographic observation window, which can see a 360-degree holographic scene outside. It is an excellent observation place for moon landing tourism. We also have a small dining room and entertainment room, but it can only accommodate 8 people at a time, so you need to change shifts to play. There are game consoles and electronics for everyone, so you can have fun in the room or at tables and chairs. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao each brought their filming mobile phones to demonstrate to the audience. Since there were only 6 people on this trip, the cabin was very empty and you could play anything you wanted. When there are fewer people, you can remove the safety seats in the hall and dance without any problems. At this time, you can change into casual clothes, put on nice clothes, and take photos of the space scene outside the window. The scene is very shocking. In addition to science fiction films, this is the first time netizens have seen someone wearing regular clothes filming with space as the background. The audience was also impressed. The lunar module was a real pleasure, just like some luxury aircraft. Luxury aircraft cost hundreds of millions of yuan, and this is a spacecraft that can travel between the Earth and the Moon. Now it seems that charging tens of millions a trip is really not expensive. Because elsewhere, no matter how much money is paid, other countries cannot send people on moon tourism. During dinner, Zhou Yang, Lu Xiao and several astronauts dined together. They ate fresh and hot meals made by the chef robot, which were both meat and vegetables and nutritionally balanced. The fruits and vegetables are all fresh, ensuring nutrition and taste. Actually, I don't think there's anything wrong with eating these home-cooked dishes, but it definitely feels different to be able to eat hot and fresh food in space. The astronauts have a deeper understanding. Most of the meals they usually eat are special space meals. They can eat so well if they follow Mr. Zhou to enjoy the blessings. Netizens in the live broadcast room saw the colorful, fragrant, and delicious dishes that Zhou Yang and his friends ate, and asked in the barrage, "Is this a robot-made meal? Looks good." Of course, this robot is a new AI kitchen appliance developed by Mrs. Zhou's company. It's much more advanced than a stir-fry machine. It can cook almost all home-cooked meals. Buying this will save you from having to hire a nanny. It can wash, cut, and stir-fry vegetables in one go, and it can arrange dishes in 8 major cuisines. It can also do kitchen cleaning. It's all-round. Are there still robots like this? Am I behind the times? It feels like the village is connected to the internet. That's not the case. With the recent update, the previous chef robot could only cook ordinary dishes, which was very troublesome to use and not hygienic. But this time, the chef robot is even used by the Chang'e. Can you say it can be left hanging? Then I'm going to buy some to try Mrs. Zhou's new product. I didn't expect that the ordinary food broadcast on Chang'e would make Lu Xiao's new chef AI robot popular. Finally, the name Mrs. Zhou was the nickname of netizens for Zhou Yang's girlfriend. There was a barrage of Mrs. Zhou, and Lu Xiao accepted it calmly. Anyway, the fact that the two of them are so loving is something that everyone in the country knows. If one is not her, he will not marry, and if the other is not him, he will not marry, and there is no need to hide it. Mrs. Zhou started to catch a small fire as she followed today's live broadcast. With the moon landing fever, Huntu Electronics' intelligent kitchen robots have entered thousands of households. The meals cooked by the robots are better than those cooked by people with a score of 80. They can use smart shopping robots to go out to buy vegetables, and the kitchen robots come back to cook vegetables. In this way, as long as the family sets the dishes on their mobile phones, they can eat the dishes they want when they come back in the evening. All that's spent is electricity and grocery money. This convenience is not too fragrant and doesn't make a sound at all. So much so that with the popularization of chef robots, the food delivery industry, which had been criticized by the public for many years, officially declined. Everyone can eat a variety of nutritious and fresh robot dishes at home, so there is no need to order takeout. It can be said that technology has once again changed the social environment and everyone's food hygiene environment. There is no need to worry about eating pre-prepared meals, gutter oil, and spoiled meat. After the food broadcast ended, Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao were a little tired after a day of live broadcast, so they planned to wash up and rest. Then the people in the hall waved to the audience in front of the screen to say goodbye. One last question today. Suddenly, an audience member asked questions in the barrage. Okay, if you have any questions, I'll log off after I answer them. Zhou Yang said. Do you two sleep together at night? Netizens suddenly asked a sharp question. Zhou Yang made a speechless statement, but Lu Xiao was amused and smiled deeply, then pursed her lips and said, "This is a privacy issue, can you guess? I guess they must sleep together. Come back and tell us what it's like to create humans in space, so everyone can see for themselves." The audience was heckling and some were asking when they would have dolls. Zhou Yang was a bit thin-skinned and didn't want to pay attention to this group of viewers who were causing trouble. He directly turned off the live broadcast, causing netizens to laugh at home. It's not too nice to flirt with your boss. In this way, the live broadcast of Chang'e on the first day ended. The live broadcast was conducted through 6G satellite signals, with little delay and lag, and it was very smooth, which was an advertisement for 6G communication technology. After washing up at night, Lu Xiao went into Zhou Yang's room. They lived in a married room. No matter how strong a woman is, she will also have a vulnerable side in her heart, especially after leaving the home planet where she lives. She will feel uneasy in her heart. Of course, she has to sleep with her boyfriend at night, otherwise she will feel restless. That night, this loving couple really covered themselves with a blanket and hugged each other sweetly to sleep, just as netizens thought. During the 2 long days that followed, Zhou Yang broadcast live every day, and his live broadcast was broadcast to the world, and people all over the world could see his actions in Chang'e. Foreigners are so envious that it is so romantic to travel to the moon with their loved ones. Many women have little stars in their envious eyes and beg their boyfriends to take them on a trip to the moon, claiming that it is the first moon landing trip in autumn. Of course, most people currently cannot afford to go to the moon, so we can only watch Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao show their love in space. On the 3rd day, Chang'e reached the vicinity of the moon and was about to land. Landing was still somewhat dangerous, so the live broadcast was stopped. All the personnel in Chang'e also sat back in their safety seats, put on anti-Dutch clothing, and prepared for the landing procedure. Landing did not require personnel operation, but was all done automatically by computer. Chang'e began to slow down, and ground personnel were ready to pick it up. There is some discomfort when reducing the speed, but it is lighter than when accelerating. After several hours of long deceleration, the entire Chang'e spacecraft had already reached the lunar surface with a slight tremor. At this time, AI reminded that they had docked with the lunar base. Please take your personal belongings and enter the lunar base. The hatch of Chang'e here is directly connected to the landing gate of the base, so they can travel to the base while wearing casual clothes. At this time, Zhou Yang turned on the live broadcast again. In the lunar live broadcast, a lunar communication satellite is used. Although there will be a delay, it is because the distance is too far and the signal needs several seconds to be transmitted, so the picture is displayed several seconds later, and the entire picture quality is still very clear and smooth. Then the audience saw the moon outside the cabin, all with a wow sound. It was a wonderful feeling to see the moon during the live broadcast. Guys, I'm going to the lunar base. Zhou Yang was introducing it to everyone, and then the electronic sound was also indicating that the pressure had been balanced, the docking was complete, and it was ready for passage. Then Zhou Yang pressed the door opening button. As soon as the door opened, he saw more than a dozen resident astronauts wearing unified space uniforms lined up to welcome them. Welcome Mr. Zhou and Mr. Lu Xiao to the lunar base. After a row of astronauts saluted, they stepped forward to shake hands. Hello. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao shook hands and greeted the astronauts respectively. These people are all permanent residents of the Luna 1 base and have worked hard to build tourism facilities. After the pleasantries, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao were taken to their temporary dormitory. In order to save space, the dormitories at the base are basically double rooms with high and low beds. The space is relatively small, but although the sparrows are small and have all the necessary living facilities, after a short rest here, Zhou Yang is ready to take netizens to experience the moon journey. Once they reach the lunar surface, they will both put on their spacesuits. This spacesuit is also the latest product jointly developed by the Aeronautical Research Institute and Beatty Corporation. It bids farewell to the traditional bulky spacesuit. The latest spacesuit is the drawing that Zhou Yang exchanged from the system. This new White Emperor spacesuit fits snugly and flatters your figure, just like wearing a one-piece swimsuit. However, a helmet is still needed, and there is an oxygen concentrator behind it to ensure oxygen supply. This spacesuit is resistant to high temperatures and low temperatures, blocks radiation, and you can work in this spacesuit without any delay. The reason why the construction of this lunar tourism facility was completed in more than half a year is due to the advanced performance of this spacesuit. Any work that cannot be done by machinery is done manually by wearing an exoskeleton. Because this spacesuit is close to the body, the construction workers do not have to work hard, which speeds up the construction of the base. Zhou Yang walked out of the lunar base with his girlfriend. It felt different all of a sudden. The surroundings were extremely quiet. There was no air here, so sound waves could not be transmitted, so the chat had to go through the communication system. Zhou Yang and his girlfriend are both adjusting to the feeling of walking on the moon. Because the moon's gravity is only 1/6 that of the Earth, everyone who comes to the moon is a jumping champion. If they are not paying attention, they will jump high. If they are not paying attention, they may even fall headfirst. Although the fall is lighter than on Earth, there is also a risk of fractures or serious injuries, so people traveling on the moon must wear a safety device. This device will slightly affect movement, but it will protect itself in the event of an accidental fall. This safety device is like a stabilizer. When a person jumps up, it will automatically help stabilize the center of gravity and will not cause a person to fall down with their head facing down. Even if a situation does occur, an anti-collision capsule will pop out to provide users with safety protection. Of course, this safety device cannot satisfy extreme enthusiasts, because wearing it will prevent them from having fun. This is, of course, moon tourism is a unique project in the world, and if tourists are injured, the negative impact will be too great. Therefore, to travel to the moon, you must sign a long safety agreement, do not do any dangerous things without authorization, and be accompanied by staff and wear safety devices throughout the trip. But even so, Lu Saiyao feels so novel. Every time she jumps hard, she jumps several meters high. This effect is definitely not possible on Earth. It is equivalent to the moon naturally bringing a trampoline. It is too fun, but walking is a bit top-heavy. After practicing jumping on the lunar surface for a while, the two were basically familiar with the low-gravity environment and could walk normally. Then they went to their first lunar adventure, the Skyloaders. This is a trampoline with a protective net, allowing visitors to experience the feeling of low gravity. On Earth, trampolines can make people jump very high and then fall, but on the moon, the jumping distance will be several times longer. The staff have tested this before. This trampoline can make people jump tens of meters high without too much risk. It is a very exciting project. It is conceivable that the feeling of jumping more than 10 stories and then falling lightly can definitely make people's adrenaline rush, which is more exciting than sliding a few hundred meters of ice slide in the Northeast. There are safety devices here to protect visitors, so don't worry about safety, just jump as much as you want. Here, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao's excited shouts were left, and the audience watched a scene of laughter and joy. I've played on the trampoline, and now I'm going to experience the lunar rover. The lunar rover here is a replica of a go-kart. It doesn't matter whether you have a driver's license or not. The lunar rover is AI-assisted driving, which allows tourists to drive quickly and well. There are other projects to come, which are similar facilities to some Earth amusement parks, but with the addition of a lunar environment, a dark sky all around, a huge sun on the sky, and a blue Earth. There is a dreamlike feeling when you entertain yourself here. Only a few types of amusement facilities have been built so far, and the others are still under construction. Zhou Yang doesn't want to expose all the secrets at once, so I won't spoil it. After they got tired of playing physical activities, the two of them went back. There is a place on the road with a small shovel and shovel, which is an optional item moon soil collection. Officials will give tourists a jar, which they can take back to Earth with some lunar soil and rocks. Previously, lunar soil was a very rare substance, and only countries that had visited the moon had the opportunity to obtain it. Now, as long as you travel to the moon, you can bring back no more than 5 kilograms of lunar souvenirs. In this comparison, it seems that the cost of tens of millions of yuan is not that expensive. There is also a natural check-in point next to the base. There is a 5-star red flag and a monument to the built Luna 1 base. Behind the base are the Earth and the Sun, so you can take photos as much as you want. Here you can turn on holographic projection and add the projection of Jupiter and Saturn with rings on the sky to make the photo look more science fiction. The viewers watching the live broadcast on Earth are envious. This is so fun. Being able to travel here and post a circle of friends is definitely the most beautiful boy in the family group. Unfortunately, most people did not have the conditions to go to the moon and could only wait for several years before lunar travel became civilianized. When they returned to the base, it was time to eat. The base members also returned from work, took a shower one by one, and came to eat with Joe Yang. The space in the lunar base is quite large, with a large independent restaurant where everyone eats. Today, because of the fresh vegetables brought by Chang'e, the base improved its diet and ate fresh food, even seafood. During normal times, they can only eat some pre-prepared meals from their reserves, and some green vegetables grown by themselves through the ecological park, which are incomparable to the abundant ingredients on Earth. Only when they are brought supplies every time the lunar module comes will their lives be improved. While Joe Yang was eating, he was introducing the astronauts' diet. Seeing that many netizens were worried that the astronauts would not eat well, he said, "Don't worry, our underground permanent lunar base will be super huge. After it is built, it will have a starch synthesis machine, a large greenhouse vegetable garden, and even be able to raise aquatic products. In a few years, everyone will come to the moon and it will be almost like going to a restaurant at home, eat any home-cooked meal. Seafood sashimi and northeastern dipping sauce are all served whole." Hearing this, the audience asked in surprise, "And the underground base?" Joe Yang replied with a smile, "If you look at it, you haven't watched the news properly. CCTV has reported it long ago. The underground lunar base is currently under construction and will not be initially completed for more than a year. We are only a temporary base here. After the underground base is completed, most of the astronauts will move to the underground base. The living conditions there are much better. This ground base number 1 will become a tourist living area and will be transformed into the Guanggan Palace Hotel, which will be the first budget hotel on the moon." Netizens sighed, "I'll go, is it so advanced? They've all built hotels on the moon." However, some viewers also discovered the flashpoint. Joe Yang said that he would open a budget hotel. So, there will be luxury hotels in the future? Yes, Joe Yang doesn't hide it either. Once the underground base is built and can accommodate hundreds of permanent personnel, various entertainment and leisure facilities will be built, including a 5-star luxury hotel on the moon, where you can enjoy services more comfortable than on Earth. One netizen lamented, "Guai, technology is really amazing now. In the past few years, it took everyone half a day to see a drone. Now, going directly to the moon cover hotel, I feel like I've suddenly traveled back 20 years. In fact, this feeling is the consensus of many netizens. This is because Joe Yang has accelerated the pace of issuing drawings. Various high-tech drawings have made the scientific and technological level of my country's people advance by leaps and bounds, at least 10 years ahead of foreign countries." That night, Joe Yang and Lu Sayao stayed at the Luna 1 base, and they chatted with their father who was far away on Earth to report their safety, which was quite lively. The next day, Joe Yang did not start a live broadcast, but went to a deserted corner outside the base with Lu Sayao. With their backs to a big rock, they held hands, looked towards the blue Earth, and expressed infinite emotion. "How about it? I promised you a trip to the moon, and now I've fulfilled it." Facing the blue Earth at this moment, Joe Yang hugged his girlfriend Lu Sayao and said to her with high spirits, "Thank you, Yang." Lu Sayao was also in a very excited mood. After all, she was the first woman in the world to land on the moon and was destined to be recorded in human history. And all of this was brought to her by her boyfriend. She also loved Joe Yang. If she wasn't wearing a helmet, she would really want to give Joe Yang a deep French kiss right now. However, if the two feelings last for a long time, they will not be in the twilight of the day. They are holding hands at this moment, looking at the deep scenery in space, and they feel that their hearts have been purified by cultivation. Some say that one must visit Tibet once in life because it is closest to the sky and can also bring people the experience of bathing their souls. Lu Sayao has been to Tibet, but she said that coming to the moon makes her feel several times stronger than Tibet. This place is no longer close to the sky, it is completely in space, and there is not even any air here. Moreover, coming here can better bathe the soul and cultivate emotions. Everything here is lonely and the space is pitch black, which can quickly empty the soul without mixing it with other impurities. Before, Lu Sayao had all kinds of troubles on Earth. This order fell through, the design of that product was not done well, and even because she did not eat the food she wanted, she might emo. When she arrived on the moon, she suddenly felt that humans were so insignificant. Those who were not as good as they were on Earth should be counted as pea on the scale of the universe. After this wonderful journey, Lu Sayao felt that her life had been elevated and she would no longer be easily angry and depressed. Her entire temperament would change accordingly. Yang. After enjoying the space spectacle, Lu Sayao looked at Joe Yang with affection and hugged him tightly. Although the two were physically separated by spacesuits, they were connected and their feelings were sublimated in the space environment. Ah Yang, I want to get married. Lu Xiao hugged Zhou Yang Yu and said that at this moment, she felt that Zhou Yang was not the one who would not marry in this life, and she also wanted a home. Well, let's go back and plan it and get married sometime. Zhou Yang has made great strides along the way over the years, and has worked hard to build a lot of family business, promoting my country to become a world-class scientific and technological power. It seems that he has also initially completed the systematic entrustment and can consider his major life events. Hearing Zhou Yang's affirmative answer, Lu Xiao was very happy and blew a kiss directly to his helmet. They were both very unhappy that they were related through their helmets and boots, so they stood up together, drove the lunar rover back, and returned to the base. They could be related as much as they wanted. When they returned to the base, the two went straight back to their double room, and then went together to take a mandarin duck bath to wash off all the lead. The two are now skin to skin and naturally blend into one. Lu Xiao was still a little worried about whether she would be heard by people outside. Zhou Yang also participated in the design of this base. All living areas are soundproofed. Even if DJ music is played inside, it cannot be heard outside, so there is no need to worry. Then there is no need to worry. This pair of lovers completed the process of soul communication on the moon, which can be regarded as setting an unknown historical first. So much so that when she finished eating, Lu Xiao's smile blushed and she was all bright and charming. After the live broadcast, she stunned the netizens and said frankly that Yao Yao was so beautiful. It is obviously Lu Xiao herself, but everyone just feels that she is different from the past few days. There is something particularly attractive about her. Many netizens are calling him wife, but other netizens remind him to let him die. The high, rich and handsome people in the world combined can only make Zhou Yang worthy of Lu Xiao and by Fume, and everyone else should just go to sleep. Netizens have a keen feeling. After the journey to the moon, Lu Xiao has completed a spiritual transformation, becoming more pragmatic and more charming. No matter where she goes, she is a beautiful woman with a return rate of more than 70, and both men and women can't help but look at her more. As Lu Xiao's best partner, Zhou Yang naturally became the envy of male netizens. If he gets a wife like this, what does the husband want? So in the next 2 days of the lunar live broadcast, after everyone had experienced the novelty, more barrages were already biased towards the emotional information of the two anchors. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao also picked out some things to say and told them to everyone. This has made young viewers fascinated. This live broadcast is comparable to top-tier dating dramas. CP can't stop watching, and the ratings are climbing one after another. It is estimated that only Zhou Yang and his wife can broadcast the moon live and turn it into a love variety show. After a short few days of lunar journey, Chang'e is fully loaded with supplies transported back from the moon and is about to embark on its return journey. This also touched the hearts of netizens. They wanted Zhou Yang to come back quickly and hoped that he could produce more high-tech products for everyone. Now everyone's appetite has been fed by Zhou Yang. Some of the new products released by other manufacturers seem to be a change of soup but not medicine. Only the new products released by Zhou Yang will allow everyone to truly feel the progress of technology. Chang'e took off from the moon and continued to fly steadily. After 3 days of flight, it was close to the Earth, and when it began to slow down, it was possible to see a strange scene. There was a small amount of flame outside the entire Chang'e. This was a spark generated by the friction between the body and the air. This is an unavoidable situation for any spacecraft. However, the flame of Chang'e is much smaller. At least when viewed from the ground, there is no tail flame or large fireball in the sky. This is because Chang'e is nuclear powered. Driven by nuclear power with almost unlimited energy, a large amount of energy can be used for deceleration, which allows Chang'e's speed to drop to a very low level when it lands on Earth. Aside from the longer duration, there is little danger and it does not place an excessive load on the members. As an aircraft for sightseeing purposes, Chang'e must take into account the feelings of passengers, which is very different from other spacecraft, and focuses on comfort. Finally, after a long descent, Chang'e landed intact at the launch center, achieving the feat of returning there from where it came from. This is not easy in a return spacecraft. In the past, return spacecraft could not carry too much fuel, so landing there was random. Now with nuclear power devices, the world can really find any place to land, and the entire landing process is automatically controlled by AI in the backend, without the need for personnel to learn too many complex controls. Today's space journey is also developing towards intelligence and convenience. It is definitely a blessing that Zhou Yang returned to Earth. The leaders in the space industry are all welcoming him on the ground. However, the first group of people to rush to Chang'e were not leaders, but doctors. The first person to rush towards Chang'e was actually a medical worker. Whenever the astronauts returned to Earth, they were as weak as delaminated skin and needed to be sent to the hospital for rehabilitation treatment immediately. However, Chang'e is an epoch-making spacecraft. Its excellent riding experience is somewhat similar to flying, so it will not put too much burden on the human body. Soon, the Chang'e's hatch opened, and Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao walked out normally from inside. But the two of them walked in a somewhat unnatural posture. This is because space has become accustomed to low-gravity environments these days, and they are not very used to returning to Earth so suddenly. They need to adapt for a while. The doctor immediately performed various physical examinations on the two people. All routine physical indicators showed that they were all healthy, but their heart rates were a little abnormal. This was also because they had just experienced the landing process and their bodies were affected. They were still within the allowable range, so they just needed to observe. But the two were in normal physical condition, which was another monument in the history of space exploration. The two people who had just landed from space were lively and energetic, making them the first such example in the history of space exploration. The previous astronauts returned to Earth with no way to stand up on their legs and extremely weak bodies. With Zhou Yang's contribution, future astronauts will no longer need to shed their skin when returning to their hometown on Earth, and it will become extremely easy. Snap, snap, snap. Thunderous applause broke out inside the launch base, and the greeters applauded when they saw Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao return safely. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao were both returning the favor, shaking hands with these leaders. They were then invited back to the base and spent 2 hours in the observation room. After confirming that they were in good health, the leader came to talk to them and learn some interesting things about the moon and the journey. This trip is a milestone contribution to my country's manned spaceflight and space tourism. This time, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao will livestream their trip to the moon and return to Earth intact. I believe this will reassure interested customers at home and abroad. It is estimated that many orders will be received soon. With the news of Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao's return, the publicity spread like wildfire. As expected by the leaders, the lunar tourism booking hotline had been overwhelmed. The 20 customer service representatives arranged were simply not enough, and another group of people were urgently trained to take up their posts. Although the ticket price starting from 20 million blocks, most people, looking around the world, there are many wealthy people. They basically have everything they need in their lives, but they couldn't do the thing of going to the moon before. Now that we see people going into space, and the bull bleep of Martian immigrants that the neighing horse always blows is no longer there, then if you want to keep up with the trend, you can only travel around the moon. As the initiator of lunar tourism, Zhou Yang brought his girlfriend back from space, which shows that the trip was safe and other wealthy people also wanted to try it. Especially bosses who have a good relationship with Zhou Yang, such as Lin Shuai, who signed up directly, which can be considered as supporting their friends' careers. In the week after Zhou Yang returned, more than 60 people had already placed orders, and the number of people placing orders increased almost every day. Given the Chang'e's carrying capacity, these people will definitely not be able to pull it down once, and for the sake of customer experience, a maximum number of travelers is set each time. If this group of people does not come back, the next group will have to wait. Moreover, those who register must undergo training and physical examinations at domestic professional institutions. Only after passing all the tests can they queue up to leave. Moreover, using only one Chang'e will definitely not work. After all, spacecraft need to ensure absolute safety. Therefore, after each return to Earth, they must undergo maintenance and upkeep inspections. Therefore, we must wait until Chang'e 2 is completed before fully embarking on the lunar journey. It is expected that the first batch of regular tourists will go to the moon for a trip, which will officially start in 1 month. Then, after the first batch of tourists returns, the second batch will start and go in batches. This has led to some people who signed up late being scheduled 6 months later. This is how popular traveling to the moon is. In fact, these wealthy people are not all out of curiosity, but more out of business and career considerations. For example, some celebrities need to go to the moon to keep their news coverage and their fame. Some business tycoons are now experiencing a career slump, and conventional methods can no longer get them out of the trap. So they rely on moon tourism and make some news during live broadcasts, which is more effective than advertising tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. Some bosses simply want to advertise their company. They will bring cultural shirts with the company logo, small flags, etc., and while traveling to the moon, they will also advertise, and they will not lose money horizontally or vertically. Therefore, after Zhou Yang went on an adventure and experienced it with his girlfriend, lunar tourism, which was originally questioned, became a complete hit and became a resource contested by the world's wealthy. Even going to the front of the list became a resource to show off. The first group of people to go to the moon must be the most powerful people, and the second group will have a less sensational effect. So many people are trying to get connections everywhere, want to cut in line, and try to move their travel spots to the previous batch. But there is no way around it. This registration is in chronological order. In principle, places cannot be replaced at will. Only those who fail the physical examination or withdraw temporarily will be replaced from the second batch of people. Scalpers who give up places to others are not allowed. This led to the first group of people being walking advertising booths. Many large companies found the first group of people and hoped to help their companies advertise. The ticket price for this trip starts from 20 million. Since there is advertising, the higher priced ones will get it, so basically the ticket money for the first batch of people who go can be reimbursed. However, all passengers can sign up to go to the moon, and they must be good money owners. If other companies want to advertise with them, it is impossible without some blood. This will result in many people making money from this moon trip, so the first batch of people who signed up made money. At this time, many rich people and celebrities slapped their thighs in regret. If they had known that Joe Yang announced that he could travel to the moon, they would have signed up in advance, and at least they would have been able to earn back the ticket money at that time. This is also impossible, because people who believe in Joe Yang have basically become rich with him, while people who don't believe in Joe Yang will just watch the opportunity slip away from them, hoping that they will remember this experience in the future. This moon tour shows a truth, that is, you used to be indifferent, but now the moon tour makes you unaffordable. Anyway, Joe Yang's moon trip was a hit, and he was also ready to start planning his marriage. But they got the advice of doctors and were detected by nanorobots that they had some potential effects on their bodies because they had been exposed to some cosmic ray radiation. This has no impact on the lives of Joe Yang and Lu Xiao, but it may affect the quality of reproductive cells. In other words, if they have children, it may affect the children and the incidence of genetic diseases will increase. Therefore, it is recommended that they do not have children for 2.5 years. After 2 years, all the cells in the body will be renewed, and the effects of radiation will disappear, so having a baby will not have any effect. Currently, because human spaceflight has not started for many years and manned spaceflight has only been carried out for a few years, there are not enough samples to support the medical assertion that entering space affects reproduction. Before it is fully proven that going into space is harmless to the body and genetics, people who have been to space are advised to stay away from having children for at least 2 to 3 years. Joe Yang and Lu Xiao were also kind as usual. Since they couldn't have children, marriage was of little significance, so they decided to get engaged first. As a top technology couple in China getting engaged, this matter is of great significance. Many leaders and experts who are good friends with Joe Yang came to support them, and dozens of media outlets came to interview them on the spot. Joe Yang's engagement banquet became a grand event for the global technology community, so much so that if you throw any brick at the scene, you can hit several experts or big bosses. This is Joe Yang's strength, and his engagement banquet, under the attention of people around the world, kicked off. Joe Yang's engagement banquet had thousands of guests, and many of them came uninvited. After all, given Joe Yang's current status, even if he wanted to have a low-key engagement, it would be impossible. Many people were waiting for this opportunity to establish a relationship with Joe Yang, so they originally planned to hold a small-scale engagement banquet, but several times as many people came. Joe Yang had no choice but to charter an entire hotel to accommodate so many people. Among the guests, there were people from all walks of life, but among them, many were celebrities who often appeared on TV. There were also some official leaders who could only be seen on the news broadcast, but now these people came to Joe Yang's engagement banquet to visit and presented their own gifts. For reasons of their status, these leaders gave gifts, expressed their blessings to Joe Yang and Lu Xiao, and then left. The remaining business friends were the main group of people celebrating this time. Of course, Joe Yang is used to keeping a low profile and forget about the large number of guests, but this time he refused to be filmed by the media. He could just post the news on his account afterwards. He didn't want to cause too much of a sensation. This engagement banquet was unprecedentedly lively, and a dance troupe, singers and others were invited to perform, making it just like the evening party. As everyone now knows, Joe Yang and Lu Xiao's wedding date is approaching. Basically, after getting engaged, they will soon enter the marriage hall. The two in-laws were also very happy this time. Seeing such excellent children getting engaged, the parents of both parties put aside a matter of heart and waited for the little couple to get married in the future, and then gave birth to a doll for them. After the engagement banquet, there was good news: nanorobots had passed the pilot test and met medical requirements. Now that the country has introduced policies, nanorobots have officially become a routine treatment in my country's medical industry and are being promoted in major hospitals. Medical schools have also opened courses on nanorobots to learn how to apply them to treat diseases. Not only has it been applied in medicine, but nanorobotics technology has also been used by other industries for reference and research, and is ready to be used in production and even military industry to achieve multi-point development. Many technology bloggers are predicting that the two major development points of the fourth industrial revolution are nanorobots at the micro level and interstellar exploration at the macro level. By the time humans complete the fourth industrial revolution, they will definitely have achieved permanent bases on the moon and manned landings on Mars. In terms of nanorobots, they will develop to around the third generation. By then, whether in medicine or industry, nanorobots will play an important role in bringing human technology to an unprecedented level, with an average lifespan of nearly 90 years, which will be a qualitative leap for human society. With the promotion of medical nanorobots have officially become an internationally recognized new technology. Foreign experts and scholars are also rushing to come to China for exchanges and have sent additional international students, all of whom want to learn the world's most advanced technology. More than a few dozen or even 100 years ago, it was young people from China who set out to learn advanced Western technologies. Now, the reverse has happened, and foreigners have come to our country to learn advanced technologies. This is truly 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. Now, under the leadership of Zhou Yang, my country has achieved technological breakthroughs, and this is also the purpose of the Gigafactory system. With the official promotion of nanorobots, Zhou Yang's scientific research tasks were officially completed. Developed a nanorobot with SS-level difficulty, earned 20,000 points, 1 set of universal medical formula drawings, and 10 product acceleration cards. The rewards for this Dual S mission were so exaggerated that he actually gave 20,000 points, which immediately gave Zhou Yang the confidence to clear his points. The universal medical formula drawing is a good treasure, and it can actually be turned into the production process of any drug. This is amazing. Many terminal illnesses that have not been solved medically can be produced into special drugs using this blueprint. Zhou Yang was particularly happy when he discovered it. He had to choose a terminal illness that affected the most people and use it. If we say that 5 years ago, the terminal illness with the highest number of patients in the world was undoubtedly cancer. Now that cancer has been overcome, it needs to be carefully considered. For example, the famous physicist Hawking was turned into an unable to move through ALS, as well as rheumatoid arthritis, autism, etc., which are difficult to cure medically. However, rheumatoid arthritis is not currently a fatal disease, and patients can still survive, so it is not considered for the time being. Autism is also not an option. Zhou Yang discovered that autism is a developmental disorder. To be precise, it is not a disease, but only a developmental defect, which is usually related to genetics. The hope for treating autism requires a combination of nanorobots and genetic technology to be cured, and current universal plans are ineffective against it. Just after Zhou Yang screened for the symptoms that used universal drawings, a news story suddenly broke on the internet, attracting widespread attention from the society. A female student from a prestigious university, with excellent academic performance, receives scholarships every year and is very helpful. She donates her scholarships every year and is well liked by her teachers and classmates. And such an outstanding female college student was accidentally pricked by a needle in her seat while riding a shared bicycle outside the school. This injection must have been placed intentionally by someone else. The female college student was very indignant at the time, but in order to avoid harming others as well, she called the police and also posted a related video on a short video platform, reminding everyone to wear gloves and check before sitting down. This was originally just an ordinary incident, but 2 months later, when the school organized a physical examination, it was discovered that the girl had AIDS. The school was shocked and immediately put the girl in quarantine and suspended her from school while advising her not to tell anyone. The girl was hit hard all at once. After thinking about it for a few days, she still did not follow the school's arrangements. In a short video, she said that her experience must have been caused by being pricked by a needle on that bike ride. This caused a huge uproar online, but reactions from all walks of life were mixed. First, the school expelled the girl on the grounds that she was not physically fit to study anymore. There is also a group of misogynists online who call girls indiscretions and deserve it. If you don't go online to deal with online abuse, but the attitude of people around you towards girls is the sword that hurts people. Her former relatives and friends all kept their distance from the girl, fearing that they would infect them. Even her parents sighed all day long and were very disappointed with their daughter. The proud girl of heaven suddenly became a carrier of terminal illness, which hit the girl hard. When she posted the video again, it felt like a completely different person from her previous radiant appearance, as if she had aged 10 years at once. The girl was wearing a mask in the video and looked very sad and angry. She didn't want to give up and had tears in her eyes. The strong girl didn't shed tears, but it showed that she was not an indiscretive woman. She had never been in a relationship. Why did she slander her for messing around? The girl also said to those who are also ill, "Be strong. As long as you live there will be hope." At the same time, she will fight against the disease and will never give up. Such a strong and independent girl was framed and deliberately spread this disease, which caused heartache to many people. Although the police later caught the person who deliberately released a sick needle to retaliate against society based on clues, many people had already been infected by him. The consequences were so tragic that it killed many families at once. Some people who contract this disease lose their jobs and studies, some lose their wives, children, husbands and families, and some are excluded by everyone. Life is worse than death, and every day is a torment. Many people who couldn't think of it jumped off the building. For a while, people online were denouncing the deliberate spread of the virus, and everyone supported the death penalty for such people. Zhou Yang was deeply saddened when he saw what happened to the girl. He really couldn't bear to see such a good girl's life sink and become bleak. Zhou Yang felt that his universal blueprint had found the disease he was using. System, I want a special medicine for AIDS. Zhou Yang shared his thoughts with the system, which then provided feedback. After successful use, the all-purpose medicine formula drawing was changed to the AIDS special drug formula. Zhou Yang quickly took the changing drawings to look at them, and then saw a series of chemical synthesis formulas, and even some content about traditional Chinese medicine. Zhou Yang was a little surprised to see that this drawing was very strange. The drug formulas he had come into contact with before were not chemically synthesized, but some Chinese herbal extracts or cultured microorganisms. However, this AIDS-specific drug is a compound composed of multiple substances. It contains chemically synthesized organic components, extracts of Chinese herbal medicines, and also requires genetic technology. However, nanorobots are also needed during clinical treatment. Nanorobots need to carry special drugs to the diseased area to achieve precise strikes. It can be said that without the development of nanorobotics technology, it would be impossible to produce medicines just by getting this blueprint. Although this drug is very troublesome, there are now preparation methods available, and Jiankong Pharmaceutical can fully produce it. Zhou Yang immediately asked the general manager of Kongding to arrange the production. At the same time, he personally went to the girl's city to tell her the good news. When Zhou Yang called the girl himself, she received the call and still didn't believe it. "Are you Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang, the founder of Beatty Company? Are you a liar?" The girl asked many times because she was abandoned by society as a whole and couldn't imagine that another big shot would contact her. Zhou Yang said, "Yes, I am Zhou Yang of the White Emperor. If it's a fake, don't worry. I want to ask you to meet somewhere. You choose the location. You'll know when I go. I want to tell you good news. Could it be, could your Jiankong Pharmaceutical have developed a drug to treat AIDS?" The girl was worthy of being a student at a prestigious university and was very smart. As soon as Zhou Yang made the call, she guessed the reason. "Let's meet." Zhou Yang was afraid that the girl would get too excited, so he planned to meet up and talk about it. The girl didn't want to see anyone in her own home because her parents didn't want to see anyone, and she didn't want to go to a place to spend money, worried that she would spread her illness to others. Later, the girl said that she might as well meet him on the street, but she didn't know if Zhou Yang was willing. Okay. Zhou Yang respected the girl's wishes, so they chose a relatively remote road near the girl's community and met here. Zhou Yang wore sunglasses and a mask this time, and sprayed disinfectant in advance to meet the girl. Zhou Yang is not afraid of the virus, but he must also take good protection. At the same time, wearing a mask will prevent people from recognizing him, so as to avoid crowds gathering and causing trouble. Soon, the girl came out. She wrapped herself up tightly, wearing a mask, a neck scarf, sunglasses, and gloves, without showing any skin. She was afraid that she would infect others. Humans are such a diverse group. Some people deliberately use infected needles to make others sick, and there are also kind girls who bear all the grief themselves and absolutely do not harm others. Zhou Yang took off his mask and let the girl see his appearance to prove that he was himself. "Are you really Mr. Zhou? Put on your mask and don't let me infect you." The girl was very excited, and now she was finally sure that Zhou Yang was not a liar. Zhou Yang said, "Hello Qin Xuan, I am here to inform you that Jiankong Pharmaceutical is indeed producing a special drug for AIDS, so don't give up hope and treatment. It will take at least a few months for the drug to be launched on the market. So during this period, you must persevere and encourage more people to defeat the disease." "Great. Great, I definitely will." This girl named Qin Xuan is already crying uncontrollably. When she was insulted by people online and excluded by everyone, she did not cry, but when Zhou Yang came to inform her that she was saved, she cried uncontrollably. She was venting the grievances she had suffered during this period, and it was also due to her extreme gratitude. Because the world has not given up on her yet, having someone like Zhou Yang has given her the courage to live again. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhou Yang. I will definitely wait for your special medicine. If I can cure the disease, I will definitely apply for a job at your company and repay your kindness with my work." Qin Xuan knew the reward for his kindness and immediately bowed deeply to Zhou Yang. No need to be polite. Zhou Yang wanted to help her, but Qin Xuan took the initiative to retreat and keep his distance, fearing that he would infect Zhou Yang. She would never allow her benefactor to fall ill. Zhou Yang sighed deeply. What a wonderful girl, she contracted this disease because of that damn spreader. If it weren't for him, the girl's life might have become a tragedy. After saying goodbye to the girl, Zhou Yang made a special trip to the capital. First, we need to find the leaders of the health system to explain the special effects of the drug. Second, we need to find the department in charge of the judiciary to explain our opinions. Those who deliberately spread diseases should be given heavier penalties. It is because the punishment is not severe enough that they spread it with impunity. Okay, thank you Mr. Zhou Yang for visiting. We will consider it as appropriate. The judicial department received Zhou Yang seriously, stating that they would definitely respect his opinions and would inform him of the results after his superiors had studied them. Zhou Yang's current status is that of a representative of one side. he can go to the capital to hold a meeting. Although the judicial department has great power, it dares not neglect Zhou Yang at all. They will seriously consider Zhou Yang's opinions. After Zhou Yang returned to Shenzhen, he used his own account to announce that he had conquered the AIDS special drug, so that the majority of patients could maintain their confidence and wait until his special drug was launched on the market. Zhou Yang Niubi. Jiankong Pharmaceutical is a god. Zhou Yang is the god of medicine. For a time, the internet was full of praise. Among the people who supported Zhou Yang, there were of course patients who were already sick, but more of them were able-bodied people. Without exception, they all expressed their reverence for Zhou Yang. Don't look at it, it's just a disease that affects a few people, but it's closely related to everyone. This is an infectious disease, and it can be spread through some items and accidents. It cannot be eliminated by being clean. Moreover, after getting sick, you can only wait to die. At the same time, you will be excluded by the whole society and no one wants to come into contact with them. Now that Zhou Yang has announced that the special effect drug will be launched on the market, these patients feel that they have truly come back from the dead and have hope of life. No one doubts the efficacy of Zhou Yang, a special medicine, because the word Zhou Yang is a guarantee of credibility in China. It is said to be a new technology and a new product. Because it is too advanced, people think it is a scam, but as long as it is said to be developed by Zhou Yang, then people can buy it directly without looking at it. This is Zhou Yang's personal charm. He was dedicated to the welfare of the people, allowing them to accomplish great things with a small amount of money. People like him will always be respected and loved by the people. Then the media around the world followed suit and reported that Jiankong Pharmaceutical, which developed the nanorobots, had once again conquered AIDS, which shocked the global medical community. Oh my god, China has actually conquered AIDS. My illness is cured? Yay! I can finally date freely without worrying about getting infected. China is amazing. Love from India. Finally, the day when AIDS can be cured has arrived. Thank God, amen. It's definitely hype. AIDS is incurable, doctors have already declared it so. These foreign netizens have all sorts of opinions, but it doesn't stop Jiankong Pharmaceutical from becoming famous again. This shows Jiankong Pharmaceutical's reputation. This pharmaceutical company is incredibly powerful. Every year, it releases many groundbreaking drugs and medical devices that make medical history. Virtually every medical professional worldwide knows Jiankong Pharmaceutical. Many foreign doctors, when encountering difficult cases, will first call Jiankong Pharmaceutical's consultation hotline to ask if the disease can be cured. A pharmaceutical company has taken on the responsibility of providing medical consultations to people all over the world. This shows just how strong Jiankong Pharmaceutical's reputation is. Jiankong Pharmaceutical announced a new drug that could cure AIDS. While some netizens were skeptical, the medical community was abuzz, believing it to be true and sending personnel to investigate. According to UN statistics, nearly 40 million people worldwide are infected with HIV, causing nearly 1 million deaths annually. Now, with an effective drug, 1 million lives will be saved each year, a truly meritorious act. Some wealthy foreigners suffering from the disease even flew directly to China to seek treatment. Media from various countries also sent reporters to interview them, eager to obtain first-hand information. As a result, over 100 people, many of them foreigners, gathered outside Jiankong Pharmaceutical's headquarters, making it a Chinese pharmaceutical company with international influence. General Manager Kang Ding reported this situation to Zhou Yang, asking for his opinion on whether to persuade these foreigners to return home. Isn't this the perfect publicity opportunity? Let the wealthy people seeking the drug pay a deposit directly, so they can return home and wait for the medicine with peace of mind. And those reporters, let a group in every day to tour the company, take them to the product room to see our products, and let them promote us for free. That way, foreigners will know what good products we have, saving a lot on advertising costs. Okay, let's do it that way. Kang Ding suddenly understood. She immediately followed Zhou Yang's method, and it worked wonders. Those wealthy people anxious to buy the medicine felt reassured after paying the deposit, because Jiankong Pharmaceutical promised that their effective AIDS drug would be available within a year, and if it was ineffective, they would be willing to compensate 100 times the amount. No one wants to joke with money, and 100 times the compensation is quite substantial. Jiankong Pharmaceutical shouldn't lie about the drug's efficacy, and the wealthy people's anxiety was relieved. After the wealthy guests left, only the overseas media remained. Sales staff greeted them, gave them a tour of the factory, and then led them to the product room. Now it was the salespeople's turn to do what they were good at, enthusiastically introducing the products to the media. The foreign journalists weren't stupid, they were there to interview about a cure for AIDS, not to see these existing products. The sales team remained calm, explaining that while there was news of a cure for AIDS, interview slots were limited. They offered priority interviews to whoever could promote the product more effectively. The foreign journalists, eager to capitalize on this opportunity for promotions and raises, diligently began filming the product. Seeing the journalists' enthusiastic efforts, the sales staff nodded in satisfaction. They had cleverly used a 2 peaches kill 3 warriors tactic, getting the foreign journalists to promote their product for free. Of course, Jiankang Pharmaceuticals wouldn't actually limit the number of interviews. These were good Samaritans promoting their product for free, so they had to accommodate their requests. The cure for AIDS wasn't a secret. On the contrary, increasing public awareness of the drug would facilitate its promotion and save more patients. So, after a few days of the journalists' promotion, the company's sales inquiries increased, with most of the new calls coming from overseas orders, demonstrating the effectiveness of the overseas journalists' efforts. Given this situation, Jiankang Pharmaceutical didn't mince words. They led the reporters in batches to the workshop producing their AIDS drug and promoted its features and details. This drug is a synthetic preparation with 2 treatment methods working together. There's an intravenous injection of nanorobots, and also oral medication. Like traditional Chinese medicine, there are contraindications during treatment. It's best to avoid frequent pregnancies to prevent damage to the kidneys and vital energy. If everything goes smoothly, the drug has a cure rate of over 99%. The remaining 1% doesn't mean the drug is ineffective, but rather that it may not be completely curative due to special circumstances. However, the condition won't worsen, regular use is sufficient, and it won't endanger life. Achieving a 99% cure rate for a disease essentially means it has been conquered, and Jiankang Pharmaceutical was definitely not exaggerating. General Manager Kang Ding later appeared in foreign media, stating that she was willing to take responsibility for her words and actions, and that if the AIDS drug proved ineffective in the future, people could come to her for compensation. Foreign journalists were particularly interested in the drug's price. Kang Ding's manager said this would be kept confidential until the official release, giving everyone something to look forward to. The overseas journalists were very satisfied. When they returned and published their reports, they included information about the performance and prices of Jiankang Pharmaceuticals' previous products. These products were generally many times cheaper than those from other companies on the market. Therefore, there was no need to worry too much about the company using its globally unique AIDS treatment to exploit patients worldwide. If Jiankang Pharmaceutical wanted to exploit them, they would have done so already. Their previous products wouldn't have been so cheap. Therefore, the AIDS treatment will definitely not be too expensive, please rest assured. Thanks to the overseas journalists' publicity, many patients now have hope. They log on to Jiankang Pharmaceuticals' website daily to check for the latest news, ready to purchase the drug as soon as it's available. While waiting for the AIDS treatment to be released, Zhou Yang inspected various companies under his company to check on the research and development progress. Firstly, regarding transportation and automobiles, the country has built several dedicated flying car lanes. While flying cars are not yet numerous, they are no longer rare. Their emergence has enriched people's travel needs, making medium and long distance travel more convenient. For example, for distances of thousands of kilometers, driving a flying car is sometimes more convenient and faster than taking a train or plane. After all, driving your own car is faster than high-speed rail, avoids waiting for flights and security checks, and allows you to bring your pets, irreplaceable advantages. Therefore, flying car taxis have emerged. Some women enjoy traveling long distances with their pets in other people's flying cars, which is more convenient than the 3 commonly used modes of transportation: land, sea, and air. Flying cars have become the preferred mode of transportation for some. Furthermore, traffic laws and driver's license requirements have been updated, and the country now allows Level 3 autonomous vehicles on the road. These cars allow drivers to leave the steering wheel unattended, with the entire process handled by the autonomous AI and control center. In the event of a traffic accident, the vehicle manufacturer will provide compensation. Because the government has stipulated that Level 3 and above autonomous vehicles must pass technical assessments and bear responsibility before being allowed on public roads. This creates an entry barrier for the automotive industry's high-end autonomous driving sector, meaning that virtually all cars on the market are trustworthy models. No automaker would risk their reputation and profits. As long as autonomous driving is trusted, people can buy and drive it. Driving schools have also added specialized autonomous driving training courses, eliminating the notoriously difficult second and third stages of the driving test, making it easier to obtain a driver's license. Basically, anyone of legal age with an IQ of 70 or above can drive Level 3 autonomous vehicles. However, obtaining an autonomous driving license only allows driving vehicles of that specific level, which has both advantages and disadvantages. In contrast, traditional C1 and C2 licenses, after a simple theoretical test, allow drivers to drive any level of autonomous vehicle, facilitating many licensed drivers. The National Autonomous Driving Control Center is currently piloting this system in many cities across the country. Once more than half of the cars in a city are connected to the control center, traffic accidents can be reduced by more than 70%. Previously, accidents often resulted in collisions or pedestrians if even one vehicle broke down. Now, however, if a car is equipped with autonomous driving, it can automatically avoid obstacles, brake, and plan routes, handling emergencies faster than humans. This significantly reduces traffic accidents and consequently, fewer injuries and fatalities. The widespread adoption of autonomous driving control centers has been widely praised. My country plans to implement these systems nationwide within 6 to 8 years, requiring all vehicles to be connected. Experts predict that once all vehicles are connected to these control centers and driven with back-end assistance, the traffic accident rate will drop to below 10% of pre-implementation levels. Traffic accidents will become rare, unlike the current situation where countless minor collisions, rear-end collisions, and even serious injuries occur daily in cities. Even those extreme individuals who would drive into people in revenge will become a thing of the past. The intelligent driving system will use facial recognition to assess the driver's state. If it detects intentional acceleration in crowded areas or a tendency towards revenge, it will immediately report to the control center for remote vehicle monitoring. The car's AI will also anticipate a potential accident before it hits anyone and forcibly take over driving, slowing the vehicle down. This will minimize traffic accidents and benefit the public. Under Zhou Yang's leadership, the automotive industry has undergone a revolutionary transformation, making life more convenient for people and reducing accident rates, a truly meritorious act. No matter how the automotive industry develops in the future, Zhou Yang's name will be permanently etched in the history of transportation. After inspecting the development of Mensin Automobile Company, Zhou Yang was very satisfied with the company's operations. He had essentially completed the transformation and promotion of the automotive industry. For nearly 20 years, there would be no need to worry about automobiles. Future cars would simply be updates and improvements within the existing framework. Under Zhou Yang's leadership, the entire domestic automobile industry successfully monopolized the global market. Now, over 70% of vehicles worldwide are made in China. Domestic cars have become synonymous with high-end and practicality, and many foreigners are proud to own a Chinese car. Zhou Yang had no other ambitions in the automotive and transportation sectors, so he transferred half of Mensin Automobile's shares to his fiancée, Lu Xiao, allowing her full management. With Mensin Automobile's market value, this amounted to tens of billions of yuan in assets. However, Zhou Yang didn't care. He considered it an advance dowry. He and Lu Xiao didn't distinguish between them anyway, as this would be marital property in the future, so there was no need for such clear division. With Zhou Yang's departure from the automotive industry, he can now dedicate more energy to other areas, such as aerospace. The first group of people on the lunar trip has now successfully returned. This lunar trip was an unprecedented success. The first group consisted of globally renowned figures, including Forbes billionaires, household names, and political leaders from various countries. They all traveled to the moon with their own purposes, spending several days there and experiencing a world completely different from Earth. They were highly impressed by the warm service at the lunar tourism base. Furthermore, the moon satellite communication system allowed them to stay connected with Earth, even video chatting, giving these lunar tourists significant exposure and resulting in considerable gains, fulfilling their individual expectations. Celebrities became even more famous, the wealthy gained increased visibility, their company stocks skyrocketed, and the political leaders garnered more support, facilitating their further advancement, a win-win situation for everyone. Upon returning to Earth, these individuals raved about their lunar trip. The first-hand experiences and testimonials of these travelers have led to a surge in demand for lunar tourism, with many bookings already booked until next year. This news has prompted many to marvel at the wealth of the people, wondering if they too will one day have the means to travel to the moon. The space industry's development extends beyond lunar tourism. Currently, with blueprints provided by Zhou Yang, construction has begun on dedicated probes for other new planets in the solar system. For example, a Mercury probe, capable of withstanding extreme temperature variations and intense solar winds, is equipped with nuclear power, high-strength materials, and satellite communication capabilities. This probe will land on Mercury, transmit data on its topography, and remain there for several months before returning to Earth with a large quantity of Mercurian minerals. This exploration is expected to be completed within 10 years. Similar probes for Venus and Mars are also planned for completion within the next decade. Exploring these solid planets within the solar system will play a crucial role in understanding the origins of the solar system and the development of terrestrial planets. As for gas giants like Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus, since they lack solid land masses, observation can only be conducted on their surfaces. However, high-precision probes will penetrate deep into their atmospheres, collecting previously speculative test data, which will provide crucial information for our interstellar exploration. Once the planets within our solar system have been explored, my country will formulate an interstellar development plan, building interstellar spacecraft to enter these solid planets for resource collection and scientific research. Zhou Yang also participated in the discussion, proposing a 10-year space development plan. The first 10 years will focus on exploring all the major planets in our solar system. The second 10 years will focus on developing the resources of the Moon and Mars, and sending personnel to permanently reside on these two planets. As for Mercury and Venus, due to their extremely harsh conditions, only mining robots will be sent there to collect the energy and minerals needed by my country. In the third decade, the goal is to utilize and collect Jupiter's energy and establish a space station in Jupiter's orbit, providing a resupply and transit point for spacecraft venturing to more distant locations. In the fourth decade, exploration of distant planets like Saturn will commence. As for even more distant goals, due to the rapid pace of development, a specific development schedule cannot be estimated at present, so no plans have been formulated. This will be left to future spacefaring professionals. These 3-decade-long space development plans, once finalized, will propel my country's development. Compared to Earth's mineral resources, the resources of outer space are virtually inexhaustible. Therefore, our country will acquire vast amounts of energy and minerals, which will further drive my country's technological development, maintaining its global technological leadership. This is also part of my country's future technological development plan. In short, we no longer need to compete with the United States in terms of national power. With the vastness of outer space, there's no need to focus solely on Earth's mines and oil fields. The goal of the Chinese people is the stars and the sea, not the military bases and oil theft favored by some other country. Zhou Yang would provide all the relevant technologies for the aerospace industry, so my country's aerospace engineers only needed to work hard and move forward. With this, Zhou Yang had essentially streamlined the aerospace industry. After the lunar underground base was nearly completed, he turned his attention back to Earth. A year later, the White Emperor symbol he spearheaded, the White Emperor spacefighter, was completed. A prototype was now parked at a secret Air Force base, awaiting inspection. This Air Force base had achieved full band signal jamming, preventing foreign satellites from observing it. Zhou Yang went to the Air Force base to witness the test flight of his White Emperor spacefighter. The spacefighter was parked in the hangar. When it was taken out, Zhou Yang's eyes widened. His base had models of spacefighters, but seeing the real White Emperor spacefighter still left him speechless with amazement. This wasn't a 1:1 replica of the statue from Bankrupt Company. It had undergone minor optimizations and been given a colored camouflage coating, making it look more imposing and futuristic. The other leaders and Zhou Yang were outside the runway, reviewing the exterior through on-site surveillance video. No matter how beautiful an airplane is, it's useless if it can't fly. Therefore, to verify the performance of this spacefighter, it had to take to the air. The leader beside him said to Zhou Yang, "You designed this aircraft yourself, so you should issue the takeoff order." Although Zhou Yang really wanted to issue the order, he had to give his superior face, so he let him do it. The leader chuckled and said, "Hey, I've given the takeoff order countless times. This spacefighter is of great significance, and it's going to be handed over to you, its creator. If you don't announce it, everyone will be blaming me in the future." Since the leader was so understanding, Zhou Yang didn't stand on ceremony. He took a deep breath, picked up the dedicated walkie-talkie, and shouted to the airport personnel, "Takeoff permission granted." Then, the Beatty space fighter emitted a jet of air from its tail and took off vertically, quickly soaring into the sky. This test flight was of the unmanned version of the Beatty space fighter, so acceleration wasn't a concern. Within its maximum permissible speed, the space fighter shot into the sky like an arrow, quickly becoming invisible to the naked eye. This is much faster than a rocket, because the space fighter's mass is significantly smaller, allowing for rapid acceleration comparable to some missiles. Furthermore, it features standard stealth design, and this stealth capability surpasses current radar detection capabilities, representing a generation ahead. This is a capability only found in next-generation fighters. To test its stealth capabilities, 2 radar systems simultaneously tracked and scanned it at the Air Force Base. One radar was an older phased array radar, while the other was a digital radar produced using technology provided by Zhou Yang. Technicians then closely observed the radar activity. The older phased array radar showed no abnormalities, while the new digital radar faintly displayed a signal. However, as the Beatty spacefighter's speed and altitude increased, the signal disappeared from the radar. This test simultaneously demonstrated the capabilities of 2 new pieces of equipment. First, the Beatty spacefighter's stealth capabilities are exceptional. It's completely undetectable by older radar systems. Since many overseas countries still use outdated radar, this means the spacefighter can freely fly over other countries without being detected. This also tested the latest digital radar. While the digital radar could detect the Beatty spacefighter at close range during takeoff, the signal became extremely weak or even non-existent at altitudes of several thousand meters. This proves that digital radar technology has surpassed current radar technology, leading by at least 5 years. This digital radar can easily scan for enemy 5th-generation stealth fighters. This renders the stealth aircraft of the US and a few other countries' systems ineffective, like the Emperor's new clothes stealth only against their own people. Against our new radar, they are essentially naked and have nowhere to hide. In the future, US stealth bombers and F-35s will be as bright as light bulbs in front of our radar, losing all their stealth capabilities. Of course, the stealth capabilities of the Beatty spaceplane are not insurmountable. If the enemy develops a similar aircraft, the blueprints provided by Zhou Yang contain the technology to counter it. Digital radar is one such technology, but to fully detect the spaceplane, it needs to be combined with the latest microwave satellites. These satellites have extremely high precision. Combined with digital radar, the cross-summarized signals can detect sixth-generation spaceplanes in specific areas. However, these microwave anti-stealth satellites are not invincible. They are highly specialized, generally used only for anti-stealth purposes, and have limited reconnaissance range. A satellite network of multiple satellites is needed to cover the globe. This also means that building an anti-stealth satellite network is extremely expensive, unaffordable for most countries. Originally, building such an anti-stealth satellite network would have been very difficult for my country, with extremely high funding requirements. However, the successful development of nuclear-powered satellites has reduced this cost several times over. Because the launch cost of nuclear-powered satellites is very low, and their payload capacity is much greater than before, allowing for the carrying of more satellites at once. Recently, my country launched a nuclear-powered rocket carrying 33 satellites. By launching 33 satellites into space in a single mission, my country's satellite launch capability has jumped to first place globally. This anti-stealth network, which typically requires hundreds of satellites to build, can be rapidly deployed within just a few months. My country had already deployed a portion of its anti-stealth satellite network within its own territory, and the recent test flight of the Beatty spaceplane served as a testing ground for it. The experiment proved effective. Digital radar alone could not accurately detect the Beatty spaceplane. Under orders, the anti-stealth microwave satellites also activated, receiving signal assistance from ground-based digital radar, and quickly locked onto the spaceplane as it continued to climb. Subsequently, the Beatty spaceplane's shape, its external configuration, and various flight speeds were precisely displayed on the ground radar control screen. Excellent! Everyone in the control room cheered with joy. Their new generation anti-stealth radar system had been successfully tested, giving them a world-leading technology for at least the next 10 years. In other words, even without upgrading my country's anti-stealth equipment, enemy stealth fighters won't be able to fly freely for at least 10 years. Furthermore, under Zhou Yang's impetus, my country's military industry is developing at a rapid pace. Perhaps by 10 years, when foreign countries finally have fighter jets capable of being invisible to my country's digital radar, my country should already possess the next generation of completely new radar equipment. The adversary will fall behind step by step, ultimately being suppressed by my country's military technology. At that time, even the US won't be able to act arrogantly. Back then, during the war for the founding of the nation in Korea, our equipment was so outdated, yet we fought to a draw, driving the US back to the 38th parallel. Now, our military equipment is even better than theirs, making it even more difficult for the US to fight. Even if they want to make threats in the future, they'll have to think twice before doing so, lest they provoke us. This is the confidence that comes from strong military power and technological leadership. No country in the world dares to provoke us anymore. After a period of rapid flight, the Beatty space fighter had broken through the atmosphere and entered the airless environment of space. Without air resistance, the Beatty space fighter, powered by nuclear propulsion, could still move freely, signifying the complete success of its exoatmospheric flight test. The test personnel did not celebrate, as they were about to proceed to test the Beatty space fighter's second project. This project was the Beatty space fighter's attack capability. This time, the Beatty space fighter was carrying live ammunition, including several of my country's latest space-ready missiles. These missiles all utilize rocket propulsion technology, allowing them to be launched normally in outer space. Normal missiles require oxygen to burn propellant and propel them, but these space-ready missiles carry their own oxidizers to adapt to the space environment. These space missiles come in both conventional and nuclear-powered versions, and their warheads are specially designed. This represents my country's latest missile technology. The Beatty space fighter carries too many secrets, which is why this test was classified as top secret. Only a handful of people know about it. The Beatty space fighter's targets were too early, abandoned Chinese satellites. These satellites had not been recovered and were now serving as targets for the Beatty space fighter. The space fighter has entered its designated orbit and locked onto its target. It is ready to launch at any time. Please give instructions. At this moment, the space fighter controller stood up to report. The leader and Zhou Yang exchanged a glance. This time, Zhou Yang didn't overstep his bounds and let the leader issue the order. The leader, without hesitation, immediately announced in a commanding voice, "Launch permission granted." The controller then pressed the red button, and two missiles flew out of the Beatty space fighter's hidden weapons bay, heading towards the abandoned satellites in space with lightning speed. In the control room, everyone held their breath, awaiting the results. On the monitor screen, they could see a 3D simulation of the test. Two missiles rapidly approached their targets, their trajectories aligning with them. Then, satellite signals arrived. Amidst a flash of light, the two missiles precisely struck two defunct satellites. One missile used conventional propulsion, while the other was nuclear-powered. This simultaneously validated my country's latest space missile, demonstrating its combat capability, a cause for celebration. Excellent! The crowd in the control room erupted in cheers. Zhou Yang couldn't help but applaud excitedly, for he knew all too well what this meant. The Beatty spacefighter could leap out of the atmosphere and accurately strike satellites in space with its missiles, the world's first weapon capable of precisely shooting down satellites. And what will 21st century warfare rely on? Some say it's tanks, others say drones, and still others say missiles. However, all these conventional weapons currently rely on satellites for positioning and command transmission, otherwise, their effectiveness would be greatly reduced, or they would become nothing more than scrap metal. Tanks can still fire without satellite technology, but without satellite positioning, missiles cannot accurately hit their targets, becoming deaf and blind. The same applies to drones. Without remote control signals, they fly like headless flies, impossible to remotely control, and completely reduced to remote-controlled toys. Currently, no country possesses countermeasures against satellites, so the more satellites a nation has, the stronger its military and the greater its ability to control a war. However, this situation changed dramatically with the emergence of the Beatty spacefighter. The Beatty spacefighter became my country's first weapon capable of freely attacking satellites with an extremely high hit rate. This allows my country to instantly destroy enemy satellites in the event of war. Satellite launches require lengthy preparation times, preventing the enemy from quickly restoring satellite signals. This renders their equipment resembling that of World War I and II, creating a technological advantage compared to my country's fully informationized warfare capabilities. Destroying satellites allows China to easily defeat any country in the world. Previously, my country was the world's second largest military power, but after the establishment of the Beatty spacefighter and anti-stealth radar network, my country instantly became the world's leading military power. If my country were to develop for a few more years, equip its military with the Beatty aerospace fighter jet, and establish a comprehensive satellite anti-stealth network, then my country's military strength would be unimaginable. Even the combined might not be a match for us. This conclusion may seem like boasting, but it is reality. In today's military systems, a generational gap leads to unilateral crushing dominance. Just as the advent of the heavy machine gun in World War I quickly rendered the tactic of line-up combat obsolete, and the atomic bomb in World War II brought decades of peace to the world, rendering human wave tactics and fortified defenses useless, nuclear weapons became absolute weapons of mass destruction. In the early years after their emergence, nuclear-armed nations were truly global hegemons. Anyone who dared to disobey was threatened with an atomic bomb. Everyone lived in fear. Now, a new generation of anti-satellite weapons has emerged, rendering weapons developed during World War II obsolete. For example, the most powerful nuclear weapons currently available no longer pose a threat to us because my country possesses a system of countermeasures against nuclear weapons. This doesn't mean that a nuclear explosion would leave us unscathed, but rather that we can anticipate the enemy's move and intercept their nuclear weapons launch in advance. Currently, there are three methods of nuclear attack: land-based intercontinental ballistic missile launches, submarine-launched missiles, and those designed for surprise attacks. The third method involves stealth strategic bombers carrying nuclear weapons over the target for a detonation attack. However, all three methods rely on the premise that the nuclear weapon must be close to the target. But my country's current anti-stealth and interception capabilities are unparalleled on Earth. Our anti-stealth technology can even detect next-generation stealth spaceplanes, let alone fifth-generation fighters, which are significantly more advanced. We can be ready to intercept enemy stealth fighters even before they take off. Furthermore, my country has already flexed its muscles by implementing mid-course missile defense technology, meaning enemy missiles can be intercepted outside of my country's borders, preventing them from reaching our homeland. This simultaneously breaks down the three current methods of nuclear weapon launch. Since the enemy has no means to deliver nuclear weapons to my country, it's equivalent to eliminating the threat of nuclear weapons. However, other countries, including the US, currently lack anti-stealth satellite networks and mid-range missile defense technology. This means my country's nuclear weapons can threaten them, but they cannot threaten us, creating a one-sided deterrent. The US is aware of this situation, which is why it has recently become so subdued, hesitant to provoke conflict. Even in disputes at the UN, it has proactively called for negotiations, instead of its previous aggressive stance. This echoes Professor AI's classic saying, "Dignity resides only on the edge of the sword, truth only within the range of the cannon." My country is no longer afraid of nuclear deterrence. In a real war, we wouldn't even need to use nuclear weapons. We could simply send our space fighters into space and shoot down all of the enemy's satellites, rendering their weapons blind and deaf, essentially turning them into outdated weapons from World War II. Without internet and location capabilities, communication is limited to telegrams. However, with satellite electronic interference, the enemy cannot even send telegrams, resulting in a one-sided crushing defeat. In reality, a war at this stage represents a unilateral annihilation. A wise nation would immediately raise its hands, signaling for a negotiation to resolve the issue, rather than resorting to force again. Currently, no foreign weapon can attack satellites like the White Emperor space fighter. Experts estimate that even if Western countries jointly develop an anti-satellite weapon similar to my country's White Emperor space fighter, it would take 10 to 15 years. During this period, my country will achieve technological superiority, preventing them from daring to act recklessly. This will be a period of absolute peace, where even the United States will have to behave subserviently towards my country. If they dare to defy us, they will face the cost of having all their satellites shot down. By the time they develop weapons capable of attacking satellites a decade or so later, we will have already developed even more advanced weapons. As long as we have all-around technological geniuses like Zhou Yang, our technological advancement will snowball, forever maintaining our position as the world's number one. The humiliations, embargoes, economic sanctions, and even nuclear threats we suffered will become history. In the future, as the world's leading power, we can even impose the same sanctions on the US. Of course, the Chinese people are a nation of etiquette and possess the demeanor of a great power. Unlike those island nations established only 200 years ago, we will not act like thugs. We will certainly demand common development and peaceful coexistence. As long as our Western allies are obedient, we are willing to help them develop outer space resources. While we reap the benefits, they will also get a share. However, if our Western allies are ungrateful, we will wield the iron fist of justice and show them why the flowers are red. It's their blood that makes them so. And all of this began with the successful live-fire test of the Beatty spaceplane. The Beatty space fighter experiment was an unprecedented success, creating a new generation of fighter jets for my country, giving it a comprehensive technological lead over the rest of the world. This achievement was immense, comparable to contributions to various aerospace technologies and nuclear fusion devices. Zhou Yang received numerous awards, bringing him both fame and recognition. Furthermore, Zhou Yang now holds an official position as a people's representative in Shenzhen. If he hadn't declined certain official posts, he could have easily held a ministerial-level position in the Science and Technology Department. Zhou Yang is neither short of money nor fame, so the higher authorities have retroactively distributed the awards to his companies. Beatty Electronics, Jiankong Pharmaceutical, and several smaller companies have all become policy-supported enterprises, receiving funding and personnel as needed. Most of them have entered the Fortune 500 list, becoming industry benchmarks. Nowadays, no domestic company wants to go against Zhou Yang. All businessmen have figured out his personality. Zhou Yang's low-priced products aren't meant to steal their business, but rather for the people and the country's technological development. Therefore, as long as they follow the trend and choose to align themselves with Zhou Yang, their businesses will definitely grow bigger and better than before. These days, Zhou Yang is mostly away from his own company, attending meetings across the country and inspecting state-owned enterprises. Many state-owned enterprises now have Zhou Yang as their honorary advisor. Whenever they encounter difficulties they can't solve, they ask Zhou Yang for help. For these minor problems, Zhou Yang can easily solve them by simply obtaining a blueprint from the system. Zhou Yang has become a veritable god among all scientists in China. There's no technical problem in the world he can't solve. Therefore, he is warmly welcomed wherever he goes, and every state-owned enterprise or research institute treats him as an honored guest. Zhou Yang's favorite weapon is still his Beatty space fighter. Because it's a strategic weapon, it's currently top secret and cannot be announced publicly. Therefore, if Zhou Yang wants to ride in the fighter jet he spearheaded the design of, he has to do it secretly. That's alright, as long as it's possible. Due to secrecy, the Beatty space fighter's production has now been handed over to the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, AVIC. The first prototype was an unmanned version, unable to carry passengers. If Zhou Yang wants to ride in a space fighter named after his company, he'll have to wait until the manned version is completed. So, somewhat impatient, Zhou Yang has been living at AVIC, participating in the manufacturing of the manned version. Actually, the manned and unmanned versions are mostly the same in design, except for the cockpit. The manned version's cockpit has seats, similar to fifth-generation fighter jets, with ejection seats and other safety features, as well as various manually operated buttons and levers. It also includes anti-G suits typically found on manned rockets. Only by using an anti-G suit could one withstand the 10G acceleration, otherwise, at the takeoff speed of a spacefighter, a person would simply have all their blood vessels burst and die. A few months after the maiden flight of the Beatty spacefighter, this manned version of the Beatty spacefighter was also produced. Zhou Yang was already impatient. He wanted to be the first person to actually pilot a spacefighter. The higher UPS attached great importance to this, insisting on assigning him an assistant and repeatedly emphasizing that Zhou Yang should not fly too fast, even discouraging him from flying into space due to its extreme danger. What's the difference between the Beatty spacefighter and a salted fish if the Beatty spacefighter doesn't venture into outer space? He built the Beatty spacefighter so that one day he could freely fly into space and survey the entire Earth from the air. Zhou Yang said, "Don't worry, sir. Do you think I don't know the performance of the fighter I designed? Besides, I've been to the moon, this is just near-Earth orbit, no major problems." In the end, the superiors had no choice but to agree, not wanting to displease Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang and an experienced co-pilot then sat in the cockpit. After everything was ready, the aircraft slowly unfolded into takeoff configuration. Then, after the indicator lights illuminated, Zhou Yang waved to the ground crew from the aircraft, then pressed the start button. The Beatty space fighter took off vertically, soaring into the sky. The acceleration was increasing, and even in his anti-G suit, Zhou Yang felt the pressure, like suddenly diving several meters underwater, struggling to breathe due to the pressure. Zhou Yang took a deep breath, while also checking on his co-pilot, instructing him to inform him beforehand if he felt unwell. His co-pilot gave a thumbs up, indicating he was fine. Zhou Yang wanted the experience of piloting a spacefighter, not the thrill of extreme speed, so he didn't further increase acceleration, keeping it within a tolerable range to safely exit the atmosphere. Aircraft like theirs would be detected by foreign satellites upon entering the atmosphere, but the White Emperor spacefighter was a 6th-generation stealth fighter. The enemy's satellites hadn't been upgraded and couldn't see them, allowing them to fly wherever they wanted. Zhou Yang's aircraft flew vertically out of the atmosphere, seeing white carpet-like clouds and the bright, shining sun along the way. However, once outside the atmosphere, the brightness decreased significantly, and the azure sky became a pitch-black backdrop to space. Only one place remained bright, the sun. Everything else was dim. Zhou Yang had already adjusted his spaceplane to constant speed cruise mode. He wanted to fully appreciate the cosmic view. Although he had seen space from a rocket during his trip to the moon, piloting a spaceplane himself was a completely different experience, incredibly exhilarating. Zhou Yang had now fulfilled all the childhood dreams of piloting airplanes and rockets. Flying around the Earth, he saw the beautiful blue planet, humanity's shared home, filling him with awe and wonder. After flying for over 2 hours and testing the performance of the manned White Emperor spaceplane, they decided to return. During descent, the central control system automatically calculated the optimal flight path. Zhou Yang simply needed to follow the guidance. Modern aircraft have a very high level of AI intelligence, unlike the primitive state of J-7 and J-8 fighter jets. As Zhou Yang descended, he spotted a small satellite belonging to another country several hundred kilometers away. Several hundred kilometers is an extremely long distance on Earth, but on a space scale, it's incredibly close. If the fighter jet had missiles, a single shot could shoot down the satellite. This is the power that comes with technological superiority. While other countries were still researching various satellites and struggling to launch them, my country already possessed space-based fighter jets for targeting satellites. Fortunately, my country is a peace-loving nation. We will not attack unless attacked. It's unimaginable what would have happened if the space-based fighter jet technology had fallen into the hands of the United States first. The entire world would likely be threatened by their satellites and live a life of misery. Now that my country possesses space-based fighter jets, incidents like the Galaxy incident will never happen again. On the contrary, if we wanted to, we could make US warships or merchant ships lose their navigation signals at any time and board them for inspection. As a Chinese citizen, Zhou Yang particularly hoped for such a moment of triumph. He just wanted to see when the United States would be so foolish as to provoke them, and then they would suffer the consequences. After Zhou Yang landed back at the Aviation Industry Corporation's airport, everyone came to greet him and ask how he felt. "Feeling great," Zhou Yang replied with a hearty laugh. That evening, during the celebration banquet, Zhou Yang suddenly received a system notification: develop the White Emperor spacefighter, completing a major phase of the mission. A reward of 100,000 points, 10,000 merit points, and 20,000 affection points is given. We hope you will continue your efforts to ensure that Chinese technology remains forever at the forefront. Absolutely. Zhou Yang immediately replied to the system in a northeastern dialect. Who were you talking to? At this moment, the CEO of Aviation Industry Corporation, slightly drunk, approached with a glass of wine and asked, "Oh, I was just on the phone with an old friend." Zhou Yang smiled, clinked glasses with the CEO, and drank it all in one gulp. From that day forward, all the major missions issued to Zhou Yang by the system were completed, leaving him with no more debts. With no missions to worry about, Zhou Yang began to attend to his own important matters. With the system's help, most of Zhou Yang's wishes were fulfilled, and my country's technology was on the right track, no longer requiring his constant monitoring. Zhou Yang could finally focus on his own affairs. Now in his 30s, with a successful career, it was time to settle down. So, after more than half a year of preparation, Zhou Yang and his fiancée, Lu Xiao, held a grand wedding in Shenzhen. The wedding was held in 2 venues, one in Shenzhen and the other in Lu Xiao's hometown. The Shenzhen wedding was held first. The ceremony was unprecedented in scale, with tens of thousands of guests, including celebrities, leaders, and Zhou Yang's relatives and friends. He and Lu Saiyao had been successful in the business world for many years, making countless friends, and now all their prominent figures had received invitations to attend the wedding. The wedding was given great importance by the authorities, with 3,000 professional soldiers deployed for venue security. A no-fly zone was established throughout the city, and multiple security checks were required to enter the venue, making the wedding impregnable. The wedding was officiated by a renowned CCTV host, directed by a famous director, and even officiated by a highly respected high-ranking official. With such a prominent figure officiating, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao's prestige was undeniable. From now on, throughout China, everyone would only give them a thumbs up and a simple awesome would suffice. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of guests, Zhou Yang, dressed in a sharp suit, led Lu Saiyao, in her pristine white wedding gown, into the wedding venue. Several beautiful children served as flower girls and page boys, while others carried the train of Lu Saiyao's dress. The stirring wedding march, performed by a renowned symphony orchestra, filled the air. After the newlyweds reached the main stage, the MC asked them their classic wedding question. Whether in poverty or wealth, in sickness or health, in beauty or fading, in success or failure, do you promise to love her, comfort her, respect her, protect her, and remain faithful to her for the rest of your lives? I do. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao both shouted I do with heartfelt emotion, eliciting cheers and applause from their family and friends, celebrating the newlyweds' marriage. Everyone had watched this couple grow from business partners to loving lovers, and now to a model couple. Their relatives and guests were filled with envy and blessings, wishing them eternal happiness. After exchanging rings, their fathers came forward to speak, receiving applause in return. Lu Saiyao's father, Lu Hengtu, spoke with satisfaction. His beautiful daughter had finally found a good match and started a family, putting his mind at ease. Lu Saiyao's older brother, Lu Siyuan, had also completed his rehabilitation and been released from prison. The makeover was a success. With his head shaved, he no longer possessed the arrogant demeanor of his former spoiled rich kid. Now, Lu Siyuan was very low-key, presenting his sister and brother-in-law with gifts and blessings. Zhou Yang shook hands with his brother-in-law, noticing a slight aversion in the other's eyes. Lu Siyuan knew the vast difference in their abilities was too great, and he no longer had any desire to compete with Zhou Yang or fight his sister for the family fortune. Zhou Yang smiled at Lu Siyuan and then told him that Lu Saiyao had arranged for him to be the general manager of a branch of Hunta Group. If he could demonstrate business acumen in the future, Lu Saiyao wouldn't mind letting him manage Hunta Group again. Since Lu Saiyao now had her own business, and the family business was being given to her reformed brother, it wasn't unreasonable. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, Yao Yao. Lu Siyuan's voice choked with emotion, a sign of remorse for his past mistakes. Zhou Yang patted him on the shoulder, a gesture of reconciliation with his brother-in-law. It's worth mentioning Zhou Yang's father, Zhou Yu. A playful old man, the usually easygoing Zhou Yang suddenly became a little nervous seeing so many guests. Holding the microphone, he hesitated for a long time before finally managing to say, "Please enjoy the food and drinks, everyone." Ha ha ha. The guests below responded with enthusiastic applause, welcoming this honest father. Without his humble beginnings at the Beatty workshop, there would be no Beatty Business Group, now the world's leading conglomerate. After the wedding vows, dance troupes from various countries took to the stage to perform, including the national dance troupe of the emirate. A group of handsome men and beautiful women from different lands danced gracefully on stage. They weren't invited by Zhou Yang, but were among the gifts from the emirate's king. After their performance, these dancers would belong to Zhou Yang. He could, like a certain real estate tycoon, establish a Beatty international dance troupe to enrich his company's cultural life. The emirate's king was incredibly wealthy. Besides other expensive gifts, he even gifted Zhou Yang a new oil field. As the owner of one of the world's most prestigious technology companies, Zhou Yang had the power to command gifts from a nation's king to maintain good relations. Other countries also sent corresponding national gifts to express their goodwill, hoping that Zhou Yang would share more of their patented technologies with them and help these less developed nations. China's technology is incredibly advanced now, with globally leading new technologies emerging every few days. Foreign research institutions are completely overwhelmed and can't keep up. If this continues, in a few decades, the technological gap between the two countries might be like laser guns fighting cavemen. Therefore, these countries are using the wedding as an opportunity to actively curry favor with Zhou Yang, sending numerous gifts. Some countries that previously had conflicts with Zhou Yang are also quite savvy. Their companies are no longer competing with him and are actively trying to curry favor. For example, the president of South Korea presented a state gift, a box of kimchi, along with watermelons and beef gifts rarely seen in their country. Zhou Yang was somewhat speechless, but since they were guests, he had his men take the gifts away. To demonstrate its loyalty, South Korea has already removed the crown prince of the three-star company, who had a conflict with Zhou Yang, from his position, removing him from charge of company operations. Even the chairman of the three-star company personally bowed to Zhou Yang to mend relations. Zhou Yang is not a vindictive person. If the other party is obedient, he doesn't mind helping these countries that were tributary states of China hundreds of years ago. After all, they used to bow down to my country and now they are very humble, showing a willingness to be subordinates. So Zhou Yang doesn't mind giving them a little something to help the people of East Asia develop together. Many established developed countries from around the world sent gifts, showing their sincerity. Even notebooks were sent. However, Zhou Yang refused them entry to the wedding venue. He felt it was bad luck to even see people from those trashy countries. He wondered when they would clean up their polluted, radioactive seawater before speaking to Zhou Yang. Among the many developed countries sending gifts, the former number one on Earth, the Earth's superpower the United States, was conspicuously absent. They were now at odds with China, their competition for the top spot on Earth reaching a fever pitch, so they wouldn't send anyone to Zhou Yang's wedding. This didn't matter. Zhou Yang's next target was the United States, because he wanted to bring a perfect conclusion to his S-class mission to establish Earth's number one position. After the wedding ceremony, it was time for the grand banquet. Zhou Yang requisitioned several hotels to accommodate the domestic and international guests. That evening, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao entered their bridal chamber, where they made love passionately. Details omitted, 17,826 words. The wedding videographers edited the footage and posted it online, allowing netizens to witness Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao's wedding. Most netizens had never seen such a grand wedding. Every guest was a business tycoon, a superstar, or a high-ranking official from a country. Zhou Yang's wedding was a veritable gathering of elites. Many female netizens exclaimed wow, with hearts in their eyes. They longed for such a wedding and urged their boyfriends to work hard and give them the same ceremony. The boyfriends, on the other hand, were heartbroken. How could they compare to Zhou Yang? They could only try to appease their girlfriends and bring them back to reality. Of course, this was all a harmless joke among the viewers. Most netizens expressed their blessings to Zhou Yang. This perfect couple should have gotten married long ago. However, trolls are everywhere, and someone immediately said, "Isn't Zhou Yang very traditional? Doesn't he often promote traditional Chinese culture? Why hold a Western-style wedding?" This argument is bizarre. People can choose the form of their wedding. So what if Zhou Yang holds a Western-style wedding? Does that mean he'll be labeled a Western worshipper? Zhou Yang has always been adept at criticizing foreign powers. To say he's a Western worshipper is simply the biggest joke in the world. However, these critics were quickly proven wrong, because the very next day, Zhou Yang went to Lu Saiyao's hometown and held a purely Chinese-style wedding. He rode a tall horse, carried by 8 bearers in a sedan chair, to welcome Lu Saiyao, dressed in a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe. After all, the Lu family is a prominent and influential family in China, so Zhou Yang, out of consideration for his father-in-law's reputation, held a similarly grand wedding here, and this time, he chose a traditional Chinese style. It must be said that Chinese weddings have a unique charm. Amid the sounds of Suana horns and firecrackers, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao bowed to each other and entered the bridal chamber again, 8,364 words omitted here. After their 2 weddings, Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao embarked on their honeymoon, traveling and exploring scenic spots across the country, leaving their happy memories at historical sites. With the honeymoon over, Zhou Yang had to return to work. Lu Saiyao, reluctant to part with her husband, accompanied him to an island province to welcome the launch of Zhou Yang's company's highly anticipated new product, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Over 2 years ago, Zhou Yang's Blue Empire Shipyard's island branch contracted to build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. It was initially estimated to take 4 to 5 years to complete, based on previous aircraft carrier construction speeds. Previously, my country had only built conventionally powered carriers. Theoretically, the more complex nuclear-powered carrier should have taken even longer. However, this was all theoretical. In reality, the construction speed exceeded everyone's expectations, proceeding exceptionally smoothly. Therefore, the first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was completed and ready for sea trials in just 2 years. This rapid construction speed was due to 2 factors: the workers' united efforts and the high level of attention from higher authorities. This Blue Empire Shipyard branch gathered the nation's top naval experts, and resources were allocated preferentially to it, a unique treatment in China. Furthermore, Zhou Yang used his acceleration aura on the aircraft carrier's production, significantly speeding up construction, which is why the nuclear-powered carrier was launched so quickly. The launching ceremony was solemn. Numerous soldiers in blue and white striped sailor shirts stood in formation and performed the ceremony. Then, confetti rained down, and as is customary, champagne was smashed. My country's first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Su Sheng, was officially launched. Zhou Yang also participated in the ceremony, but he did not appear on camera. After all, Zhou Yang's achievements no longer required such ceremonies, and his superiors wanted to protect him, so they kept him out of the spotlight to avoid attracting the attention of the enemy. This enemy, of course, was the adversary from the founding war fought in Korea in the last century. Now, because my country comprehensively leads the world's technological development, with 70% of the world's newly emerging high-tech technologies being developed by my country, it has become the world's #1 technological power, beyond dispute, firmly surpassing the US. Those smaller, allied nations of the United States are adept at opportunistic maneuvering. Seeing China's unstoppable rise, they flock to China, their heads of state visiting and signing numerous cooperation agreements, all concessions to my country. This was akin to a pledge of allegiance, a tacit expression of their desire to align themselves with China, hoping for a forgiving and acceptance from their former allies. China, historically a superior nation with a 1,000-year history of tributary relations, naturally accepted their gifts. Our great nation, naturally magnanimous, saw these smaller countries as having shown sincerity. More friends are always better than more enemies, so my country forgave their past actions, and cooperation between the two countries began on an equal footing. Through these interactions, my country sent a signal to the world: as long as you behave yourselves, my country is willing to share in the prosperity. Previously domestically controlled technologies have begun to be exported to foreign countries, much to the delight of those nations who praised China's generosity, acknowledging that China did not impose exorbitant prices due to its technological monopoly in the market. It's worth noting that for decades, the US, as a technologically advanced nation, sold its products to these countries at outrageously high prices, essentially exploiting its allies. China, in stark contrast, provides advanced technology to these countries at a friendly price, demonstrating generosity and an attitude of equality. This further solidifies other countries' resolve to follow China's lead. After all, foreign countries have realized over the years that following China brings benefits, while following the US only leads to setbacks. Therefore, they have all broken away from the US circle and entered the Chinese cultural sphere. My country also benefits from this cooperation. The technologies given to foreigners were developed domestically several years ago. Now, my country is using the most cutting-edge technologies provided by Zhou Yang. These older technologies were useless left unused, but the foreigners treasure them and are deeply grateful. Therefore, this cooperation is a win-win situation. The recent launch of the nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier has shocked the world. It turns out that the US had the strongest aircraft carrier technology, using nuclear fission propulsion, a technology outdated from the last century. Now, my country uses cutting-edge nuclear fusion technology, which is safe, efficient, powerful, easy to maintain, and superior in all aspects compared to nuclear fission technology. Although my country hasn't disclosed many details about its nuclear fusion aircraft carrier, the launching video reveals a significant difference in design compared to existing carriers. The island superstructure is much smaller, allowing for a larger flight deck, accommodating and launching more aircraft. It also features many structures unlike anything seen before, undoubtedly representing some kind of cutting-edge technology. This futuristic carrier has instilled fear in neighboring countries, making them much more compliant, and no country dares to provoke it anymore. Meanwhile, the US is bewildered. They had no prior information. How could China have skipped nuclear fission and developed a nuclear fusion aircraft carrier so quickly, a leap from conventional to nuclear power? The US leadership is collectively shaken. Their civilian technology has been completely surpassed by China, leaving only their once proud military industry. But now, to be told that even their previously world-leading nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is now obsolete, how can they remain calm? Quickly investigate the specific parameters of China's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier to determine if they're just bluffing. That director loves to pull this kind of stunt. The US High Command issued the order, and intelligence personnel sprang into action. However, my country had already protected its nuclear-powered aircraft carrier information very well. These spies tried every method but couldn't obtain any concrete information. Instead, several of their intelligence-gathering spies were arrested. The US military couldn't sit still any longer and decided to use the old tactic of firepower reconnaissance, dispatching 2 carrier strike groups to the Asia-Pacific theater, fully fueled and armed, a show of force. In reality, they didn't dare to actually fight. They just wanted to force out my country's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and see its combat capabilities. This matter was quickly reported to the top leadership. In the past, when such high-pressure situations arose, the top leadership took it very seriously, studying various countermeasures and considering the global situation to make the most appropriate decision. However, the top leader casually remarked, "If he wants to see it, let him see it. Whether our aircraft carrier is good or bad, it needs to be put to the test. Let's make it a spectacular debut in front of the world." "Yes, sir." The subordinate, having received the instruction, immediately went to make the arrangements. The aircraft carrier Jiangsu Province, which was undergoing various tests, was tasked with conducting a full-load aircraft takeoff and landing exercise. All officers and men were mobilized, and the aircraft takeoff and landing experiment began, right in front of the US. Now, the two sides are facing each other across a safe zone, and all radar systems can detect them. We deliberately didn't block the US military's signals, letting them see clearly that this was a show of force. Otherwise, the US would never give up and would always want to challenge the strongest ancient civilization on Earth. Seeing the nuclear fusion aircraft carrier that had kept them up at night emerge, the US dispatched all its reconnaissance aircraft and activated all its radars, just to see the power of this new naval combat platform. Then, our carrier's deck began to extend and retract, stunning the US. Why was the carrier transforming? Were they watching Transformers? Meanwhile, the carrier-based aircraft on the deck had begun takeoff and landing, and it was unclear what methods were being used, but the intervals between each aircraft taking off were very short. That's not the main point. The main point is the area below the open deck, directly connected to the hangar, where aircraft perform vertical takeoff and landing, VTOL, with very short takeoff and landing speeds. The US also has VTOL aircraft. It's not exactly high-tech, but the ability to have aircraft taking off and landing simultaneously from the deck while ski-jumping takeoffs is astonishing to US commanders. Can aircraft carriers really operate like this? Can two aircraft take off at the same time? However, the facts are undeniable. This is actually one of the key features of my country's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Jiangsu-class destroyer, capable of dual aircraft takeoff and landing. This alone surpasses all currently serving aircraft carriers. Carrier-based aircraft takeoff and landing times are at least twice as fast, maneuverability is maximized, and the first aircraft to take off or land don't need to circle and wait for the rest of the formation to form, increasing the overall range of the fleet. In short, there are many advantages, giving it a significant advantage in naval warfare. Currently, the military strength of China and the United States appears to be roughly equal, but China's sudden development of such an advanced aircraft carrier has left the US somewhat bewildered. They have unexpectedly fallen behind in what they once prided themselves on as naval equipment. The US frontline commander immediately relayed the intelligence to higher command. Given the dire situation, only their decision on countermeasures could be made. What? You're saying China's nuclear fusion aircraft carrier can launch and recover two aircraft simultaneously, having the formation speed of its fleet? When the US High Command received the news from the front lines, they were immediately taken aback. All the top generals in their 5 headquarters gathered, and they conducted a weapons simulation. The results showed they would suffer a crushing defeat. The standoff was near Chinese territorial waters, where China had convenient resupply options, land-based missiles, and even land-based aircraft launches and recovery systems. The US was operating in the open ocean, with virtually no logistical support. If a conflict broke out, without the use of nuclear weapons, they could only inflict minor damage on China, while sacrificing at least one carrier battle group. If such a casualty ratio occurred, the US would immediately fall from its position as the world's leading military power. Although that position was already precarious, the US was still nominally the world's #1 power and didn't want to relinquish it so easily. To avoid escalation, the US had no choice but to withdraw its troops. However, to save face, they deliberately created some conflict elsewhere, then used the pretext of providing support to divert 2 carrier strike groups. This conflict quietly ended after my country showcased the takeoff and landing of its new aircraft carrier. This only reflects the improvement in our military strength. If this had happened during the 1996 financial crisis, and the two countries went to war, we would have had to be prepared to sacrifice our entire South China Sea fleet. Now, we don't have to pay such a high price. The carrier strike groups of both sides are mutually restraining each other, and with our anti-ship missiles being launched simultaneously, the American carriers would be rendered inoperable, and might even be sunk. The US foresaw this outcome, so it fled faster than a rabbit. In the past 30 years, the strength of the Chinese Navy has advanced by leaps and bounds. Especially after Zhou Yang participated in warship construction, various large warships have been commissioned at a rapid pace. The 3 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers currently under construction are also in full swing and will all be launched within a year and a half. Once all 4 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are fully commissioned, we will have the capability for long-range operations. Our carriers will then be able to sail to the coastal waters of other countries, giving those disobedient American lackeys a good beating and teaching them a lesson. Now, Zhou Yang only has the long-term mission of giving Blue Star a good beating. He wants to use his abilities to make my country surpass America and become the world's leading power. Only then will he consider himself to have achieved his goal. Afterwards, Zhou Yang used the massive amount of points he had just acquired to exchange for various urgently needed technical blueprints in the system, greatly improving my country's technological level. Whether in civilian or military applications, my country's technological level can be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. 1 or 2 new projects are completed every month. This speed cannot be described as dropping dumplings into the pot, but rather as a sunfish releasing its roe. While Zhou Yang was participating in research and development at the military factory, Lu Xiao suddenly called him home, saying she had something important to tell him. Hearing that his wife seemed a little weak, Zhou Yang quickly took a special plane escorted by fighter jets back to Shenzhen from the military factory to visit her. Back at the Lu family villa, Zhou Yang found Lu Xiao lying in bed, surrounded by a nanny and assistant, with a pile of supplements on the bed. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you sick?" Zhou Yang anxiously approached, holding Lu Xiao's small hand and finding her temperature normal. She wasn't chilled or feverish. He remembered visiting Lu Xiao once when she was sick, but that time she had menstrual cramps, making things awkward for both of them. This time, he wondered what was wrong with her. Lu Xiao gave the anxious Zhou Yang a half smile, then tossed him a lab report, saying, "I'm not sick, you're going to be a father." The report clearly stated intrauterine pregnancy. It turned out that Lu Xiao had been vomiting recently, had no appetite, and vomited everything she ate, leaving her completely exhausted. She realized this, bought a pregnancy test, and found a positive result. Overjoyed, she went to the hospital for a checkup to confirm, and it turned out she was indeed pregnant. That's why she hurriedly called Zhou Yang back to tell him the good news. "Really? That's wonderful, honey, you're amazing." Zhou Yang, the straight man, was also going to be a father for the first time, and excitedly hugged his wife, almost incoherently. Lu Xiao felt a little uncomfortable from his hug, so she pushed him away and jokingly said, "It's you who's amazing, okay?" This seemed to be a compliment to Zhou Yang's tireless efforts last month, working tirelessly on Lu Xiao every night to conceive their baby. The assistant, Pan Tao, couldn't help but laugh. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly covered her mouth, excused herself to go to the restroom, and slipped away to avoid being disliked by her two bosses. Zhou Yang happily stroked his wife's smooth, soft belly and asked, "Are you feeling any signs?" Lu Xiao chuckled and said, "Silly girl, it's only been a little over a month, how could I be feeling any signs?" Zhou Yang was a powerful and influential figure outside, especially when it came to research, where he was meticulous and exuded confidence. However, when it came to some everyday matters, he was like a big child, somewhat clueless. But it was precisely this kind of husband that made Lu Xiao love him deeply. Leaning against Zhou Yang's chest, she dreamed of their future happy life as a family of three, feeling increasingly sweet with each passing thought. "Then I'll stay home with you more often these days. What do you want to eat?" "I'll go buy it," Zhou Yang said. Lu Xiao smiled slightly and said, "No need. I'm just a first-time mom-to-be, a little excited and a little anxious, so I really wanted to see you and share this good news. Now that I've shared it, I'm satisfied. You go ahead and do your work. A man's career comes first. Don't worry, I'll take good care of the family and our baby. You should also strive to bring honor to the country." Lu Xiao, as Zhou Yang's wife, was very understanding, which deeply moved him. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? He embraced Lu Xiao tightly, vowing to love his wife well for the rest of his life. Thus, Zhou Yang had ample motivation to strive. He wanted his child to be born in a safe and peaceful world, which meant quickly dealing with the threat from the US. Now, the US was unwilling to accept its decline. According to intelligence, they were gathering all their forces in allied countries, preparing for a military confrontation with my country, even if it meant a hot war. Because the US has committed numerous atrocities in the past, if it declines and is surpassed by China, other bullied countries will unite to retaliate, and its fate will be dire. Therefore, rather than slowly being overtaken by China, it's better to fight to the death. As a result, the international situation is currently tense. The US has been recruiting soldiers domestically, including many from its vassal states, organizing an international coalition for the first time in decades to confront China. It's clear to everyone that war is imminent. The international economy is in a recession, and everyone is stockpiling resources in preparation for a possible Third World War. Meanwhile, my country is also mobilizing, recruiting over 1 million reservists and intensifying their training. Meanwhile, military factories are operating 24/7 to prepare for a potential Third World War. Although our internal personnel know that our military technology is far superior to the US, we cannot underestimate any enemy. The US may have a trump card, so we must be on guard. Therefore, the international situation has been very tense in recent months, which Zhou Yang has also felt. He can only do his best to further enhance my country's military-industrial strength. Soon, Zhou Yang was summoned to the Aviation Industry Corporation of China for a confidential meeting. The topic of this meeting was the group's development of an air combat platform. On the ground, my country possesses Dongfang missiles and advanced tanks. At sea, it has several aircraft carrier battle groups, making it a formidable force against the US. While it has the Beatty aerospace fighter, numerous fifth-generation fighters, and a swarm of Falcon drones in the air, it lacks a central command and control aircraft. The Beatty aerospace fighter is a lone wolf, sixth-generation fighter, more of a stealthy assassin, unsuitable for command and control. The higher UPS now desire an air combat platform, similar to an aircraft carrier, to unify and coordinate the existing military aircraft. In the future, various fighter jets will form squadrons around this platform to carry out missions. This crucial research task fell to the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, AVIC, and Zhou Yang was undoubtedly the first expert they wanted to invite. Zhou Yang was single-mindedly focused. As long as it could work with the US, he would unconditionally support it. He didn't waste any time and went directly to the system to find one. Strangely, the system lacked suitable blueprints for an air combat platform. Weapons with similar capabilities were being developed in odd directions, unsuitable for my country's military-industrial style. For example, one platform resembled an electro-optical fighter jet from a science fiction film, a saucer-shaped platform utilizing electromagnetic force. While visually impressive, it required completely redesigned aircraft to accommodate its structure. To create an air combat platform, the entire PLA's years of aircraft development would have to be altered, and rebuilding the aircraft would be too costly and impractical. Therefore, Zhou Yang rejected this design. Another design was a large, grotesque honeycomb structure, resembling the lair of some insectoid alien race. Biomimetic flying insect-like fighters were hidden within the honeycomb's openings. Imagine a swarm of these large insect-like fighters emerging during battle, a sight that made Zhou Yang's sanity plummet and gave him goosebumps. This air combat platform design was too anachronistic and was immediately rejected by Zhou Yang. Because this type of combat platform had never existed on Earth before, there were no suitable blueprints. Zhou Yang looked around but couldn't find anything suitable. Seeing that Zhou Yang was also struggling, no one urged him. The experts brainstormed together, but no suitable solution emerged at the meeting. Let's leave it at that for today. We'll all go back and study it, the leader presiding over the meeting announced. That was the only option. However, as the meeting adjourned, everyone had faith in Zhou Yang, knowing he was a dreamer who could conjure up blueprints in a dream. That evening, Zhou Yang returned and continued filtering through the system without success. He began to ponder whether he should exchange for those flawed air combat platforms as a temporary solution. Suddenly, while rummaging through his system storage, he found something valuable, a starry sky blueprint he hadn't used yet. This starry sky blueprint was very intelligent. It could intelligently transform into the blueprint style he needed most, and it was even more powerful than a gold blueprint. Perhaps it could meet his requirements. Good steel should be used where it's needed most, so Zhou Yang stopped hoarding treasures and directly applied them. System, use the starry sky blueprint. I need an aerial combat platform, a product that meets our country's requirements. System, starry sky blueprint successfully used. Blueprint content generating. After a few minutes, the system interface was ablaze with starlight, so bright that Zhou Yang couldn't open his eyes. After the rainbow light disappeared, the starry sky blueprint finally revealed its concrete content: an aerospace carrier combat platform. Just those few words made Zhou Yang's mouth drop open in an O shape. The blueprint interface had a rendering, showing a long, spindle-shaped aerial behemoth. The fighter jets flying around it looked as tiny as insects in comparison, demonstrating just how enormous this aerial behemoth was. This is an aerial carrier? How does it fly? Zhou Yang was utterly astonished. He had imagined an aerial combat platform to be a large aircraft, with the command system mounted on it. He never expected that this blueprint was a deformed version of an aircraft carrier from the sea, moved into the sky. This flying aircraft carrier is a true aircraft carrier in the real sense. Its interior can even accommodate other types of folding-wing fighter jets, but its primary function is carrying swarms of drones. It can hold up to tens of thousands of drones, making it a genuine aircraft carrier. It can fit several Falcon drone swarms inside, truly impressive. Calling it a mobile hangar isn't quite accurate, as it also has other functions. Powered internally by nuclear fusion and equipped with a large wireless charging field, any aircraft with wireless charging capabilities within a certain range can be charged, essentially making it a large supply ship. Furthermore, it supports long-range targeted power delivery. The space carrier's standard charging range is 10 kilometers. This means that any aircraft within a 10-kilometer radius of the carrier, equipped with wireless charging capabilities, can continue operating with a fully charged battery. But what if carrier-based aircraft run out of power while operating thousands of kilometers away? No problem. This airborne carrier can switch to a long-range charging mode. Weather permitting, it can charge fighter jets and drones thousands of kilometers away, simply by adjusting the direction of the charging wave to be aimed directly at the aircraft. This is practically a game-changing, almost superhuman ability. This overcomes the previous limitation of fighter jets requiring refueling aircraft. This space carrier can support frontline combat from a distance, truly deserving the title of an aircraft carrier. Zhou Yang, after reviewing the blueprints, was most curious about how it floated. This space carrier, weighing over 300,000 tons, had no energy nozzles, which seemed illogical to Zhou Yang. Modern rockets and aircraft generally propel themselves by ejecting energy beams downwards to counteract their own gravity. However, this space carrier lacked energy nozzles. How could it float in the air without any apparent reason? Therefore, after obtaining the blueprints, Zhou Yang immediately sought answers. What? Room temperature superconductivity? Anti-gravity? Seeing the scientific principles behind the space carrier's levitation, Zhou Yang was utterly astonished. He knew these scientific concepts, but they were all unrealized, and the relevant blueprints weren't even in his system. Zhou Yang had always thought these scientific theories were too advanced, perhaps requiring decades or even centuries of human development before they could be realized. However, the simultaneous appearance of room temperature superconductivity and anti-gravity flight devices on the space carrier explained why such a massive structure could float in the air without energy nozzles. Its internal structure had achieved room temperature superconductivity, enabling the massive carrier to achieve anti-gravity flight. The complex internal structure of this space carrier, its ingenious design and advanced technology, reached an unprecedented level. It was truly a technological treasure, a crystallization of human collective wisdom. This is incredible. Even the usually well-behaved Zhou Yang couldn't help but swear upon seeing such a complex design. As a tech enthusiast, this kind of high-tech equipment was enough to make Zhou Yang's mind reel. Zhou Yang couldn't sleep that night, so he stayed up all night studying the blueprints, trying to improve them. However, the blueprints soon taught Zhou Yang a lesson. Zhou Yang was embarrassed, he hadn't even understood the blueprints immediately. The design of this space carrier was so advanced, its theories so profound, that even Zhou Yang, a graduate student, couldn't understand much of it, nor could he modify the design. The space carrier's design was far ahead of its time. According to the system's assessment, the technology in these blueprints was at least 60 to 120 years ahead of Earth's technology, truly futuristic. If Zhou Yang hadn't used the extremely valuable Starry Sky blueprints, this futuristic technology wouldn't even exist. These blueprints were electronic, over 100 GB in size, containing tens of thousands of pages detailing various design details, from the overall dimensions to the standards of even a single screw. Zhou Yang stayed up all night and could only get a rough idea, but he could see just how complex the blueprints were. It was complex enough, but the technological content was incredibly advanced. The theories and formulas related to anti-gravity alone were enough to make Zhou Yang's CPU burn out. Even the most cutting-edge physics lacked detailed theories and academic resources for reference. Zhou Yang, a graduate student in a completely unrelated field, found the blueprints like gibberish. Zhou Yang rubbed his aching temples, confirming that these blueprints were far beyond the capabilities of a few experts. Many of the theories were far too advanced, even the top technologists at the Academy of Sciences would likely need a long time to absorb the knowledge. Zhou Yang estimated that even with the blueprints, building this space carrier would be extremely difficult. For example, the knowledge of anti-gravity and room temperature superconductivity might require several years of research. Some might not understand why, even with blueprints, it would take so long to build a physical prototype. To illustrate, imagine giving scientists in the 1950s blueprints for a mobile phone. They wouldn't be able to immediately create a modern phone. In the past, experts needed to thoroughly understand every aspect of mobile phone technology, verify its accuracy, and then painstakingly research and manufacture its components. Producing those components also required specialized equipment. The sheer volume of such equipment alone would have overwhelmed experts in the last century. The sophisticated chips, lens modules, and touch screens were all far too advanced for their time. It might have taken them years to achieve breakthroughs before they could actually create a modern mobile phone. Therefore, blueprints alone are insufficient. If a technology far surpasses existing capabilities, manufacturing it is essentially starting from scratch, requiring at least several years, or even a decade or more, to complete. Thinking this through, Zhou Yang focused his optimization abilities on reducing the requirements. He needed to lower the technological demands of the blueprints to expedite the development of this space-based aircraft carrier. With the overwhelming combat power of the space-based aircraft carrier, once completed, no country on Earth could rival my country, not even the Eight-Nation Alliance. At that point, my country would become the world's leading power, free from national security concerns, allowing them to explore the universe with peace of mind and strive for the stars. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Yang's train of thought was interrupted when the waiter knocked on the door. He then realized that it was already daylight. Zhou Yang quickly washed his face, grabbed the blueprints he had just received, and went to find his supervisor. "Boss, I need to show you some blueprints. Please stay calm." Zhou Yang gave his boss a heads up before showing him the blueprints. "Oh, you dreamed about blueprints again?" The boss became interested and immediately came over to look. Zhou Yang plugged an external hard drive into the computer, which displayed a vast array of electronic blueprints. This is a space carrier? And it even has anti-gravity? The boss was indeed shocked. He felt like he was watching a science fiction movie, not blueprints. The last time he saw something that could float in the air was the Kirov airship. He never imagined that something weighing hundreds of thousands of tons could float in the air. This was practically alien technology. "You dreamed about this too?" the boss asked in astonishment. "Yes," Zhou Yang immediately admitted. Previously, Zhou Yang would draw out the blueprints he dreamed about after a good night's sleep, but to dream about such advanced blueprints in one night was absolutely impossible. The leader knew there was something fishy going on, but he only cared about the results. He chose to play dumb. As long as Zhou Yang was loyal to the country and its people, that was enough. They wouldn't pry into where the blueprints came from. The leader glanced at it and immediately grasped the crucial role of the space-based aircraft carrier. Unable to contain his excitement, he made a phone call, summoning the nation's most advanced scientists to a meeting, and simultaneously raising the meeting's security level to the highest level. The space-based aircraft carrier was a project even more powerful than space fighters. If it could be built, it would essentially make China the world's leading power. This was a matter of national destiny, therefore, strict secrecy was essential. Many experts were invited to the meeting, but some wouldn't arrive until the next day, so the meeting was scheduled for 8 a.m. the following morning. Only then did Zhou Yang realize his eyes were dry and his head was spinning. He hadn't slept all night, and his body was protesting. So he told his leader and went back to his room to sleep. Before going to sleep, he asked someone to get him some relevant books to read, otherwise, he'd be embarrassed if he didn't even grasp the theoretical knowledge when the experts discussed it. Zhou Yang slept for a few hours, and when he woke up, his books had arrived. He spent the night reading in his bedroom, finally cramming on his professional knowledge. The next day, Zhou Yang attended a top-secret meeting, full of energy. Most of the senior figures from the Academy of Sciences attending the meeting were old acquaintances of Zhou Yang. They nodded to each other upon meeting and then sat down for the meeting. When the blueprints were revealed, these technical experts all stood up in shock, crowding around the projector to examine them closely. They even jostled and pushed each other because they weren't positioned close enough to see the contents clearly. This spacecraft carrier contained so many epoch-making technologies that no single expert could understand them all. The blueprints not only include anti-gravity and room-temperature superconductivity, two technological innovations worthy of being recorded in the history of human science and technology, but also technologies such as electromagnetic defense shields and long-range wireless power transmission. Each of these technologies is worthy of a Nobel Prize. They are all technologies that have never appeared before. And with all these new technologies equipped on a single combat platform, the space-based aircraft carrier is simply the most powerful strategic weapon of the next generation. In the early 21st century, aircraft carriers and stealth bombers were considered the most important national assets, symbols of great power and instruments of global deterrence. This space-based aircraft carrier, however, was even more crucial. It possessed near-infinite nuclear fusion energy, multiplying its operational range. Furthermore, its aircraft were faster than warships, resulting in superior maneuverability and even greater strategic significance. Undoubtedly, this space-based aircraft carrier perfectly met, and even far exceeded, the research needs set by higher authorities. If it were built, they estimated that for the next 30 years, no neighboring country would dare to provoke it. However, the advanced nature of the blueprints was baffling the experts. They felt they needed further training to fully understand the data. Gentlemen, you have all seen the blueprints for the space-based aircraft carrier provided by Comrade Zhou Yang. Now, let's discuss its feasibility. The leader's words silenced the chaotic room. The experts returned to their seats, their expressions varied, seemingly with countless questions to ask. Indeed, these leading experts from various fields were all now focusing their attention on Zhou Yang. It was likely that only Zhou Yang could answer their questions. Therefore, Zhou Yang readily stepped forward in front of the projector, inviting everyone to ask questions and discuss them together. Zhou Yang began answering the experts' questions. The experts present were all top experts in their respective fields, both domestically and internationally. Yet, they were now as humble as eager students, because they were seeing many of the details on the aerospace carrier blueprints for the first time. The technologies that had only existed as conjecture were now a reality in the blueprints, leaving the experts utterly astonished. The experts had never imagined that there were product blueprints in the world that even they couldn't fully comprehend. It wasn't that these experts were incompetent. On the entire planet, no one could understand even half of the content in these blueprints. It was simply that the technological level of these aerospace carrier blueprints was far too advanced. I want to ask, are room temperature superconducting materials and anti-gravity technologies achievable? One expert asked, echoing the sentiments of most. Because there had been previous academic scams. A certain South Korean country claimed to have discovered room temperature superconducting materials, only to have it proven false, a suspected farce orchestrated to boost its own technology stocks. Zhou Yang's reputation was well known, everything he presented was genuine. However, the technology behind these blueprints was outrageous. Who could imagine seeing anti-gravity and room temperature superconductivity in this day and age? Zhou Yang said, the technology is absolutely real. We can study it in batches after the meeting. Laboratory proof should be easier. Now, let's discuss a theory together, the conditions for room temperature superconductivity. Zhou Yang then explained the contents of the blueprints he had seen to the experts. The experts were all seasoned professionals. An expert's work speaks for itself. Zhou Yang's explanation and formulas were logical, well-reasoned, and clearly structured. It was basically confirmed that room temperature superconductivity was achievable. Now that the experts were accepting the blueprints as feasible, the next step was to discuss other challenging issues. A military expert raised his hand and asked, "Comrade Zhou Yang, given the sheer size of the space-based aircraft carrier, I don't see any stealth modules. How can it survive on the battlefield?" This was a question many experts had, because the blueprints contained a vast amount of information. They had only seen a portion, not the whole thing, and therefore didn't know how this behemoth could avoid being shot down by the enemy. Zhou Yang was the only one who had seen the complete blueprints. He currently understood the design concept best, so he retrieved the relevant content from the blueprints and explained it to the experts. Indeed, a space-based aircraft carrier cannot be stealthy, but it doesn't need to be, because it is equipped with a high-strength electromagnetic shield, similar to the shield on our nuclear fusion aircraft carrier, but with stronger protection. It can withstand most small missiles without damage. If it is a medium-sized missile, the accompanying jamming and early warning aircraft can release decoy missiles to deal with it. It is even equipped with air-to-air defense fighters to defend against medium-sized missile attacks. If it is a large intercontinental ballistic missile, then our mid-course anti-missile system will be needed, combined with satellite weapons, laser weapons, and our own missiles to intercept it. In this way, the enemy's large intercontinental ballistic missiles will not be able to hit it. Zhou Yang's explanation made the experts understand. Despite the space carrier not being stealthy, in fact, it didn't need to be. Its defensive measures were already among the most advanced on Earth. If the enemy could hit it, it meant their technology was superior, forcing them to consider a different tactic rather than a direct assault. After all, equipment is static, but people are dynamic. There are no invincible weapons, only invincible tactics and soldiers. The experts still had many smaller questions, such as ease of maintenance, cost, startup time, and the related technologies for carrier-based aircraft. Zhou Yang answered them one by one, but he didn't know the answers to nearly half of them. Expecting him to answer every question after only 2 days of studying the blueprints was indeed asking too much. After the questioning session, the leaders discussed the matter and decided that they would build the space carrier no matter what, even if it cost over 600 billion RMB per ship. The 600 billion yuan R&D expenditure is due to the need to build much of the equipment and technology from scratch, which will inevitably increase costs. Once the supporting production equipment is available, the production price will certainly decrease, and it is projected to drop to 300 billion yuan per set within 5 years. This price includes all carrier-based aircraft. Although expensive, it is absolutely worthwhile. Once my country unveils a strategic weapon of this caliber, world peace will be assured. Therefore, following the meeting, my country's scientific community held more than a dozen meetings and ultimately decided to break down the blueprints, assigning each department a related research project. The Nuclear Energy Research Institute is responsible for manufacturing the specialized nuclear fusion reactor needed for the space-based aircraft carrier. The Institute of High Energy Physics is responsible for researching anti-gravity devices. The Institute of Materials Science is responsible for researching room-temperature superconducting materials. The Aviation Industry Corporation of China, AVIC, is responsible for building the hull and keel of the space-based aircraft carrier. The State Grid Corporation of China is responsible for researching remote wireless charging technology. This single aerospace carrier blueprint alone involved 13 national-level departments working together on its development. Once each department had completed its research, the blueprints were finally assembled. Furthermore, since China lacked an assembly platform of this size, the development of the assembly platform was entrusted to China National Machinery Industry Corporation, Sinomac. In short, this aerospace carrier is my country's most ambitious and massive scientific research project for the next 5 years, even surpassing the development of a traditional aircraft carrier in difficulty by several levels. Fortunately, Zhou Yang provided the blueprints. Otherwise, if research had started from scratch, it would likely have taken decades for this aerospace carrier to be born. Just verifying the existence of room-temperature superconducting materials and anti-gravity might have required decades of development by the global scientific community, let alone translating these two groundbreaking technologies into practical applications. The reason China is able to mobilize the entire nation's resources to develop this aerospace carrier is because it's not merely a military piece of equipment. The various advanced technologies included in the blueprints can all be applied to civilian use, benefiting the people. The anti-gravity equipment, in particular, can be used in airplanes, trains, and even automobiles. In the future, we will see anti-gravity aircraft that can take off without fuel, anti-gravity trains that don't touch rails, and even anti-gravity flying cars. These technologies will also be useful for extraterrestrial exploration. Mars rovers could use anti-gravity devices to take off and land freely on other planets, greatly facilitating interstellar exploration. The civilian application of room temperature superconductivity is even more impressive. It could make long-distance power transmission in my country zero loss, preventing wires from overheating and bringing the energy conversion efficiency infinitely close to 100%. Combined with nuclear fusion power generation technology, this could solve the global power supply problem. In the future, my country's power grid could supply the entire Eurasian continent, at which point electricity prices are estimated to drop by more than half. The cost of our industrial products will further decrease, and this snowballing effect will allow my country's technology and wealth to continue to lead the world. At that time, my country's technology and energy industries will cover the globe, with sales several times higher than they are now. This will create many job opportunities, increase wages and benefits, and raise the income of the Chinese people. It is projected that in 20 or 30 years, my country will become the richest country in the world, with all its citizens moving beyond a comfortable life and into affluent households. At that time, many social problems will be resolved, and people will live happily and in peace. They will even enjoy welfare benefits such as car and housing allocations, free healthcare, and free education, truly ensuring that the young are cared for and the elderly are supported. This is the ultimate dream of the Chinese people. In short, the aerospace carrier blueprint is not merely a weapon, my country's future development hinges entirely on it. Following this, various departments across the country began taking frequent actions, with large sums of money flowing into various sectors from higher levels. Domestic demand strengthened, and my country's economy began to prosper. Various scientific research and construction projects were undertaken almost as if money were free, with other expensive projects being halted whenever possible to make way for the aerospace carrier program. This significant activity also alerted the United States. They knew that my country was making another major move, but unsure of the situation, they dispatched a massive number of spies to gather intelligence. However, because the aerospace carrier program was fragmented, even the smallest pieces of information were incoherent, leaving them completely bewildered. But the US knew that China rarely engaged in the kind of deception they had previously used to mislead the Soviet Union with its Star Wars program. A nationwide plan like China's must be something truly terrifying. So they accelerated their military buildup, relentlessly recruiting soldiers and deploying more troops and equipment to military bases across the country, adopting a posture of global military action. Meanwhile, this military expansion brought a massive influx of military orders and job opportunities, unexpectedly reversing their country's economic decline. Those multinational corporations that had been driven to the brink of bankruptcy by Zhou Yang were suddenly revived, revitalized, and transformed into military enterprises, producing various weapons and equipment for the US. Naturally, my country couldn't lag behind in this frenzied military buildup. Aircraft carrier battlegroups were deployed in surrounding waters, Dongfeng missiles were on 24-hour standby, and thousands of fifth-generation fighters and several Beatty-class spacefighters were ready to take to the skies at any time to engage any invading enemy. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, higher-level leaders also began to consider the situation. Currently, the US and its lackeys still hold the world's largest military strength and control the largest territory, creating immense pressure. Although we have some friendly nations, the consequences of a full-scale war are unpredictable. My country adheres to the 5 principles of peaceful development and does not want armed conflict. While urging the US to exercise restraint, the US knows that inaction would lead to dire consequences, thus ignoring our warnings and massively increasing its troop presence, making a conflict unavoidable. The leadership, in control of the overall situation, believes that a large-scale military intervention is not advisable now. Deterrence is paramount. Once the development of aerospace carriers, that will be the ultimate weapon to deter the enemy, instantly calming any adversary. Therefore, for now, we simply need to stall. Like a late-game hero in a game, we only need time to develop before becoming invincible. Faced with US pressure, it seems the time has come to deploy the world's only 6th-generation fighter jet. After a year of intense competition, the situation reached its peak, with several US carrier strike groups deployed and entrenched in the Pacific and adjacent waters of my country. Meanwhile, the vassal states surrounding the US, intimidated by its power, also dispatched numerous ships and soldiers, preparing for another joint military operation. At this time, almost all global activities came to a standstill. Many people hid in bomb shelters, stockpiling supplies for the apocalypse, and living in seclusion in the mountains or underground, fearing they would become cannon fodder in the event of World War III. Now, with war imminent, our leadership immediately issued an order for our previously classified Beatty-class spaceplanes to take off for combat. Soon, several Beatty-class spaceplanes took off from an Air Force base. Unlike our usual low-key approach, this time we abandoned secrecy and even arranged for someone to take a spy photo, which we then posted online under the guise of an ordinary netizen, requesting the US to share it. "Look everyone, I spotted a very strange plane at a military airfield." An anonymous netizen posted a photo of an aircraft taken at a military airfield online. Given my country's current technological strength, high patriotism, and strong national confidence, people are naturally paying attention to military information. Soon, everyone was drawn to this unusual aircraft, and the photo quickly became a trending topic. This naturally caught the attention of American spies, who immediately relayed the news back to the United States. Seeing the strange aircraft in the photo, an experienced American expert couldn't help but worry. If it was photoshopped, that would be fine, but if it was a real aircraft, it must be a Chinese secret weapon. Judging from its design, it was clearly a fighter jet even more advanced than the J-20. Could it be a sixth-generation fighter jet? Impossible. How could China develop a sixth-generation fighter jet so quietly? Didn't we do some simulations? They wouldn't be able to develop one for at least 5 years. But this strange plane doesn't seem fake. Just as the US was filled with suspicion, several White Emperor spaceplanes had already ascended into outer space and flew towards the US's positioning and remote sensing satellites. Upon approaching their targets, they launched missiles to bombard them. Boom, boom, boom. 9 US positioning satellites were destroyed in succession. This forced the US, preparing for war, to slam on the brakes. They were ready to issue deployment orders to their warships, but the aircraft carriers couldn't detect their satellite locations. This gave the US military a cold sweat. Such a huge mistake would be a major loss if war broke out. They immediately investigated and were shocked to find that their own satellites had been damaged. Through various technical means, they finally reconstructed a video recording of the incident. Astonishingly, their satellites had been shot down by small to medium-sized missiles. Oh my god, what kind of missile is this? How can something so small fly in space and even hit a satellite? If it were launched from the ground, our radar should have detected it beforehand, but why is there no clue? The US military was shocked because they didn't have any related satellite weapons. They never expected China to have such powerful capabilities, capable of attacking their satellites. With their positioning satellites disabled, the war was over. The US-led coalition forces had no choice but to withdraw, and the conflict was averted. When the US High Command learned of the situation, they were terrified. How could China possess such a powerful anti-satellite weapon? When was this missile developed? Wait, could it be related to that mysterious fighter jet? If this speculation was true, then it meant that this aircraft could freely traverse the atmosphere. What kind of aerospace technology is this? US experts were terrified by their own conjecture. Their high command ordered the intelligence agency to investigate this mysterious anti-satellite weapon at all costs. Instead of using their spies to gather intelligence, our country directly held a press conference to announce the maiden flight of the White House spaceplane, which was broadcast live globally. The White House aide made an emergency call to the president in the early hours of the morning, disturbing his sleep. The president answered the phone angrily. "David, you'd better be busy, or I'll fire you for disturbing my sleep." David's assistant, disregarding everything else, immediately shouted, "Sir, quickly watch the Chinese TV live stream." The president, with a puzzled expression, turned on the TV, only to find it broadcasting a live press conference for China's fighter jet launch. "Isn't that one of those mysterious fighter jets?" the president exclaimed in surprise. Then he saw the aircraft, called a space fighter, soaring vertically into the sky with impressive power. "Oh my god! Holy Mary!" The president was astonished. That speed, that imposing presence, was definitely not something a fifth-generation fighter jet could possess. It was clearly a sixth-generation fighter jet. China really has a sixth-generation fighter jet. The president was shocked and immediately started making phone calls to get help. However, this wasn't what surprised him the most. Later, when they saw the live broadcast signal from the space fighter jet, it had actually pierced through the atmosphere and appeared in space. And this kind of fighter jet must have hidden weapons bays, so the mystery was solved. The weapon that shot down their satellite was this space fighter jet. China actually has such powerful weapons? When did they develop them? The conference room in the US was filled with bewildered glances. No one knew what to do. After numerous meetings, they finally decided to research countermeasures against spaceplanes. Otherwise, if war broke out, their satellites would be shot down, and the war would be over. So, the US tech community began working to crack spaceplanes. They discovered that developing weapons to defend against or attack spaceplanes was extremely difficult. Spaceplanes were faster than many of their missiles, and aside from lasers, they were practically unreachable. Laser weapons couldn't reach that far into space either. Later, US experts decided that they would also build anti-satellite fighters, just like their spaceplanes. This way, everyone would have them, creating a deterrent. At worst, everyone would destroy each other's satellites, preventing anyone from gaining a technological advantage. Once all the satellites were destroyed, they could fight a primitive war like World War II. This is a last resort for the US. Lagging far behind in the technological race, they can only proceed cautiously, anticipating developing their own spaceplane in 5 to 6 years. China's sixth-generation spaceplane has pointed the way for the development of sixth-generation fighters globally, the ability to traverse space and conduct anti-satellite warfare. Everyone knows that learning from others is beneficial. In this way, my country's spaceplane has provided direction for the US, reducing the trial and error process and significantly accelerating their development. What might have taken over a decade to design and develop is now being touted as a 5-year development plan. However, this means they cannot openly engage in a full-scale war with China within 5 years. Their nuclear weapons currently lack effective missile defense, their nuclear deterrent is diminished, and their spaceplanes can threaten satellites, all burdens the US cannot afford. Given their vulnerability to unilateral attack, they plan to adopt a revenge as a dish best served cold approach, waiting 5 years before launching their final assault. And these 5 years will be 5 years of rapid global development. Because all countries have realized that a major conflict between China and the United States is inevitable sooner or later, they are taking advantage of this rare opportunity to develop, stockpile food, and prepare for war. Meanwhile, my country enjoyed a period of peace, focusing its efforts on technological development over the past 5 years. The 3 newly constructed nuclear-powered aircraft carriers were all launched, bringing my country's carrier battle group to 7, making it the most powerful naval nation after the United States. Nuclear submarines and Type 059 destroyers were also manufactured at an unprecedented pace. 50 spaceplanes were also built, enough to destroy all foreign satellites globally in a short time. This was China's most formidable weapon during these 5 years. During these 5 years, Zhou Yang also made significant contributions to the civilian sector. His company, Jiankong Pharmaceutical, had already developed a highly effective drug for AIDS, achieving a 99% cure rate, completely eradicating this incurable disease that had ravaged humanity for decades. He became a savior for patients, and his reputation soared to new heights. Qin Xuan, the academically gifted woman who had been ill, kept her promise after being cured and came to work for Zhou Yang's company. She is now a deputy manager at Beatty Company, demonstrating strong work abilities and contributing tirelessly to the company. For 3 consecutive years, she has been the company's top performer, securing numerous seemingly impossible orders in foreign trade, generating hundreds of millions in profits, and becoming a prominent figure within the company. Whenever the media interviews Qin Xuan and praises her achievements, she never takes credit. She repeatedly says that Zhou Yang gave her a new life, and she is simply repaying his kindness. Many people like Qin Xuan have had their lives changed by Zhou Yang. Numerous ordinary people have accumulated considerable wealth thanks to his beneficial policies. Others have found livelihoods through products from Beatty or other companies under his name. Many who drive helicopters, Nirvana cars, or even flying cars earn quite a good income. During these 5 years, Zhou Yang also welcomed the birth of his son, adding a new member to the Zhou family. Grandpa Zhou Yu was overjoyed. He stopped going on trips and spent all his time at home in Beatty Town taking care of his grandson. The little guy was named Zhou Rongsheng, meaning national prosperity and strength. Little Zhou Rongsheng's personality was completely different from his father's. Zhou Yang was very well behaved and quiet as a child, but his son was extremely lively and mischievous. Even at just 3 years old, he would tear the house apart, often making a complete mess, almost like he was causing havoc in the heavens. When he got excited, he would pull his grandfather's beard to play with. Grandpa Zhou Yu spoiled his grandson without limits, giving him everything he wanted, letting him ride on his back, and demanding the stars but not the moon. This led to the child becoming unruly, ignoring even Zhou Yang's commands. When Zhou Yang got angry, he would pull out a 7-wolf cigarette to enforce family discipline, but his father, Zhou Yu, would protect him, not allowing him to lay a finger on his grandson. This left Zhou Yang, a powerful figure in the business and technology world, utterly helpless and defeated at home. Fortunately, even the most mischievous child at home had someone to keep him in check. Zhou Rongsheng's mother, the Empress Dowager Lu Saiyao, was a strong-willed woman who wouldn't tolerate a child's tantrums. When her son threw a tantrum, she'd really spank him, twisting his ear and spinning him around. She'd even scold her father-in-law when she got angry, telling him not to spoil the child so much. Zhou Yu could only obey his daughter-in-law. Finally, he'd tamed the little monster in the house, and once he started kindergarten, he was much more well-behaved. Lu Saiyao is now Zhou Yang's capable assistant. In her career, she manages the fledgling car company and her foreign trade and electronics businesses, while also overseeing the family's junta group. At home, she's responsible for keeping the household turf in check, displaying a commanding presence befitting a powerful matriarch. Although Lu Saiyao has a strong personality, she's not domineering. The couple treat each other with respect, becoming an enviable pair online. Zhou Yang has been incredibly busy lately, rarely returning home, as the company has a series of projects underway, and he's been on-site providing guidance. Meanwhile, at Jiankong Pharmaceuticals, the nanorobot project has entered its second phase. Now, relying on the latest gene technology, nanorobots can treat patients' genetic diseases. Currently, it can treat over 20 genetic diseases. Previously incurable genetic diseases, such as thalassemia, albinism, phenylketonuria, and hemophilia, now have treatment options, and most patients can return to normal lives. Zhou Yang's reputation as a medicine god is growing ever stronger among the people. Regarding space exploration, a lunar underground base has been built, and abundant hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium resources have been discovered, providing ample raw materials for nuclear fusion. With these raw materials, my country has built several nuclear fusion power plants, reducing power generation costs to an extremely low level. This has led to electricity bills in many affluent cities dropping to as low as 20 cents per kilowatt hour, making electric vehicle charging significantly cheaper and improving the lives of ordinary people. My country has also launched a Mars probe, initiating unmanned exploration tests on Mars, with the goal of achieving a manned landing on Mars within 10 years, fully developing this planet most similar to Earth in the solar system. It is believed that Mars will also bring surprises to my country. The era of China's great space exploration has begun. However, this golden age did not last long, ending with the reaggregation of US-led forces in the Asia-Pacific region. The world is suddenly in turmoil, a storm is brewing. Following the example of Gujian's perseverance and humiliation, the US spent over 5 years developing its own spaceplane. Although this aircraft had many flaws, its stealth capabilities were far inferior to the White Emperor's, and many features were compromised. The US, with its substantial resources, managed to produce hundreds of aircraft in a year, giving it the ability to launch into space and shoot down satellites. If it were to encounter the White Emperor's spaceplane, the US would suffer heavy losses, but its numerical superiority would allow it to achieve some successes, thus weakening the advantage of China's 6th-generation fighter jets. Having acquired its crippled spaceplane, the US felt confident and once again amassed a large force, ready to make a big move. During these nearly 6 years, their national strength had further declined, and many of their former allies had defected to China. If the US didn't take this gamble now, it would have no chance later. Therefore, despite their slim chances of victory, they were no longer willing to tolerate it. They didn't intend to defeat China, but rather to inflict mutual destruction, using Allied forces as cannon fodder to wear down China's manpower while simultaneously bombing its developed regions, bringing both sides to a level of development. Relying on their old path of global plunder, they could remain the world's hegemon for decades more. It must be said, the US plan was quite clever, but they didn't anticipate that our side hadn't been idle for the past 6 years. The space carrier project was nearing completion. Recently, various departments have completed their segmented designs, and the components of the space carrier are now being assembled in the workshops of the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, AVIC, with the first prototype completed. Just as a major battle was about to erupt, Zhou Yang arrived at AVIC to attend the test flight ceremony of the space carrier. Looking at the blueprints hadn't given him much of a sense of wonder, but now that Zhou Yang had seen the actual space carrier, its massive size and futuristic appearance deeply impressed him. Zhou Yang was speechless for a while, immersed in the grandeur brought by the technology. The mere sight of the docked space carrier was awe-inspiring. Imagine the despair the enemy would feel if it were to unleash its full firepower on the battlefield. Preparations were quickly completed, and the space carrier took off empty for the first time. As the workshop roof opened, this massive, silvery white structure slowly ascended. With no visible energy nozzles, it resembled a beautiful work of art, its ability to take off rapidly on its own leaving an indescribable impression on those present. No one had ever imagined that such high-tech aircraft, straight out of science fiction movies, would appear before their eyes. Watching the space carrier accelerate rapidly, its enormous size belied its agile movements, its forward and turning maneuvers swift and efficient. Furthermore, the space carrier didn't need to turn around, it could move forward from bow to stern without the need for reverse gear, eliminating the drawbacks of 180-degree turns. The space carrier could carry personnel and maintain a top speed of Mach 3, which was already astonishing. Due to its size and wind resistance, it couldn't fly too fast, otherwise the structural materials wouldn't be able to withstand the strain. Soon, the space carrier passed the tests, and all operational data were satisfactory. The test flight also revealed some issues, but these weren't design problems, rather, they indicated the operational procedures needed optimization. Therefore, after several hours of test flights, the aircraft landed safely. After a smooth landing, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The designers and workers clapped until their hands were red. After 6 years of dedicated work, they had finally developed a groundbreaking airborne aircraft carrier. Zhou Yang, now middle-aged, suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. My country's military technology had finally reached a level that was unparalleled globally. He had fulfilled the system's expectations, and his efforts over the past decade had not been in vain. That evening, Zhou Yang and the designers who had poured their hearts and souls into the project held a celebratory banquet. Everyone drank until they were completely drunk, expressing their excitement through excessive drinking. Because of the urgent international situation and the need to expedite the experiments, a full load test was scheduled for the next day. The workers in the workshop worked through the night to load the various carrier-based aircraft into the engine rooms. This relies heavily on fully automated loading and unloading systems, otherwise, using older transport aircraft would have taken days just to load the hundreds of fighter jets and tens of thousands of drones. The first batch of airborne carrier pilots, having already signed their wills, saluted the ground personnel with resolute determination before boarding the carrier. With a command from their leader, the experiment began. Just like yesterday, the airborne carrier lifted off the ground without warning. Initially, for safety, the speed was kept low. The airborne carrier performed steadily, completing each test item without fail. Subsequently, the aircraft increased speed. It was observed that even fully loaded, the airborne carrier's maneuverability wasn't significantly reduced, although there was a noticeable acceleration process. This is because many aircraft were fixed in the engine room, and acceleration needed to account for inertia, resulting in a slightly slower startup time. However, these minor flaws didn't detract from its overall performance. Then, the pilots began releasing the aircraft. Fighter jets, sortie. With a command, hidden exits on the fuselage opened, and one after another, folding wing fighter jets were ejected. Before they even had time to descend, their folded wings unfolded, and then their tail engines ignited. With thrust, all the aircraft took off, quickly forming a battle formation. After these large fighter jets flew away, even larger and more numerous channels opened beneath the space carrier's fuselage. Like a swarm of locusts, countless drones poured forth from within. The drone swarm seemed endless. Soon, tens of thousands of drones were airborne, arranged in battle formation. These drones all had very low battery levels. This test was to assess the space carrier's wireless charging capabilities. Charging began. The charging lights on the drones illuminated. The monitoring system showed that the drones were charging at a very high rate, fully charged in approximately 10 minutes. This is a combat drone, capable of continuous flight for dozens of hours without issue, and it can be fully charged in just 10 minutes. It can also supply tens of thousands of drones at once. Its resupply capability is truly terrifying. The drones are fully charged. Next, the remote charging mode will be tested. Meanwhile, an electrically powered fighter jet, 1,000 kilometers away, has already taken off, ready to be remotely charged by an aerospace carrier. This is yet another technological feat. Light waves were emitted from the bow of the space-based aircraft carrier. With specific instruments, strong electromagnetic field fluctuations were detected, allowing electrical energy to be transmitted via these electromagnetic waves to charge a long-range aircraft. Beep, entering high-speed charging mode. The fighter jet displayed a notification, prompting cheers from the military industry workers. They had succeeded once again, achieving the world's first long-range charging. This also brings technological innovation to the charging methods of electrical appliances. In the future, there will be no need to carry generators. A remote charging tower can be built on the ground, covering all electrical appliances within a range of thousands of kilometers. In the future, it is estimated that the world will no longer need power lines for transmission. Everything will be wirelessly charged, eliminating range anxiety and power anxiety for all types of appliances. This is the positive impact of the space-based aircraft carrier on people's lives, a benefit for the present and future generations. Over 3 days, engineers conducted various combat tests on the space-based aircraft carrier, proving that it is fully combat-ready and can be immediately deployed to the battlefield to deter the enemy. Of course, the space carrier isn't without its flaws. It currently doesn't support entry into space. Free entry and exit from the atmosphere will require a more advanced version. At that point, the space carrier will be very similar to the spaceships seen in science fiction movies. Another drawback is that electromagnetic shields and charging capabilities cannot coexist. Activating the shields prevents the spacecraft from charging. However, this isn't a major issue. A single charge allows these spacecraft to operate for a considerable time, enabling tactical adjustments based on battlefield conditions to compensate for this shortcoming. In short, this space carrier experiment was a success, and orders were immediately issued to urgently deploy this unique space carrier to the front lines. Soon, the space carrier arrived over the Diao Islands, ready for deployment. The space carrier and the naval carrier fleet formed a pincer movement, providing mutual cover and coordinated attacks. A major battle was imminent. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, the US-led coalition fleet had been stationed there for some time. They were itching to act, but hesitant to provoke China. They resorted to their traditional tactic, using coalition forces as cannon fodder. The first to be chosen were Japan and South Korea. "General, our forces are insufficient. Let South Korea strike first." "Damn it, you Japanese are shameful. The general is giving you the lead, yet you cower in fear. I'm truly ashamed of you." The Japanese and South Korean generals began exchanging barbs, each wanting the other to lead the charge so they could follow behind their American daddy and pick off the rest. Because they were both members of the East Asian Monster House, they knew very well how powerful their big brother China was, and neither wanted to be cannon fodder. You two, attack together. If you don't." The white 5-star general snorted coldly. A squad of heavily armed American soldiers entered through the door, pinned the two generals down, and pressed guns to their foreheads. The general threatened, "Either order the attack now, or I'll give you a free brainstorming session." No, General, I'll order the attack right now." The two generals were terrified, nearly wetting themselves. This was the fate they faced for being subservient to the Americans. They were like dogs to the US. When their masters fought, the dogs were always the first to charge, but when it came to eating, they were never allowed to eat the scraps. Choosing to be a lackey meant this was the inevitable end. The Korean and Japanese generals, helpless, ordered their troops to attack. Alarms sounded, Korean and Japanese planes took off, warships launched missiles, and the battle had begun. Meanwhile, the US remained inactive, wanting to force China to act and see if China had any other tricks up its sleeve. At this moment, US spaceplanes had already taken off, awaiting their commander's order to attack China's satellites. Upon seeing the two vassal nations launch their attack, our commanders immediately issued a mobilization order, vowing to crush these two probing nations with the most swift and decisive action. This operation was codenamed Operation Dog Beating. The US wanted to see how strong we were? Then let them see it to their heart's content, and with maximum capability, to defeat them in one strike if possible, without needing a second. The goal was to intimidate the US, thus preventing further conflict. Then, various Chinese missiles launched simultaneously, spaceplanes took off, and carrier-based aircraft were also scrambled. Most importantly, the space carrier located near the Diao Islands, upon receiving the order, immediately sped off at full speed towards the forces of the two South Korean nations. Boom 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 boom. Both South Korean and Japanese missiles were intercepted mid-flight by our forces. Not to mention their outdated weapons, even the latest US missiles were intercepted without hesitation. Then, the South Korean warships were hit by a massive barrage of anti-ship missiles. In just over 20 minutes, these warships lost power, began to catch fire and smoke, and were unable to move. We did not continue the attack. Our strategic goal is peaceful development, not killing the enemy. Operation Beating the Dog only needs to inflict pain on the dog, frighten its owner, and they will voluntarily seek peace, thus achieving the strategic objective assigned by our superiors. Now, less than half an hour into the fighting, the missiles of the Japanese coalition forces are ineffective, their warships are destroyed, and only a few dozen fighter jets remain in the air. Shiba, drop your bombs quickly. We'll return to base after this. Don't risk your lives for a little pay. These pilots from both Japan and South Korea knew better than to provoke their neighbors. In terms of fighting spirit, these conscripted soldiers are worlds apart from ours. But these pilots no longer had a chance to return. A colossal object appeared on their radar, a strange aircraft they had never seen before. What is that? Attack! Launch missiles! The coalition pilots sensed that this large object was not to be trifled with, so they all launched missiles at the strange aircraft. But soon, the behemoth suddenly released a massive swarm of aircraft, which intercepted the missiles. Missiles collided in mid-air, creating numerous explosions and rendering the Allied attacks futile. The behemoth then released a vast number of drones, launching a counterattack against the Allied forces, with air-to-air missiles raining down like a tidal wave. Damn it! Defend! The pilots followed their instructors' instructions to evade, but there were simply too many air-to-air missiles. Despite using decoy flares and other measures, they couldn't escape the massive missile barrage, and one after another, their aircraft crashed into the sea. What? What is that thing? The five-star general discovered the situation on radar. He could hardly believe his eyes. A flying object capable of carrying other large aircraft. Wasn't this a true aircraft carrier? What kind of advanced technology had China developed? Soon, the Allied aircraft proved easily defeated. They managed to shoot down only a few Chinese drones before the majority were destroyed, with only a handful managing to escape in disarray. In the aerial combat, the US forces were completely outmatched. That bizarre behemoth was simply too powerful. A single aircraft could carry thousands upon thousands of planes of various sizes. Without dozens of squadrons, it would be impossible to contend with it. This must be China's trump card. Launch missiles quickly and shoot it down. The five-star general sensed something was wrong and ordered the launch of their latest missile research. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The new Tomahawk missiles launched by the American commander were truly formidable. Many missiles broke through the escorting fighters' interception and headed straight for the behemoth. The American commander was waiting to see the fireworks, but when the missiles were hundreds of meters away from the behemoth, they suddenly seemed to have hit an invisible wall, causing a collective explosion. Boom boom boom. This stunned the American general. There was only air around them, so why did the missiles suddenly explode? Could this be the electromagnetic shield that the experts had envisioned? Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Missiles are ineffective, aircraft are ineffective, is there really no way to deal with it? At this moment, a massive number of carrier-based aircraft flew in and dropped bombs. Missile after missile rained down, obliterating other targets of the US-led coalition, but sparing the American warships. You're implying that your lackeys are easily defeated, and should stop while they're ahead, or they'll be next. Then, the five-star general received a report from the Air Force that their spaceplanes, sent to attack the satellite, had been wiped out in an instant, totaling over 50, while the Chinese spaceplanes remained unscathed. The disparity in strength was too great, and the Air Force requested a retreat, otherwise it would be a one-sided crushing defeat. The five-star admiral's face was grim. He didn't want to be the one running away, but the battle was unwinnable. First, they couldn't do anything about that flying monster. It had already reached their allied forces and was wreaking havoc. Tens of thousands of drones were bombarding allied ships, and their counterattacks could only shoot down a few. The monster seemed to be protected by an air wall, firearms were ineffective against it, and it hovered above the fleet like a thunder god, intimidating all enemies. This unknown, invincible weapon quickly shattered the morale of the allied forces who had only come to make up the numbers. Ignoring American orders, they turned their ships around and fled at full speed, fearing they would become targets for the drones if they were too slow. The American admiral persisted, saying that the drones couldn't have unlimited ammunition, and that once they ran out of ammunition, it would be time for their counterattack. They did see drones returning, but strangely, moments later, more appeared, continuing the bombardment. The Allied forces were bombarded relentlessly, screaming and collapsing, some even raising white flags. Their ancestors, who had fought in the Korean War, told them that the Chinese treated prisoners of war well. All they needed to do was surrender, and the enemy would stop fighting. Sure enough, all those who surrendered were disarmed and transported to a designated location for naval surrender. The American five-star admiral discovered in despair that this behemoth could actually resupply drones with ammunition. It was a flying fortress, a miraculous air combat weapon integrating transport, command, supply, and defense. Moreover, its engines were nowhere to be found, but it was highly likely nuclear-powered. This thing could probably hover in the air for a year without maintenance or resupply, truly a peerless, all-encompassing marvel. With such a behemoth, even American aircraft carriers were no match, because one of these things had more aircraft than an entire carrier strike group. Furthermore, friendly attacks were ineffective against it. The enemy could remain invincible, relentlessly bombing at will. This was a one-sided technological crushing victory. Retreat! The five-star admiral had no choice but to issue this order. If they didn't leave, the drones would attack their carrier battle group, resulting in heavy losses. It was better to retreat and wait for an opportunity than to be passively attacked. As for nuclear weapons, they dared not use them. They were a double-edged sword. If they used them, the Chinese would use them too, and their interception technology was inadequate. They would definitely suffer the consequences. In the end, the five-star admiral had no other option but to slink away with the carrier battle group. This battle ended in a whimper, but the result shocked the world. Other neutral countries were astonished by China's military prowess, having defeated a coalition force representing half the world's military strength in just half a day and captured numerous warships. The most intriguing aspect was the unidentified giant aerial fortress, drawing numerous journalists seeking information. China held a press conference, immediately attracting journalists from over 200 countries. Having completed this battle, China was undoubtedly the world's leading power, ranking first in the world in economics, technology, and military. The United States' decline was irreversible, and other countries naturally flocked to support China and strengthen bilateral relations. The Chinese spokesperson reiterated the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence in front of a global press, receiving unanimous applause. It was a blessing for the world that such a powerful nation as China did not invade or bully other countries. Smaller nations were filled with admiration and would now rely on China's support. China then addressed the questions raised, explaining that the aerial fortress was called a space-based aircraft carrier, essentially an aerial version of an aircraft carrier. A French journalist asked, "So how does it fly?" Such a heavy space carrier requires thrust comparable to a rocket, yet it flies with almost no noise. You can't even hear the engine. That's very illogical. The Chinese spokesperson replied, "It uses the principle of anti-gravity." Oh my god, anti-gravity? Am I reading science fiction? The journalists present were shocked. Anti-gravity actually exists. Other countries had never even heard of it, while China had already put it into practice. The technological gap was enormous. It was like a machine gun attacking cavemen. Many countries were thankful they hadn't antagonized China, otherwise they wouldn't even know how they died. The spokesperson didn't elaborate further, but instead told those countries that were acting against the tide to think twice. This threatening statement sent shivers down the spines of both South Korea and Japan. They were the first countries to use force against China, suffering heavy losses, yet still having to apologize. Therefore, the leaders of those countries that had joined the coalition came to China humbly to admit their mistakes, promising to repent and never associate with the reactionary American imperialists again. For these countries that surrendered, while they escaped the death penalty, they were not spared punishment, they were all punished. First, there were the Koreans. They fully embraced Han culture, making Chinese a compulsory language in schools, promising never to apply for UNESCO World Heritage status, and they didn't even get angry when Chinese people made the gesture of pinching their thumb and forefinger together. But Japan, due to both old and new grievances, needed to offer more apologies this time. Now that Japan had lost its backer, it had no choice but to do as my country said. They first acknowledged the atrocities committed during the invasion of China, including the crimes of Unit 731 and Nanjing Massacre in their history textbooks, demolished the Yasukuni Shrine, and erected a memorial to repent on the site. Every year, the Prime Minister and students would go to apologize and repent to the Chinese soldiers and civilians who died during the invasion. Other sycophantic countries also received their punishments. These countries had previously wanted to pay reparations to China, but China refused. What's the difference between accepting war reparations and the previous 8-nation alliance? My country does not engage in imperialist practices but rather pursues peaceful development. Therefore, in addition to other apologies, it also allowed these countries to open their markets normally, enabling free trade between the two sides, which is in accordance with WTO rules. China has not acted in a hegemonic manner. With China's current technological level, its goods are both cheap and high quality. Once the previous export bans are lifted, China will undoubtedly become the world's largest exporter, which is definitely good news. As the country earns money, the lives of its people will improve, and the entire nation will develop in a positive direction. Thus, China's path to rejuvenation is complete, officially making it the world's leading power. The second strongest country is no longer the United States, because after its defeat in World War II, the US fragmented into 50 countries, its former glory gone, and it followed in the footsteps of the Soviet Union, disintegrating. This can be considered China's way of comforting the spirits of the Soviet Union in heaven. They will not be lonely in the afterlife with their old adversary. Since then, Earth has entered a golden age of development spanning 2 decades. My country has established a permanent scientific research base on Mars, deeply developed the Moon into an energy extraction base, and conducted scientific expeditions to Mercury and Venus. 2 observation satellites have been launched to observe the Sun, and the next step is to explore Jupiter and Saturn. In another 30 years, Uranus and Neptune will be explored. Within the next 100 years, it is expected that the entire solar system will be explored, followed by interstellar expeditions beyond the solar system. Meanwhile, due to the widespread adoption of controlled nuclear fusion, energy resources on Earth are virtually unlimited, electricity has become extremely cheap, industrial technology costs have decreased, and people's living standards have further improved. Today, China is the only superpower in the world. Peace-loving China has not sought personal gain but has instead led its fellow human beings on a path of development. Global poverty has been eradicated, and people live in peace and prosperity. Because of China's leadership, major conflicts between countries have disappeared. This peaceful and prosperous era has won the support of people worldwide, and everyone now realizes how wonderful a world without magnesium is. Zhou Yang, the man who drove all of this, is now elderly. Thanks to advanced medical technology, both he and Liu Xiao have preserved their youthful appearance, looking like they are only 37 or 38, their beauty undiminished. The couple has handed over the management of their business to their son and spends their days traveling and enjoying life to the fullest. They have been married for over 20 years, yet their love remains as strong as ever. They have never argued or quarreled, nor have they been unfaithful or involved in any scandals, becoming a symbol of faithful love in their time. The super factory system, which resided within Zhou Yang, had given him a massive package of high-tech blueprints after completing its long-term mission of transforming China into the world's leading technological power, and then fell silent, remaining inactive for 20 years. Zhou Yang believed the system had fulfilled its mission, leading my country to become the world's leading technological superpower, and thus chose to depart. That day, as he and his wife climbed a nearby mountain and watched the sun rise together on a bench, the long-dormant system suddenly reappeared. "Hello, Zhou Yang, did you miss me?" The familiar voice filled Zhou Yang with immense joy. He and his wife made an excuse and went to a secluded spot. He eagerly asked the system where it had been all these years. "You stole all my blueprints back then. I had to go back to my home planet to restock. Now look at the good stuff I brought." The system's blueprint supermarket reopened, and Zhou Yang was immediately dumbfounded. Most of the items were high-tech products he couldn't understand. Dyson cascades, warp drives, even star destroyers, antimatter bombs, and two-dimensional foils, all products and weapons from interstellar eras. They seemed like things from a completely different world from the tablet, TV, and computer blueprints he had shown in his youth. But Zhou Yang saw that the exchange requirements for these blueprints were tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of points. His remaining points weren't even a fraction of that. He couldn't exchange a single one. "Does this mean I have to work to earn points? How long will it take?" Zhou Yang asked in astonishment. The system replied, "Of course not. You have completed your mission. The new era's system will be protected by the new generation of people. I have chosen a new host. Today I'm here to say goodbye. From now on, I will assist the new host. He will continue to strive for the rise of China. In the future, our Chinese nation will continue to explore the vast universe and continue its glory." Oh, Zhou Yang was very interested in the system's new successor, so he tentatively asked who the new successor was. "You are very familiar with him. His name is Zhou Rongsheng. I'm leaving. Bye-bye." With that, the system disappeared in a flash. Ah, isn't that my son? Hey, system, are you still practicing hereditary succession? Can you change it? My spendthrift son is a bit unreliable. He lost over 100 billion in investments before. However, no matter how Zhou Yang called out, the system did not respond. It seemed that it really had gone to find its son. Honey, what's wrong? At this moment, Lu Xiao walked over, and Zhou Yang quickly helped her up. He immediately replied, "It's nothing. I think I just saw an old acquaintance, but I mistook him for someone else." Lu Xiao's eyes lit up with wisdom. She had vaguely overheard Zhou Yang's conversation and knew he was lying, but she didn't expose him. Instead, she comforted him, "Don't worry. Our children and grandchildren have their own lives. We're old now, let's just enjoy our remaining years and not worry about what's to come. Our country has overcome such difficult times before, and now it's peaceful and prosperous. What are we afraid of a few spendthrift sons ruining it?" That's right. After his wife's encouragement, Zhou Yang suddenly understood and burst into laughter, as if the sky had become even bluer. Afterwards, Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao helped each other down the mountain, while the entire mountain path was filled with young people who had gotten up early to climb. The people of China today are enjoying the fruits of Zhou Yang's labor. And under the guidance of the super factory system and the new host, the future generations of Chinese people will surely be even happier, with peace and prosperity forever. The end.